The Prayers and Tears of Jacques Derrida, Religion Without Religion, Indiana Series in the Philosophy of Religion. Caputo, John D. Introduction. A passion for the impossible. Everyone became great in proportion to his expectancy. One became great by expecting the possible, another by expecting the eternal, but he who expected the impossible became the greatest of all. Johannes de Silentio. Only write what is impossible, that ought to be the impossible rule. Jacques Derrida, Circum, 181/Circum, 194. In his notebooks of 1976, Jacques Derrida proposes to himself the task of describing his broken covenant with Judaism in a work that would leave nothing, if possible, in the dark of what related me to Judaism, alliance, covenant, Hebrew, Berit, broken in every respect, Circum, 145/Circumference, 154. For Derrida is Jewish without being Jewish, Jewish sans Judaism, married outside Judaism, his sons uncircumcised, he an atheist. Of this broken covenant, this breach of an alliance that stretches throughout thousands of years of Judaism, he says no, the time has changed to 1989 and this note has been stitched into circumcision. That's what my readers won't have known about me, with the result that he has been read less and less, well over almost 20 years, like my religion about which nobody understands anything, Circum, 145-46/Circumference, 154. Personne ne comprend rien. No one, not even his mother, who was afraid to ask him whether he still believed in God, understands his religion or his broken alliance. His mother, Georgette Safar Derrida, like Saint Monica, worried herself half to death over her son, quotients abstedvra Cernabot, each time she saw him wandering away from the Augustine, conf. 9,9,22, praying all the while that the son of these tears, filius istarum lacrimarum, 3,12,12, Jacques/Augustine, would not be lost. Still, Derrida says, his mother must have known that the constancy of God in my life is called by other names, and that even though he does indeed quite rightly pass for an atheist with respect to the God of the Orthodox faiths, still he has an absolved, absolutely private language in which he speaks of God all the time, Circum, 146-47/Circumference, 155-56. To understand the religion of Jacques Derrida, about which no one understands anything, not even his mother, to understand the covenant cut in his flesh at circumcision, the broken alliance and ring, alliance, that manages still to bind him, se liar, to Judaism without continuity but without rupture, while also seeing to it that he is read, se lire, less and less well, to understand Jacques Derrida as the son of these tears, even as a man of prayers and tears, one like a Jewish Augustine from Elbire, to understand the cir, Confessions of Jacques de la Rue Saint Augustin. All that is the point of the present study, it's daunting impossible. Disc point 2. It is an amazing scene, as if, to our surprise and embarrassment, or even to his, has he not surprised himself, we have stumbled upon Jacques Derrida at his prie-dieu, coram Deo, alone before God, his head bowed, his eyes swollen with tears, unaware that we are observing him. Too late have I loved thee, he seems to sigh, Circum, 290/Circumference, 324. An improbable, unlikely, impossible hypothesis, Jacques Derrida has religion, a certain religion, his religion, and he speaks of God all the time. The point of view of Derrida's work as an author is religious, but without religion and without religion's God, and no one understands a thing about this alliance. Little wonder. What is this link that does not quite hold yet does not quite break, between my religion and this leftist, secularist, sometimes scandalous, post-Marxist Parisian intellectual? He has his whole life long been hoping, sighing, dreaming over the arrival of something wholly other, tout autre, praying and weeping over, waiting and longing for, calling upon and being called by something to come. Day and night Derrida has been dreaming, expecting, not the possible, not the eternal, but the impossible point. For all his life long he has been setting a place for Elijah, his namesake, making notes for a book of Eli. As Jacques says to Derrida, as Jacques 5 says to Jacques, and I will not presume to intervene in this dialogue, to interrupt this self-affection, which evidently gives him considerable pleasure, except to graph it a little. You have spent your whole life inviting, calling, promising, hoping, sighing, dreaming, convoking, invoking, provoking, constituting, engendering, producing, naming, assigning, demanding, prescribing, commanding, sacrificing. Circin, 290-91/circumference, 314. 6 times 3, 18 ways to pray and weep, to dream of the innumerable, to desire the promise of something unimaginable, to be impassioned by the impossible. 6. 18 ways to begin by the impossible, to be set in motion by the prospect of the unforeseeable, by the call of something that calls us before we open our mouths, to be sought by something, I know not what, that seeks me out before I seek it. 18 chapters of a work that could be called variously Derrida or Deconstruction, the Book of Circumcision or the Book of Elijah, Dreaming or Desiring. Or perhaps, simply, Passion. 6 times 3 ways to think and write, 18 prayers or performatives, 18 openings and reopenings, 18 ways to make or keep a promise, to be promised in advance, like a newborn who cannot yet speak for himself, 18 ways to act or suffer or expect, to read literature or do architecture, to practice law and do justice, to do the truth, facere veritatem, which means to put justice before truth, passion before representation, 18 ways to teach and to learn, in short, to do whatever you need, whatever you are needed to do. 6 times 3 instructions in the religion without religion of Jacques Derrida, in A New Alliance. What we will not have understood about deconstruction, and this causes us to read it less and less well, is that deconstruction is set in motion by an overarching aspiration, which on a certain analysis can be called a religious or prophetic 7 aspiration, what would have been called, in the plodding language of the tradition, which deconstruction has rightly made questionable, a movement of transcendence. Vis-a-vis such transcendence, the immanent is the sphere not only of the actual and the present, but also of the possible and the plannable, of the foreseeable and the representable, so that deconstruction, as a movement of transcendence, means excess, the exceeding of the stable borders of the presently possible. Deconstruction is a passion for transgression, a passion for trespassing the horizons of possibility, which is what Derrida calls, following Blancot, the passion of the pot of passion, Parags, 53. What we will not have understood is that deconstruction stirs with a passion for the impossible, passion du lieu, a passion for an impossible place, a passion to go precisely where you cannot go, Soph, 62-63/on, 59. Deconstruction is called forth in response to the unrepresentable, is large with expectation, astir with excess, provoked by the promise, impregnated by the impossible, hoping in a certain messianic promise of the impossible. 8 This is the stuff of what can be called, not ignoring certain precautions, for he rightly passes for an atheist, Derrida's religion, my religion, his new alliances, Jacques, Jacques. Deconstruction begins, its gears are engaged, by the promptings of the spirit/spectre of something unimaginable and unforeseeable. It is moved, it has always been moving, it gives words to a movement that has always been at work by the provocation of something calling from afar that calls it beyond itself, outside itself. Settling into the crevices and interstices of the present, deconstruction works the provocation of what is to come, avenir, against the complacency of the present, against the pleasure the present takes in itself, in order to prevent it from closing in on itself, from collapsing into self-identity. For in deconstruction such closure would be the height of injustice, constituting the simple impossibility of the impossible, the prevention of the invention of the tout autre. Deconstruction is a passion and a prayer for the impossible, a defense of the impossible against its critics, a plea for/to the experience of the impossible, 9 which is the only real experience, Stirring with religious passion. By religion I mean a pact with the impossible, a covenant with the unrepresentable, a promise made by the Tout Autre with its people, where we are all the people of the Tout Autre, the people of the promise, promised over to the promise. Hear, O Israel, Deuteronomy 6:4, you are the people of a call, constituted from the start by a call, a solicitation. Point 10 Deconstruction is a child of the promise, of the covenant, of the alliance with the Tout Autre, of the deal cut between the Tout Autre and its faithless, inconstant, self-seeking followers who are in regular need of prophets to keep them on the straight and narrow and to remind them of the cut in their flesh, to recall them to the call that they no longer heed. Derrida's religion meets the most rigorous requirements of Johannes de Silentio's delineation of the traits of the religious, where to make a pact with the possible is mere aestheticism, and with the eternal, mere rationalism, while expecting the impossible, making a deal with the impossible, being impassioned by the impossible, is religious passion. The ultimate passion of thought, Johannes Climacus says, is to discover something that thought cannot think, something impossible, something at the frontier of thought and desire, something paradoxical. That is what gives it passion, otherwise it is a mediocre fellow. 11. Will deconstruction then have been a Jewish discourse, marked by the Mohel's blade, on an analogy with the question posed by Yosef Haim Yerushalmi to Freud about whether psychoanalysis is a Jewish science, which Derrida follows in Mal D. Archive? If psychoanalysis is Jewish without Judaism, even without God, it is not Freud's atheism that proves an obstacle to this hypothesis, Yerushalmi says, but rather his closure of the future, his hopelessness, his non-future. Jewishness here, Derrida comments, comes down, in its minimal essence, to the openness of the future. Archive, 79/AF, 34. If so, then is not deconstruction very Jewish, albeit without God? Derrida's religion is what we will not have known about Derrida and deconstruction, and our ignorance of it, he says, has led us to read him less and less well. For he has broken one deal to make another, broken one pact to form another, been a Jew sans Judaism sans continuite mais sans rupture, in order to enter into a new alliance, a new covenant, con venire, with the incoming, in venire, which repeats, dm, 53/GD, 49, the movements of the first covenant in a religion without religion. Deconstruction repeats the structure of religious experience, SDM, 266/Psalm, 168, i.e., of a specifically biblical covenantal, Abrahamic experience, according to the strange logic of Blancat's sans, which is no simple negation. Deconstruction regularly, rhythmically repeats this religiousness, sans the concrete, historical religions. It repeats non-dogmatically the religious structure of experience, the category of the religious. It repeats the passion for the messianic promise and messianic expectation. 12 Sans the concrete mechanisms of the positive religions that wage endless war and spill the blood of the other, and that, anointing themselves God's chosen people, are consummately dangerous to everyone else who is not so chosen. It ceaselessly repeats the veins, the apocalyptic call for the impossible, but without calling for the apocalypse that would consume its enemies in fire and damnation. It repeats the work of circumcision as the cut that opens the same to the other sans sectarian closure. It repeats Abraham's trek up to Moriah and makes a gift without return of Isaac, sans the economy of blood sacrifice, repeating the madness of giving without return. It repeats the movements of faith, of expecting what we cannot know but only believe. He ne sais pas, il faut croire, MDA, 130/MB, 129, of the blindness of faith sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, Parags, 25, in the impossible. But without the dogmas of the positive religious faiths. What we will not have understood about deconstruction, unless Derrida tells us, unless he gives it to us as a gift and springs it on us as a surprise, is that deconstruction repeats the prayers and tears of Jacques, a little black and very Arab Jew, circin, 57/circumference, 58, who played truant from Hebrew school in order to dream of the impossible, while rightly passing for an atheist. What we will not have understood about Derrida, which causes us to read him less and less well, is precisely his tormented alliance, his broken pact and covenant with thousands of years of Judaism. For deconstruction arises from a certain experience of the promise sans the dogmatics of any particular faith, SDM 146-47/Psalm 89, where experience is taken not in Husserlian terms as the presence of the given but in Abrahamic and Messianic terms as the expectation of something unrepresentable, running up against the unforeseeable, a certain absolute experience. The passion of this promise is the very heart of deconstruction, the heart it has in a heartless world. This promise is the passion of deconstruction, provoking the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida, the hoping, sighing, dreaming, the religion, the religious aspiration of deconstruction. Deconstruction transpires in the ambience of an aspiration and expectation, in the time of a promise, it is driven mad by a passion for the promise, by an impossible deal, by a covenant cut with the tout autre. What we will not have understood about deconstruction is its passion for God, for my God, his, Jacques'. The question is not whether there is a désir de Dieu, a passion for God, in Jacques Derrida. Who could ever doubt that? Where would we find someone so hard of heart, so parsimonious and pusillanimous, so slow to tears, so unfeeling and insensitive, as ever to imagine that? The question is, rather, the one put by his North African compatriot, Circin, 19/Circumference, 18, Saint Augustine, what do I love when I love my God? Upon the groundless ground of this beautiful and bottomless question, which is as much a sigh and a hope and a prayer as a question, quid ergo amo, cum Deum meum amo, Derrida's life and work is an extended commentary. Can I do anything other than translate the sentence by S.A. Saint Augustine into my language? He writes, the change of meaning and of reference turning on the meum. Circin, 117/Circumference, 122. 13. To what do I pray, over what do I weep, when, in my language, I pray and weep to my God? For what am I hoping, sighing, dreaming when I hope and sigh and dream of my God? For what am I inviting, calling, promising when I invoke my God? For what do I call when I call, in my language, Vines? By what am I impassioned in my passion for God? To what am I promised, to what do I consent, in this pact with the impossible? What do I expect when I expect the impossible? Has Derrida ever been able to do anything his whole life long other than try to translate this question? Did not this question first sweep down upon him many years ago, on the Rue Saint Augustin in Algiers, and has it not rolled over his works ever since, for more than 30 years now? Is this question not a powerful wind that blows from thousands of years of Judaism? Is it not as old as the streets of Algiers, as old as Augustine, as old as Amos, as old as old Father Abraham himself? Does it not belong to a past that was never present? Does not the power of this question, like a question put by Koheleth, disturb everything, overturn every idol of presence, every graven image, making every constituted effect tremble in insecurity? Does not the passion of this question make everything questionable, opening the doors and the barriers of everything that wants to keep itself closed, opening even the graves of the dead to let their specters soar, disturbing everything that wants to rest in peace, stalking the world with ghosts? And does not the abyss of this question make utter nonsense of the Heideggerian dogma, to which all the epigones and acolytes in the Church of Freiburg bow their heads in thoughtless assent, in unthinking intolerance of biblical texts, that faith in God puts questioning to sleep? Does not the thought beyond thought of God, quid ergo amo, come over us like a distant thunder that grows louder and louder until at last, holding our hands over our ears, we no longer know who we are or what we love, cum Deum meum amo, until everything wavers in insecurity and we tremble before I know not what? Who am I? Who are you? What is coming? Vines, we will have read Derrida less and less well, understood less and less of the provocation of Derrida, of the events that the name Derrida provokes, if we have not heard the promise of this question and the question of this promise. For the promise sweeps over Jacques, a weepy little child whom the adults teased because it was easy to make him cry, even as it sweeps over Derrida, a philosopher of international stature, a leftist Parisian intellectual, a secularist and an atheist, who is even known to have penned a sometimes slightly lewd and scandalous passage or two, even when he is writing about Saint Augustine, which seems simply sinful. Then, sweeping over Derrida, the promise comes to us, so long as we let it come. The passion of the promise resonates in every sentence he writes, yes, and in every fragment of a sentence, yes, every word and shard of a word, every play and, yes, every argument. We will read him less and less well unless we hear the yes that punctuates and accents the text, the yes to the promise that resonates throughout all his works, a yes first, a yes last, a constant yes. We. The yes comes from him to us, to you, he means us, and to him from a distant time and place, from who knows where. He is convoking, invoking, provoking, we are responding, yes, language is happening, ilya la langue, the impossible is happening, yes, the tout autre is breaking out, UG, 124/AL, 296-97. Yes, yes. We. Amen. That is Derrida's prayer, yes, amen, a very old and ancient Hebrew word. Amen to the God of Amen, Isaiah 65:16, the God of yes, Yahweh, yes first and last, yes, according to an Irish/German, Catholic/Jewish/Islamic, slightly atheistic prophetic tradition. Veins, he prays, hoping, sighing, dreaming, as if he were waiting for Elijah, who has promised to come, inviting, calling, promising, calling upon Elijah to come again, UG, 104-05/AL, 284. Even like the early Christians who were waiting for the kingdom to come. Come, Adon Yeshua. And this come came to Derrida before he knew what had come over him, it overtook him before he knew what had happened, Ton, 87/RTP, 162. It took him by surprise, before he even knew that, as he was saying beans as he may have thought for the first time, he was in fact citing the last verses of the Apocalypse to John, reciting an ancient Christian prayer, the closing prayer of an old book. He was reciting, repeating, all the ancient prayers that have breathed over Judaism ever since Abraham packed his bags and headed out for who knows where, solicited by the tout autre. The sails of deconstruction strain toward what is coming, are bent by the winds of l'avenir, by the promise of the incoming, of the invenire, of the holy other, tout autre, l'invention de l'autre. The prophetic, messianic bent of deconstruction, its posture of expectancy, its passion for the impossible, which is always and structurally to come, runs deep. So deep that if the Messiah ever showed up, in the flesh, if, as Blancat recounts, someone were to recognize him living incognito among the poor and the wretched on the outskirts of the city, or in the bowels of the inner city, the one question we would have for him is, when will you come? For the passion for the impossible is precisely not to be quenched. The one who is coming, the just one, the tout autre, can never be present. He must always function as a breach of the present, opening up the present to something new, to something impossible. Were the horizon of possibility to close over, it would erase the trace of justice, for justice is the trace of what is to come beyond the possible. The law of the impossible rule, is never to confuse his coming, venue, with being present, Pol. 55n, never to collapse the coming of the just one into the order of what is present or absent. By focusing this study on Derrida's Jewish alliance, the covenant without continuity but without rupture that he has been working out in his more recent writings, we are also able to resituate Derrida's confrontation with negative theology, something that was visited upon him early on in his career and has continued on even into the 1990s. For as long as we center everything on Derrida and negative theology, a European, Greek, and Christian term, Soph. 39/on, 47, important as this issue is, the question of Derrida's religion, of the heart of my religion, of his prayers and tears, remains somewhat out of focus. For it is important to see that Derrida's religion is more prophetic than apophatic, more in touch with Jewish prophets than with Christian Neoplatonists, more messianic and more eschatological than mystical. His writing is more inscribed by the promise, by circumcision, and by the mark of Father Abraham than by mystical transports, more like Amos and Isaiah than Pseudo-Dionysius, moved more by prophetico-ethico-political aspiration than by aspiring to be one with the one. The non-knowing, the without knowing, sans savoir, what he calls in Cinders the passion of non-knowing, Cinders, 75, La passion du non-savoir, of deconstruction has more to do with bearing an ethico-political witness to justice than with the docta ignorantia. As he himself says, the most important thing of which he is not speaking in How Not to Speak is his own Jewish Arab provenance. He is the most apophatic of all when he speaks of Greeks and Christians instead of Jews and Arabs, Sci. 584/DNT, 122. Still, that does not excuse us from carefully following the confrontation with negative theology, which represents deconstruction's first brush with theology. For this classical discourse on the name of God, this desire to efface the trace of this very name, praying God to rid it of God, is close to Derrida's desire for the impossible, and it will be of no small import to follow the path that is traced in Derrida's works from an apophatic to a prophetic passion. By rooting the present study in passion, in prayers and tears, in hoping, sighing, dreaming, in lingering over Derrida's later, more autobiographical pieces, I confess, blurred the borders between Derrida and deconstruction, between Jacques and Derrida, between Jacques and Jacques. For such confusion I accept full responsibility, if there is one, although I would also pass the buck to him, too, for he is always speaking of himself without speaking of himself. Pass, 91 and 12/on, 144 and 14. For the undecidability between these two is the condition of a decision that each of us, one by one, must make. We must, on our own, sort out how much of this is buried in the streets of El Bayer, embedded in the prayers and passions of a little black and very Arab Jew, and how much of this is everybody's autobiography, Circon, 288/circumference, 311. To what extent am I too, or you, hoping, sighing, dreaming, impassioned by the impossible, caught up in a deal with the tout autre? I will always be a little lost, betwixt and between the appropriating proper name of Jacques and the circumcised signature that opens to the other. For the one cannot be insulated from the other, not if we are going to speak of the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida, of the passion of Jacques Derrida, seeing that deconstruction, la deconstruction, if there is any such thing, cannot sigh or pray or weep or bend a knee or ever feel a thing. I will move unsteadily and unstably, circumspectly, between the shibboleth of the singular circumcision of Jacques, which happened only once, in 1930, in El Bayer, and something of more general interest, something iterable and repeatable. But this more general structure, which is borne on the wings of repetition 14, and here is all the difficulty, cannot take the form of an essence or a universal. It cannot be the effect of an epoche, which means a cutting off, of his circumcision. It is too Jewish to be Catholic, Cathalu, even though it precedes sans Judaism. It is not as if we are seeking some sort of invariant transcendental, some uncircumcised, Hellenistic eidos, some essentia sans circumcision. Even if it is borne on the wings of repetition, this religion cannot circle high above us in an essentialistic, Hellenistic sky, like the eagle of savoir absolu, some bloodless transcendence soaring beyond us bloodied mortals below. For then this Jewish bird would be cooked, quit. Point 15. We cannot excise or cover over deconstruction's circumcision when Derrida's whole idea is to expose it. Deconstruction feels with a bleeding, circumcised heart in the midst of a heartless world, hears with a bleeding, circumcised ear, writes with a heart and an ear for the other, speaks with circumcised words. Indeed, at the risk of giving endless scandal, of sending my secular academic colleagues into a dead swoon, I will say that for Derrida deconstruction is circumcision, where circumcision cuts open the same to the event of the other, thus constituting the breach that opens the way to the tout autre. The breach necessary for the coming of the other, à la venue de l'autre, of an other whom one can always call Elijah, if Elijah is the name of the unforeseeable other for whom a place must be kept. UG 120-21/AL 294-95. The circumcision of deconstruction cuts it off from the absolute, cuts off its word from the final word, from the totalizing truth or logos that engulfs the other. Deconstruction proceeds not by knowledge but by faith and by passion, by the passion of faith, impassioned by the unbelievable, by the secret that there is no secret. It is called forth by a promise, by an aboriginal being promised over to language and the future, to wander destined errant, like Abraham, underway to who knows where. Deconstruction proceeds in the dark, like a blind man feeling his way with a stick, devoid of sight and savvy, of vision and verity, sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, Parags. 25, where it is necessary to believe, where the passion of faith, la passion du non-savoir, Cinders, 75, is all you have to go on. Jene sais pas. Il faut croire, that is how the Memoirs of the Blind concludes, if that is a conclusion, MDA, 130/MB, 129. I myself will conclude this introduction with a prayer and a plea, by begging the pardon of my academic colleagues, imploring the forgiveness of my secularizing friends, for whom the only blasphemy is infidelity to Nietzsche, 16, whom I will have shocked and traumatized by this provocative scene of Derrida weeping at his prie-dieu, by all the events that the scene provokes. Forgive me, one and all, forgive me everything, as I forgive you, but also, I beg you, je vous prie, lend me your ear for this other. To which I add an argument from authority, purely in the interests of reading. Derrida himself has said, these are ipsissima verba, that by forgetting the promise and the alliance we have read him less and less well. 17. Derrida at prayer, all the while rightly passing for an atheist. Derrida weeping? Derrida's désir de Dieu, his passion for God, for the tout autre? Derrida bowing his head and saying Amen, oui. A circumcised Derrida? A messianic deconstruction? An apocalyptic, prophetic deconstruction? A deconstruction that has not lost faith? Derrida, the follower of Father Abraham and namesake of the prophet Elijah. Derrida reading Écriture, Saint, glossing the stories of Babel and Abraham, of the Shibboleth and Tobias. And not by chance or incidentally, but regularly, rhythmically, repeatedly, irresistibly, as if in response to something calling to him from afar, as if returning to and repeating something deeply provocative at work in his writing that he does not know how to avoid. A Derrida who has perhaps surprised not only Geoffrey Bennington but himself? Is that not a little too other, too tout, too autre? How could I? How could he? Jene sais pas. Il faut croire. A map for the perplexed. For a philosopher like Derrida, who is so much taken with aporias and impasses, who thinks that you are really getting somewhere only when you are paralyzed and it is impossible to advance, only when there is no plannable, programmable way to proceed, there is a fitting irony in supplying a map, a little Michelin's guide to Jacques Derrida, which is something like giving the Cartesian coordinates of the Promised Land, FOI, 15. Still, a map gives the tourist and casual visitor to the country, who only has a few days to take in everything, a chance to see the major sights. What follows is an altogether excellent map, a bit of flawless cartography, I assure the reader, but for a few minor faults, I am not sure, for example, that all of these roads have been finished, they have all been promised, or that many of the places mentioned here actually exist. That being understood between us, I give you a map which passes through 6 major cities, monuments, or tourist attractions that you simply cannot miss. The story of Derrida's religion without religion begins with Derrida's first encounter of a close kind with theology, with the claim, charge/congratulation, made early on that deconstruction is a negative theology. The apophatic, the unamiable, unknowable secret, is a subject Derrida does not know how to avoid and has not been able to drop, recurring as it does even in a recent triptych on the name. The apophatic constitutes a crucial moment in the story, and it also helps us understand his relationship to Levinas. But the story is, on my telling, always slightly out of focus if you do not move on. For it is necessary to get past his dialogues with Christian Neoplatonism to his more biblical, prophetic, Jewish side, past the apophatic to the messianic that shows up in his most recent work. That is where the focus sharpens and you find his religion, if it is one. That transition I effect by way of the apocalyptic, when Derrida begins to call come to pray and call veins, we, which sounds a little apocalyptic, like a prayer at the end of famous book of Revelation. But with this exception, that this is an apocalypse without apocalypse, announcing a messianic apocalyptic secret which makes the Aufklärers nervous that there is no secret and no apocalypse, which thus constitutes a neo or more enlightened enlightenment, inflaming our hearts with messianic longing for something to come, something absolutely secret to come. The discussion of the messianic that follows is the pivot of this text, the point at which the path of deconstruction swings off in an unmistakably prophetico-messianic direction. That direction emerges sharply in the desert-like messianic discussed in the Marx book and the seminar at Capri. Here we touch upon the heart of Derrida's religion, of the call for a justice, a democracy, a just one to come, a call for peace among the concrete mechanisms, issuing from a neo-Aufklärer looking for a post-secular religion within the limits of a certain reason alone, almost. This messianicity means to bring, if not eternal peace, at least a lull in the fighting in the wars among the concrete mechanisms. The apophatico-apocalyptico quasi-atheistic messianic in turn allows us to pose the question of giving without reserve, of the gift, which, like justice and the secret, also does not quite exist. I follow in particular Derrida's analysis of Abraham's terrifying gift without reserve in a much awaited, by me, at least, gloss on fear and trembling, which also reposes, restlessly, the question of the war between the Christian and the Jew that has mined the field of the history of the West and of quite a few Arab fields too. That war is an important part of the stakes of having something to say about religion for Derrida, and this discussion allows us to refine the distinction between the Messianic and Abrahamic messianism. The elaboration of the Messianic makes it possible to take up the figure and the flesh of circumcision, of the Jew, of the cut in the flesh of the Jew. Odd as it may seem, circumcision has been in one way or another the theme of Derrida's work all along, the subject of a secret autobiography for his eyes only. Circumcision is a very private matter. Indeed, it would have been possible to begin this study here. You can follow the course of this map in different ways. Here I move from Derrida's gloss on Hegel's hateful portrait of the Jew vis-a-vis the religion of love in glass, 1974, up to a recent essay, 1995, which wonders whether psychoanalysis, read deconstruction, is really a Jewish science. All along I will have been clutching circumfession close to my breast. All along I will have been reading and leading up to a reading of Jacques' Confession, his Jewish Augustinian circumconfessing book of prayers and tears, which fills our eyes with tears over a little black and very Arab Jew. At last Jacques fesses up that he has all along had religion, his own religion, without religion, and that the failure to understand his religion has resulted in reading him less and less well over 20 years. That book, which has a beautiful sibling rival in Memoirs of the Blind, opens our eyes about Derrida, if only to blur them over with tears and to force us to proceed sans voir, sans savoir. Along the way I insert a series of edifying divertissements, little roadside chapels to refresh the weary traveler's spirit, or audio-taped sermons meant to upbuild the faithful, as the New Hong translations of Kierkegaard put it so maladroitly, as you drive from site to site. The reader might treat these freelance pieces as occasional, quasi-theological musings and amusements that have hitchhiked a ride with Derrida. In them I, who have never meant to get as far as theology, have from time to time gotten up the nerve to speak in tongues, as it were, feeling inspired to point out some possible import of deconstruction for religious and theological reflection. Treat these rash outbursts as so many little sermons in between the readings, or as a bit of organ music while we take up a collection, passing the hat in order to maintain the pastor in the manner to which he has grown accustomed, on the sound theological principle that nothing is too good for God's poor. For his reverence is an honorable man, a defender of the good and the true, sworn to keep the world safe from evil, within which he might very well include deconstruction, and we wish him well. As to the conclusion, which I must not forget, I cannot say whether it is an edifying discourse or not, a gloss on Jacques or not, whether it has to do with his religion or mine. I do not know where to draw the line in this game of Jacques. The prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida. The apophatic. I pray God to rid me of God. Meister Eckhart. 1. God is not difference. An impossible situation. The messianic tone of deconstruction was not at all evident at the start. Instead, in the midst of what looked more like a certain Nietzschean tone recently adopted in French philosophy in the 1960s, Derrida was visited with a suggestive objection that occasioned his first encounter with theology. Very early on, he says, I was accused of rather than being congratulated for resisting the procedures of negative theology, Sci. 537/DNT, 74, of putting these procedures to work, it would seem, in the service of some magnum mysterium called difference. As usual, his accusers/congratulators were only half right. For impossible things have on the whole always exercised a greater fascination over Derrida than the garden variety possibilities whose conditions philosophy is traditionally content to supply. So it makes perfect sense that Derrida would have always been fascinated, Sci. 545/DNT, 82, by the impossible situation in which negative or apophatic one theology finds itself, of denying that it is possible to speak of God even while, as theology, it keeps on speaking. As a good friend of mine once said, of God I do not believe we can say a thing, but, on the other hand, as a theologian, I have to make a buck. That is the impossible. Derrida was understandably fascinated with the syntactical strategies and discursive resources of negative theology, with the deployment of signs intent on the rarefaction of signs, with a play of traces aimed at effacing the trace, with a language that is more or less than a language, that casts suspicion on the very essence or possibility of language, Soph. 41/on, 48, with a wounded language, where the scar of the impossible has left its mark, Soph. 63/on, 59-60, with the most economical and most powerful formalization, the greatest reserve of language possible in so few words, Soph. 113/DNT, 321. He has long been fascinated by the experience of the impossible, the possibility of this impossibility, by the absolute heterogeneity that the hyper introduces into the order of the same, interrupting the complacent regime of the possible. Derrida has always been interested in hyperbolic movements, in the whole family of hyper, uber, epicana, odella, and in movements of denegation, like pa and sans, which try to speak of not speaking. Nonetheless, negative theology is worlds removed from deconstruction. The mise en abîme of deconstruction is separated by an abyss from the abyss of the Godhead beyond God. The paradox of negative theology, how to speak of the unspeakable transcendence of God, is at best provocatively analogous to the difficulty in which deconstruction finds itself, how to name difference, that word or concept that is neither word nor concept. So it is for substantively different albeit strategically analogous reasons that deconstruction, like negative theology, finds itself constantly writing under erasure, saying something without saying it, even deforming and misspelling it, difference being the most famous misspelling in contemporary philosophy. That is why when, one day early on, in the discussion following the original 1968 presentation of the famous paper Difference, which, for the most loyal deconstructionists, has a status something like the Sermon on the Mount, an interlocutor who had heard enough exclaimed with some exasperation, Difference is the source of everything and one cannot know it, it is the God of negative theology. To Derrida responded with the most exquisite precision and deconstructionist decisiveness. It is and it is not. Yes and no. As we will see, Derrida easily made the no stick. He dispatched this accusation, or deferred this congratulation, effectively and efficiently, persuasively arguing that whatever their syntactical similarities there is a deep semantic divide between God and difference, that difference, is not the God of negative theology. We cannot fail to notice that God here is not exactly Yahweh, not the God of prophets like Amos or Isaiah, a God who wants justice, but the God of Christian Neoplatonism. However highly it is esteemed, difference is not God. Negative theology is always on the track of a hyperessentiality, of something hyper-present, hyper-real, or surreal, so really real that we are never satisfied simply to say that it is merely real. Difference, on the other hand, is less than real, not quite real, never gets as far as being or entity or presence, which is why it is emblematized by insubstantial quasi-beings like ashes and ghosts which flutter between existence and non-existence, or with humble kara, say, rather than with the prestigious. 3. Platonic Sun. Difference is but a quasi-transcendental anteriority, not a supereminent, transcendent ulteriority. I will insist throughout that establishing that negation, getting that denial on the table, is only the beginning and not the end of the story of Derrida's encounter with theology. What Derrida has done is thoroughly misunderstood, I submit, if it is thought that deconstruction has somehow or other dispatched negative theology, simply sent it packing, or shown it to be a transcendental illusion that has been done in by the metaphysics of presence, so that our time would now be better passed reading Nietzsche on the death of God. Deconstruction is never merely negative, its desire is never satisfied with no. Deconstruction is thoroughly mistrustful of discourses that prohibit this and prohibit that weigh us down with debts and dantes. Deconstruction is so deeply and abidingly affirmative of something new, of something coming that it finally breaks out in a vast and sweeping amen, a great ouial impossible, in a great burst of passion for the impossible. So over and beyond this first, preparatory and merely negative point, deconstruction says yes, affirming what negative theology affirms whenever it says no. Deconstruction desires what negative theology desires and it shares the passion of negative theology for the impossible. Sic et non. What has become increasingly clear about deconstruction over the years is that, like negative theology, deconstruction has been taken by surprise, overtaken by the tout autre, the wholly other, about which it does not know how not to speak. Like negative theology, deconstruction turns on its desire for the tout autre. Derrida analyzes that desire, not like Dr. Derrida, his patient spread out on the couch before his clinical gaze, but with fascination and respect, with a little dose of docta ignorantia. For we do not know what we desire. Derrida has not been sent, woe would have sent him, to police negative theology and to tell it what it may desire. For he recognizes this desire for the tout autre as his own ease, yes indeed as a desire by which if he is right we are all inhabited. We are all dreaming of an absolute surprise, pondering an absolute secret, all waiting for the tout autre to arrive. So Derrida finds in negative theology a unique and irreducible idiom for answering the call by which we are all addressed, whether our discursive inclinations are theological, anti-theological, or a/theological, or something else. For we are all, these is Derrida's wager, dreaming of the holy other that will come knocking on our door, like Elijah, and, taking language by surprise, will tie our tongue and strike us dumb, almost, filling us with passion. That is why, with the passage of the years, Derrida's relationship with negative theology became more and more affirmative, more and more linked by the impossible. The difference is that in negative theology the tout autre always goes under the name of God, and that which calls forth speech is called God, whereas for Derrida every other is. 4. Holy other, tout autre est tout autre. But the name of God is not a bad name, and we can love, and save, this name, DLG, 62/OG, 42. It is a serious misunderstanding, a little perverse, I would say, to think that there is something inherently atheistic about deconstruction, as if, lodged deep down inside difference or the trace there were, a la Jean-Paul Sartre, some sort of negative ontological argument against God, against God's good name, as if what Derrida calls the trace knocks out the name of God. On the contrary, Derrida, who rightly passes for an atheist, is an atheist who has his own God, and who loves the name of God, loves that event and what takes place or eventuates in that good name. He has no desire, it goes against everything that deconstruction is and desires, to prevent the event of that invention. Indeed, getting ready for the invention of the other, covenanting, convenire, with its incoming, invenire, initialing a pact with the impossible, sticking to the promise of inalterable alterity, tout autre that, says Derrida, is what I call deconstruction, Sci. 53/RDR, 56. That is his passion. So Derrida follows with fascination the movements of what theology calls God, observing how theology speaks, and how it finds it necessary not to speak under the solicitation of the holy other. When Meister Eckhart says, I pray God to rid me of God, he formulates with the most astonishing economy a double bind by which we are all bound, how to speak and not speak, how to pray and not pray, to and for the tout autre. But in theology the tout autre goes, and comes, under the name of God. Derrida is all along formulating a way to read negative theology, a way to hear it, be addressed by it, to be claimed and taken by surprise by it, which involves all along a way to translate it. His reading makes negative theology of the utmost importance even to those who thank God daily in their temples that they do not believe in God, to those who have closed themselves off to the name of God, and this, often enough, in the name of resisting closure. But in translating negative theology, deconstruction has no part in the familiar, 19th century ruse in which a clear-eyed master hermeneut, striding to the podium, explains to misty-eyed theologians, their eyes cocked heavenward like that painting of Monica and Augustine in Circumcision, Circin, 21/Circumference, 17, what they are talking about. Deconstruction is no upon deciphering theological self-mystification and showing theology plainly, scientifically, that if theologians could somehow, per impossibile, clear their heads ever so briefly they would realize that what they really meant all along by God was man, Feuerbach, that what they really desired all along was their mommy, Freud, or even, mirabile dictu, difference itself, Saint Écriture, the remarkable Mark Taylor, whose work I deeply admire, but who errantly missed the mark, early on, in his first major brush with Derrida in erring. Translating in deconstruction is nothing reductionistic, and that is because difference opens things up rather than barring the door closed. Of 5. Itself, if it had in itself, difference does not tell for or against, does not say or gainsay monotheism or atheism, even as it loves the name of God. It is no part of the business, or the competency, or the responsibility of deconstruction to decide what or who is calling in what theology calls God, in what calls theology to order. Theology and faith, all the theologies and their determinable faiths, Soph, 86/on, 71, Christian, Jewish, Islamic, whatever the responsibility of whoever decides to venture out upon those stormy seas, a responsibility with laws and motivations of its own. The business of deconstruction is not to police theologians or anybody else, to maintain an unbroken neo-Kantian surveillance over the business of science or everyday life, but to keep things open. Its business is a certain quasi-analysis and affirmation of the trace, of the claims and exclamations that take shape in that place, there, law, where things are happening, language and everything else, Ilya du Long, UG, 124/AL, 296. Its business is the trace, what the trace demands of us, what it inscribes upon us, and what we inscribe within it, whether that is theological or atheological or perhaps something else, something we can only dream of, something of an absolute surprise. Deconstruction is not out to undo God or deny faith, or to mock science or make nonsense out of literature, or to break the law or, generally, to ruin any of those hoary things at whose very mention all your muscles constrict. Deconstruction is not in the business of defaming good names but of saving them. Sauf l'Enam. Where would it get the authority? Who would have given it the power to wipe away the horizon, to dry up the sea, or to fill up the abyss with such a decisive, definitive result, such an unbelievable, unbelieving, atheistic closure? Would it mount a public campaign? Where would it get the funds? Would it expect support from the National Endowment for the Humanities? Dream on. Why would deconstruction want to associate itself with the prevention of the holy other? What kind of madness would that be for something that arises from a pact with the tout autre? Deconstruction is rather the thought, if it is a thought, of an absolute heterogeneity that unsettles all the assurances of the same within which we comfortably ensconce ourselves. That is the desire by which it is moved, which moves and impulsions it, which sets it into motion, toward which it extends itself. But let there be no mistake, early on deconstruction does delimit the metaphysical side of theology. Still, is that not an honorable and hoary religious project? Does it not have an honorable name, the name of de-Hellenizing Christianity, more generally of de-Hellenizing biblical faith? 3. Is it not an idea as old as Luther, and older still, tracing its origins back to the first chapter of 1 Corinthians, and older than that, given that the prophets never heard of the science that investigates to on? Is it not in step with Abraham Heschel's remarkable extrication of the 6. prophets from the grips of metaphysical theology? 4. By inscribing theology within the trace, by describing faith as always and already marked by the trace, by difference and undecidability, deconstruction demonstrates that faith is always faith, and this in virtue of one of the best descriptions of faith we possess, which is that faith is always through a glass darkly. Even early on, the effect of deconstruction on theology, by which I mean the attempt to bring faith to discursive form and in particular on negative theology, is not to defame theology but to reinscribe it within the trace and, by putting hyperessentialism in its place, to resituate negative theology within faith. For the hyperessentialism of negative theology, which Derrida delimits, would shatter faith and turn it into union, into oneness with the one, but then face to face, which is to get impatient with glass and jump the gun. That hyperagiological high for Derrida has always been so much hype. But on the view that I take, a deconstructive theology would find it necessary to deny hyperessentialism in order to make room for faith. Il faut croire, MDA, 130/MB, 129. Deconstruction saves apophatic theology from telling a bad story about itself, about how it speaks from the heart of truth, and how the rest of us had better get in line with it. Or else. That kind of truth always implies a threat, a dangerous triumphalism. Deconstruction saves the name of negative theology by subjecting it to the same necessity that besets us all, the same Il faut, Sci. 561/DNT, 99, which is to pull on our textual pants one leg at a time, to forge slowly and from below certain unities of meaning in which we put our trust, understanding all along the mistrust that co-constitutes that trust, the undecidability that inhabits and makes possible that decision. Deconstruction saves negative theology from closure. Closure spells trouble, which is why difference cloaks itself in a misspelling. Closure spells exclusion, exclusiveness, closure spills blood, doctrinal, confessional, theological, political, institutional blood, and eventually, it never fails, real blood. Salus in sanguine. Pro Deo et Patria spells big trouble, with big words, master words, that need deconstructing. I pray God to rid me of God, said a master of Lesen und Leben. The course I will pursue in part I is to follow Derrida's early differentiations of difference from the hyperagios of negative theology, 1, which in turn will cast an interesting light on Derrida's relation to Levinas in Violence and Metaphysics, 2. Then I will turn to the later essays, How Not to Speak, Denegations, 3, and Sauf l'Enam, 4, which will allow me to offer a little edifying discourse on what deconstruction does for and to faith. The hype in hyperagiology. Let us establish the simple negation, a first principle, almost, which, because of its simplicity and its self-assured authority, we will be obliged. 7. In various and diverse ways to take back, to denegate God is not difference. 5. Difference is especially not a hidden God, the innermost concealed Godhead of negative theology. Difference, this almost nothing of the unpresentable, PDS, 89/points, 83, is not an entity, nothing present or manifest, makes no appearance, is not a phenomenon, and has no truth. Still, for all that, difference is not to be taken lightly, for while it has no truth or manifestness itself, indeed, it has no itself, difference enables what is manifest to make a show, MDP, 6/MOP, 6. But what can that be if not the God who withdraws behind the veil of creation, whose disappearance makes the appearance of the created world possible, that ultimate unknowable the unknowing of which constitutes the most learned wisdom of all, Docta Ignorantia. As Derrida says in a text whose significance justifies a lengthy citation, all this bears an unmistakable resemblance to negative theology. So much so that the detours, locutions, and syntax in which I will often have to take recourse will resemble those of negative theology, occasionally even to the point of being indistinguishable from negative theology. Already we have had to delineate that difference is not, does not exist, is not a present being, in any form, and we will be led to delineate everything that it is not, that is, everything, and consequently that it has neither existence nor essence. It derives from no category of being, whether present or absent. And yet those aspects of difference which are thereby delineated are not theological, not even in the order of the most negative of negative theologies, which are always concerned with disengaging a superessentiality beyond the finite categories of essence and existence, that is, of presence, and always hastening to recall that God is refused the predicate of existence, only in order to acknowledge his superior, inconceivable, and ineffable mode of being. Difference is not only irreducible to any ontological or theological ontotheological reappropriation, but as the very opening of the space in which ontotheology philosophy produces its system and its history, it includes ontotheology, inscribing it and exceeding it without return. MDP, 6/MOP, 6. So even though the detours, locutions, and syntax in which Derrida strives to mark off difference will resemble, almost to the point of indistinguishability, the twists and turns of negative theology, still deconstruction is no negative theology. That is because negative theology is always a higher, more refined way of affirming that God exists, or hyper-exists, or exists by not existing, that God is really real or hyper-real or surreal. God exists so purely, so perfectly that as soon as we make this affirmation we have to take it back, taking back not only the is but even the name of God. God is, but God is more than that, God is beyond, Odella, Uber, being, without, sans, being beyond being, God beyond God. Negative theology is caught up in a higher modalization of ontotheology, and 8. Ontotheology eminenti or modo, a variation on the philosophy of presence which takes the form of a theology of super or hyper-presence, delivering a surge of presence of which the metaphysics of presence can only dream. That differentiates the difference of deconstruction from the God of negative theology. Derrida has consistently maintained this view, and I think has been consistently right, although he has by no means thereby cut out the heart of negative theology, nor does this lay a glove on what he calls my religion. Hyperagiology is, as he says later on, but one of negative theology's several voices, albeit its loudest, most booming, most vociferous, and most self-deceptive voice. Hence, if we find Derrida saying that difference is neither a word nor a concept, that there is no name for what he means to say, that is not because Derrida has been breathlessly overtaken by a being of such supereminence that, his heart afire, words fail him and he finds himself lost for words. Dream on. Rather, it is because Derrida is coolly addressing the conditions under which words and concepts are formed in the first place, which means that difference, as the word for that, is a kind of non-word, anterior to words, the general, deformed condition for the formation for words, a bit of a forgery for indicating how words are forged. Hence if difference is a certain nomen innominabile, it is not a mystical but a grammatological one. If Derrida is right, difference is older than the name of being, older than any name, is not itself a name, in the French language or any other, which is why he deformed the word. But this, Derrida says, is to be understood not in all its mystical depth but in all of its grammatological platitude. The unamiable is not an ineffable being which no name could approach, God, for example. 6. This unamiable is the play which makes possible nominal effects, the relatively unitary and atomic structures that are called names, the chains of or substitutions of names in which, for example, the nominal effect difference is itself enmeshed. MDP, 28/MOP, 26-27. The namelessness of difference does not consist in being an unamiable being but in pointing to the differential matrix that generates names and concepts, in which they are produced as effects. Of course, as Richard Rorty points out, and as Derrida would concede, that is only true the first few times Derrida uses this non-word. 7. As soon as it was coined, uttered, and repeated often enough, as soon as hordes of post-structuralist assistant professors who desire tenure and who knows what else swarmed all over it, it began to catch on, to link up, and it became itself another more or less stable nominal unity, one more effect of the differential matrix of which it means to be no more than an indicator, a mute finger pointing to the moon, which too soon assumed a place of honor in the lexicon of deconstruction as one of Derrida's most famous words. 9. So it would be a serious misunderstanding to think that difference is a master name, the secret, hidden name of being beyond being, the hidden name of a presence so pure that it cannot itself appear and be present except by means of the imperfect traces of itself that it leaves behind as it withdraws from the world seated on a cloud of unknowing. Lacking all ontological profundity, all mystical depth, all royal dignity, all principial honor, forever uncapitalized, difference stretches out laterally over the surface of our beliefs and practices as the chain of substitutability. Difference is not the trace left behind by the Deus absconditus but the coded tracing within which are generated all names and concepts, all the relatively stable nominal unities, including the name of the unknown God, or GD, or Gothet, including even itself, the name difference. Difference does not have the wherewithal to lay down its uncapitalized head. It governs nothing, reigns over nothing, and nowhere exercises any authority. It is not announced by any capital letter. Not only is there no kingdom of difference, but difference instigates the subversion of every kingdom, which makes it obviously threatening and infallibly dreaded by everything within us that desires a kingdom, the past or future presence of a kingdom. MDP, 22/MOP, 22. That is well said, for now, early on. But, as with everything else, one has to speak surature, with a measure of sic et non. I have not given up on every kingdom, on the coming, or the incoming, invention, of every kingdom, and Derrida has not given up on the messianic. I pray you, je vous prie, be patient. Derrida's delimitation of negative theology is made perfectly clear by an adroitly chosen text of Meister Eckhart. Eckhart was from time to time brought before the law, called on the carpet by the Vatican to answer those cold-hearted, tough-minded bureaucrats, Franciscans, if you can believe it, for the extremes to which he was wont to go in his sermons in order to encourage his hearers tenderly to love God with all their heart and to let go of their overgrown egos. The Meister is one of the best examples, and what an example. Sci. 576/DNT, 113, of the trouble you can buy yourself by speaking of the impossible. That is why, when he was accused of instead of being congratulated for denying being to God, Meister Eckhart said, 8. When I said that God was not a being and was above being, I did not thereby contest his being, but on the contrary attributed to him a more elevated being. Eckhart tried to explain to the Vatican apparatchiks that all these negations at bottom serve a positive point, that even his most extreme formulations redound to the greater honor and glory of God, and that he is a 10. Loyal Dominican friar who agrees with fellow Dominican, Brother Thomas Aquinas. Everything Eckhart says is held safely in check within what Derrida would call, following Bertolli, a restricted economy, serving always to redound, to give back, ad majorem Dei gloriam, whatever it takes away, in a classic economy of sacrifice. 9. Negative theology, always going about its father's business, always engaged in the business of establishing the ineffable transcendence of an infinite existent, ed. 217/WD, 146, concludes that the best way to say that God exists is to unsay it, and this in order not to contract God's being to something familiar and finite, to the logic of the same. That is why Eckhart was able to write, to the puzzlement of his commentators and to the consternation of the inquisitors, both that God is esse while creatures are a pure nothing, not even a little bit, and that God is an absolute nothing, a naked desert, while being is the first of all creatures. The affirmation of God's being has to be continually purified by a denial of being of God. In the Latin works, Eckhart spoke of the puritas essendi, both the purity of being and purity from being, like the fruitful French conflation plus d'être, no, more being, Sci. 552/DNT, 90. Given the similarities between the syntactical and rhetorical resources of deconstruction and negative theology, John Dominic Crossan rightly asks, why, then, are the syntactics so similar if the semantics are so different? 10. To which Kevin Hart quite precisely responds. We may answer Crossan's question by distinguishing between ineffability as a consequence of the subject being transcendent and because of the subject being transcendental. If God is understood as transcending the phenomenal world, one cannot hope to describe him because language is restricted in its scope to the realm of the phenomenal. Similarly, if difference enables concepts to emerge, it cannot be described adequately by concepts. 11. Amen. Although I think that Derrida would say not transcendental but quasi-transcendental. God does not merely exist, difference does not quite exist. God is ineffable the way Plato's agathon is ineffable, beyond being, whereas difference is like the atheological ineffability of Plato's kara, beneath being, kara, 30/on, 96. If Derrida admires the discursive resources of negative theology, he begs to differ with it insofar as negative theology turns out, upon analysis, to be actually a higher way to trump language and representation, to jump out of the skin of difference and the trace, by means of a hyperbeing which exceeds our powers to speak or name it. So when the negative theologian, falling upon our breast and looking up to heaven, sighs that she cannot name or say a thing about God, she also knows, in secret, even if she knows by unknowing, that if we call the Vatican guards on her, she has 11. An answer. Way down deep, negative theologians know what they are talking about, they have not entirely lost their way or their balance, they are not destined errant. 12. Their experience is so deep and powerful that it overwhelms the frailty of language, of the faculties, i.e., of representations, i.e., of the chain of differential marks. Thus conceived, the God of negative theology is a transcendental signified, the dream of being without difference, of being outside the text, outside the general text, outside the play of traces. As a hyperagiology, negative theology drops anchor, hits bottom, lodges itself securely in pure presence and the transcendental signified, every bit as much as any positive onto theology, and in a certain sense more so. Its difference from cataphatic or onto theology, from metaphysics, lies in claiming to touch bottom not by means of representational thinking, of concepts and discursive reasoning, but by leaving all such representational paraphernalia and parerga in the vestibule and entering into a wordless, imageless, timeless inner sanctum of the temple, into a still point of unity in the very heart of God, a point where God's ground and the soul's ground are one. Far from providing a deconstruction of the metaphysics of presence, negative theology crowns the representations of metaphysics with the jewel of pure presence, and affects in a still higher way, eminenti or modo, the triumph of presence over representation. In one of its voices, its most authoritative, negative theology is a still more effective way that presence has found to trump representation. To that extent, deconstruction is its nemesis. But that does not have the effect of leveling or raising negative theology, but rather of liberating negative theology from the Greek metaphysics of presence in which it is enmeshed and forcing it to come up with a better story about itself than the hyperagiological one that it has inherited not from the Bible but from Neoplatonism. The deconstruction of theology, positive or negative, consists in allowing difference its say or sway, allowing difference to inscribe and exceed negative theology without return, MDP, 6/MOP, 6. The deconstruction of theology recommits theology to the grammatological flux from whence negative theology would take its leave. The last thing that could be claimed in deconstruction is that one has reached the point of ineffability, of silent union, beyond words and concepts, with the One. It would always be too late to say that. If Derrida is fascinated by the syntactics, pragmatics, and rhetoric of this discourse that is driven, sparked, and solicited by the impossible, it is because it arises from a certain shattering, a breakdown of conventional discursive resources, but one that cannot, in virtue of difference, be understood as something utterly non-linguistic. For Derrida, negative theology is an event within language, something happening to language, a certain trembling or fluctuation of language. That is why the effect of negative theology is always so verbal and verbose, so grammatological, and why these lovers of wordlessness are so X's. 12. Civilly wordy, why Meister Eckhart, for example, was one of the greatest preachers of the day and one of the founders of the German language, there at the creation, Invention, of modern Deutsch. Derrida wants to hold the hand of negative theology to the fire of its word, to the word that it does not know what is happening, that it is exposed to something elusive, amorphous, undeterminable, sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, Parags, 25, so that one is not sure whether this is God, or Ilya, or a bit of indigestion. Then, instead of having a hyperagiological answer up her sleeve, the negative theologian would find herself asking with Augustine, "What do I love when I love my God?" To lend a Derridian ear to negative theology is, in my view, to be led to the doors of faith, which negative theology tends to leave at the door. Faith is a certain resolve to hold on by one's teeth, to put one's hand to the plow, to push on in the midst of the grammatological flux, to repeat forward, to say we today knowing that this must be repeated later on tonight, and then again tomorrow morning, again and again, we, which is why monastic prayers were hourly. Reread in the light of deconstruction, negative theology has next to nothing to do with a supercharged, hyperagiological experience, which is I think not an invention de l'autre but a flat-out invention of Neoplatonism. 13. Armed neutrality. In order to see how deconstruction is deeply affirmative, how it loves the name of God, we must first clarify that there is thus something importantly, if provisionally, neutral about difference. 14 The quasi-transcendental work of difference is to establish the conditions which make possible our beliefs and our practices, our traditions and our institutions, and no less to make them impossible, which means to see to it that they do not affect closure, to keep them open so that something new or different may happen. A transcendental condition is a sufficient and enabling condition, a quasi-transcendental condition is insufficient and equi-disabling, seeing that the effect that it makes possible is also made unstable. Difference supplies a condition under which something is constituted or constructible and at the same time through and through deconstructible. Difference is a groundless ground that founds and unfounds languages, vocabularies, institutions, systems, theories, laws, artworks, theologies, religions, practices, whatever you need, showing how they are both possible and impossible, useful up to a point but chastened by a sense of their insufficiency. Transcendental conditions nail things down, pin them in place, inscribe them firmly within rigorously demarcated horizons. Quasi-transcendental conditions allow them to slip loose, to twist free from their surrounding. 13. Horizons, to leak and run off, to exceed or overflow their margins. The problem in a transcendental philosophy is how to establish communication across the borders. The problem in a quasi-transcendental philosophy is how to keep things from running into each other and contaminating everything. But a quasi-transcendental condition is a condition of or for entities, not an entity itself, a condition under which things appear, but too poor and impoverished, too unkingly, to dictate what there is or what there is not, lacking the power to bring what is not into being, lacking the authority to prohibit something from being. So difference describes the possibility and the impossibility of a language that addresses God, of positive, onto theological languages, like that of Thomas Aquinas, and the extraordinary languages of mystical theologians like John of the Cross, of mystical poets like Angelicile Suze, with all their paradoxes and paralogisms, detours and dissonances. Difference describes the languages of faith and prayer which, as Derrida's work evolves, prove to be not just particular examples of language, but exemplary uses that exceed linguistic categorization and tend to coincide with language itself, to become the very yes, or amen, of language to what is happening. That is why deconstruction is not ultimately neutral. Even so, difference describes the possibility and impossibility of the language in which God is cold-heartedly denied by Hume or Bertrand Russell, excoriated by Nietzsche for all of his failings, or brushed off with a shrug by Rorty, who does not see why we need bother to talk like that. Difference is altogether too meager and poor a thing to settle the question of God, as if there were only one question instead of a mise en abîme of questions spreading out in every direction. God has not been waiting from all eternity for difference to come into the world to settle his affairs, or hers. Difference does not settle the God question one way or the other. In fact, the point is to unsettle it. 15. To make it more difficult, by showing that, even as we love the name of God, we must still ask what it is we love. One of the smarter things Nietzsche said about God is that atheism too represents the ascetic ideal, which is the desire to pin things down, to put them firmly in their place. Difference will lead us up to a point, to be discussed below, of endless translatability and substitutability, to the point of what Derrida calls exemplarism, where we do not know what is an example of what, where things become unervingly open-ended. The effect of allowing difference its 2 cents is disturbing and subversive, for monotheists, atheists, and pantheists, for believers as well as unbelievers, for scientists as well as philologists, for sense-denkers as well as psychoanalysts. For difference makes or should make, this is part of the ethics of deconstruction. Theists worry about what we affirm when we affirm our God, even as it makes the atheist worry about what is denied when God is being denied. For there are idols of belief and of unbelief, graven images being affirmed and denied every day. If the offer 14. Mation of God is liable to the surgings of resentment or fear, the denial of God is liable to denial pure and simple, the denial of something that is not God and that is well denied. But do not expect difference to settle these disputes. Difference has not come to bring peace but the two-edged sword of undecidability. That is why I am unhappy with Mark Taylor's first, interesting, and innovative adaptation of Derrida, early on, in Erring, in which he too closely assimilated Derrida to the theology of the death of God. 16. Taylor starts off on the right foot by saying that he wants to write an A/theology to stay on the slash, to write in the difference between theism and atheism, if these are stable, firm, upright positions. He situates himself within the crucial Derridian gesture of undecidability, inasmuch as it is not the business of difference to show either that there is or is not a God, but only how much trouble we have bought for ourselves once we venture out into the troubled waters of judgment and decision about God or anything else. The problem with erring is that it is insufficiently apparetic, that it allows itself to be led straight down the path, pariah, inerrantly I would say, of the death of God, fully equipped with a grand reset in terms of which the Gottesstaat is announced. According to this tall tale, the transcendent God of Christianity pitches his tent under the immanent spirit of Hegel, which becomes in turn the divine man of Feuerbach, which releases the first age of the death of God. Then differencier sacred écriture sent into the world to release an even more radically non-humanistic atheism by stamping out the last remnants of the old God, man himself, leaving no trace of God or man behind. In the final scene, God has become a creature with nothing left over. The sacred scripture has become all there is of the sacred itself, God as glyph, hieroglyph. Erring does not stay on the slash of undecidability but makes a reductionist decision against God, thereby reducing the ambiguity of a genuine A/theology and turning difference against God. But that version of deconstruction is undone by deconstruction itself, which refuses such closure, such exclusions, and such clean sweeps. The provisional neutrality of difference is not a neutral neutrality but, to take up Kierkegaard's wonderful expression, an armed neutrality, which means that it is even-handedly antagonistic to all claims of existence or non-existence, that it views them all with a certain alarm and suspicion. It plays no favorites when existence claims are afoot, but gives all parries to the dispute an equally hard time. Deconstruction shows the limits under which discourse labors when someone says something to someone about something, hermeneia. Difference is neutral by being uniformly nasty about letting vocabularies establish their credentials and get set in place, as if they really were making good in some strong sense on their claims. Its neutrality lies in its unremitting and unbiased antagonism, which does not single out theologians for particular abuse but which is equally hostile. 15. To all ontological claims, across the board. Deconstruction is, for example, just as inhospitable to empiricists and phenomenologists who talk about the perceptual world as it is to theologians, for there never really was perception, no pure, pre-linguistic experience. Perception, too, like the old God, is the dream of presence without difference, VP 116/SP 103. Such armed neutrality is not, however, aimed at locking us inside a chain of signifiers but at making us think twice about claiming that our discourse has accomplished what it set out to do. This is rather like the trouble that God, who is clearly on the side of the deconstructor and the disseminator, gave the Shemites who wanted to build a famous tower in Babel, Psi 218/did 184, and rather like Kahileth who warned us about the vanity of vanities, Ecl 1:2, i.e., of our constituted effects. Deconstruction throws a scare into our discourse, questions the too tall prestige of the towers of reference, of the self-importance of meaning, but without simply destroying meaning and reference themselves. Deconstruction creates a salutary distrust in the power of language to do what it says it is doing, along with providing an account of how language accomplishes what it does manage to do. But all of this, it cannot be repeated too often, takes place with the idea of keeping things open to something new. The notion that deconstruction denies reference and locks us inside a prison house of signifiers, in a kind of linguistic subjective idealism that leaves us unable to do anything but play vainly with linguistic strings, is a particularly perverse one, given the dynamics and motivations of deconstruction. For deconstruction sees itself as a pact with the tout autre, with the promise of the different, an alliance with the advent, the event, of the invention of ALTE writing. What an odd result for a philosophy intent on the invention of the other, what an unkind fate to visit upon a philosophy whose every effort is bent upon welcoming the other, like Elijah knocking at the door. Were this absurd charge true, Derrida's work would surely be of no use for understanding biblical faith and tradition or any faith or tradition, or science, or law or architecture or literature or anything else. PDS, 227-28/points, 213-15, since it would make nonsense out of the interpretation of classical texts and the articulation of shared beliefs. In fact, what is interesting about deconstruction lies in exactly the opposite tendency of this misunderstanding, in the special skills it has cultivated in awakening us to the demands made by the other. This has interesting and provocative implications for theological reflection, a point largely lost in the midst of the ill-conceived and panicky reactions the name of Derrida provokes among the good and the just. This misunderstanding of deconstruction, which even supposes that the very idea of misunderstanding deconstruction is undermined by deconstruction, is often the result of too hastily construing the texts of a difficult, elusive, and playful author. But this distortion of Derrida is not without political significance, for it is frequently attached to a reactionary 16. Political agenda which vigorously opposes the efforts of women, homosexuals, and ethnic minorities to have their voices heard, in the academy and in the church. In the world of Anglo-American philosophy, it arises from the hegemonic agenda of the analytic establishment, which has succeeded in making philosophy tedious and culturally irrelevant, and which feels threatened by a style of thinking which, to say the least, analytic philosophers have denounced but simply have not read. 17. Allow me here to make a point that by now should be superfluous. Derrida's justly famous, but unjustly notorious, declaration, "There is nothing outside the text, ilny apata or text," DLG, 227-28/OG, 158, has been widely interpreted as a denial of reference, as if Derrida thinks there is nothing other than words and texts. That, were it construed as a metaphysical claim, would constitute a sort of linguistic Berkeleyanism, which is incoherent on its face. Texts are, after all, material objects in whose materiality graphic spacing, copyrights, the power of publishers, etc. Derrida takes great interest. Alternatively, and somewhat less absurdly, Derrida is taken to advocate a vague subjectivistic skepticism, according to which signifiers are seen as leading only to other signifiers, leaving in doubt the character of anything outside of signifiers, anything real or really other, and leaving us in a cloud of confusion, a paralysis of undecidability and inaction. One way to see the error here, a serious, stupefying, and apparently indestructible misunderstanding, Miscu, 108, he may be excused, I think, for his impatience with this stupidity, is to see that it conflates the or of or text with the other of language, with the referent or and significatum. For while there is nothing which, for Derrida, would escape the constraints of textuality, it is no less true that everything that Derrida has written has been directed toward the other of language, toward the alterity by which language is claimed 18. It is totally false to suggest that deconstruction is a suspension of reference. Deconstruction is always deeply concerned with the other of language. I never cease to be surprised by critics who see my work as a declaration that there is nothing beyond language, that we are imprisoned in language. It is, in fact, saying the exact opposite. The critique of logocentrism is above all else the search for the other and the other of language. Every week I receive critical commentaries and studies on deconstruction which operate on the assumption that what they call post-structuralism amounts to saying that there is nothing beyond language, that we are submerged in words and other stupidities, my emphasis of that sort. Certainly, deconstruction tries to show that the question of reference is much more complex and problematic than traditional theories supposed. It even asks whether our term reference is entirely adequate for designating the other. The other, which is beyond language and which summons language, is perhaps not a referent in the normal sense which linguists have attached to this term, but to distance. 17. Oneself thus from the habitual structure, to challenge or complicate our common assumptions about it, does not amount to saying that there is nothing beyond language. This primitive misunderstanding is motivated by political and ideological reasons, Miscu, 109. So again a political coefficient. This misinterpretation is symptomatic of certain political and institutional interests. I totally refuse the label of nihilism. Deconstruction is not an enclosure in nothingness, but an openness towards the other. Deconstruction means to complicate reference, not to deny it. It insists that there is no reference without difference, no reference, outside of a textual chain, or text. It argues that the range of reference of a term is set by its place within a systemic code, that its reference is both made possible and delimited by the space that it occupies within quasi-systems of difference, linguistic, social, political, economic, etc. Deconstruction wants to trouble the expression reference as an excessively subjectivistic term which overestimates the ego cogito of the speaking subject while underestimating the power of the systems within which the speaker operates. 19. This delimitation of reference is motivated not by subjectivism or skepticism but by a kind of hypersensitivity to otherness, by a profound vigilance about the other of language and of the possibility of something different, something impossible. Derrida is constantly alerting us to the constructedness of what we call the reality of the extralinguistic, and he is relentlessly, let us say, Socratically suspicious of the prestige of the ruling discourse, of the system of exclusions that is put in place when a language claims to be the language of reality itself, when a language is taken to be what being itself would say were it given a tongue. Every claim to the things themselves is a claim made within and by means of the resources of certain semi-systems, linguistic and otherwise, situated within the framework of a complex set of contextual presuppositions which can never be saturated. There are no things themselves outside these textual and contextual limits, no naked contact with being which somehow shakes loose of the coded system which makes notions like the things themselves possible to begin with and which enables speakers to refer to them and indeed to get themselves in heat about their access to them. But all this is said not in order to lock the speaker up in a linguistic prison, but out of a hypersensitivity to the other of language. This other is not reducible to language nor is it something which can shake loose from language as if it fell full-blown and wholly constituted from the sky. As a work of delimitation, of understanding the limits under which we labor, deconstruction is a new enlightenment, DDP, 496/PR, 19, points, 400, which raises our level of vigilance about what calls itself. 18. Meaning or reference, subjectivity or objectivity or truth, tradition, or ethics. The impetus and the point of all such work is never destructive, never aimed at simply leveling or raising these structures. The point of deconstruction is to loosen and unlock structures, to let the shock of alterity set them in motion, to allow them to function more freely and inventively, to produce new forms, and above all to say yes, we, to something whose coming eye hath not seen nor ear heard. Deconstruction gives old texts new readings, old traditions new twists. It urges that regularizing structures and normalizing institutions everything from literature to democracy function more freely, more open-endedly. Deconstruction exposes them to the trauma of something unexpected, something to come, of the tout autre which remains ever on the margins of texts and traditions, which eludes and elicits our discourse, which shakes and solicits our institutions. Deconstruction warns against letting a discursive tradition close over or shut down, silence or exclude. I do not mean to suggest that deconstruction is the doing of a cunning and powerful subjective deconstructive agent, some secret agent or detective Derrida. Rather, in a deconstructive analysis, one lets it be seen that the discourse in question is a whitened sepulchre which thanks God that it is not like the rest of discourse, that it lacks the very cohesiveness and closure to which it lays claim, that it is not what it says it is. But by letting this out, one points to something there, in these systems, which struggles to twist free of the system. The watchword of deconstruction, one of them at least, is the open-ended call vines. Come, let something new come. Seen thus, deconstruction is not the sworn enemy of faith or religious institutions, but it can cause a lot of well-deserved trouble to a faith or an institution that has frozen over into immobility. Deconstruction is a way to let faith function more adventfully, with an enhanced sense of advent and event, gladdened by the good news of alterity by which we are always and already summoned. Beyond that, deconstruction is itself a form of faith, a faith in the veins, a hope in what is coming, one which says we are always a little blind and it is necessary to believe. 2. Faut croire. The armed neutrality of difference makes it plain that there is no built-in brief against religion, faith, or God in deconstruction, a point about which I think Kevin Hart is especially helpful. The tendency among Derrida's commentators, Hart rightly argues, has been to make deconstruction safe for secularism by stationing a ring of formidable secularist hermeneutic guards around the texts such as Freud and, above all, Nietzsche. They would saturate Derrida's horizons with secularism and insist that deconstruction's rejection of the transcendental signified means the death of God, as if the little indifference spells the end of religion, God, and faith. 19. In fact, however, all that deconstruction tells against are the totalizing tendencies of theological discourse, theology's tendency to think that it has hit upon pure presence without representation, which is the same complaint that deconstruction would have about secularism or naturalism, about any totalizing tendency. Theology has hardly cornered the market on totalization. If there is any totalizing going on here, Hart points out, it is among the secularist commentators on Derrida who would forbid the contamination or infestation 20 of good secular academic goods such as deconstruction with God. As Hart so nicely quips, such academics would be scandalized to see the little letter of difference end up being delivered at the door of the Chicago Divinity School. 21. Secularizing deconstructionists, Hart says, want to still the oscillation in acriture between writing and scripture, to sanitize deconstruction, to draw a rigid border around Derrida, in order to keep deconstruction decidedly safe from religious infiltration and subversion. But, as Hart says, the atheistic reading of deconstruction is itself open to deconstruction. The point is, Hart says, that whatever Derrida's authorial intentions, even if Derrida himself has a heart of stone when it comes to religion, even if Jacques Derrida is rightly taken to be an atheist, acriture cannot help signifying both writing and scripture. Hence, even if Derrida were personally antagonistic to religion, which he is not, he is a man of prayers and tears, and he has his own religion. The conversation between religion and deconstruction, as Hart points out, would belong to that relationship in Derrida's texts between what he commands and cannot command, DLG, 227/OG, 158.22. Indeed, as we shall show below, over and beyond its armed neutrality, the point of difference, far from destroying faith, is to lead us up to faith, even to the blindness of faith, sans savoir, which is the argument of Memoirs of the Blind, to what is called in Cinders the passion of non-knowing, that is, of faith, Cinders, 75. Deconstruction shows what God and a perceptual object have in common, that they are each effects of a certain faith, and that they differ from each other as different forms of faith, with different protocols, discursive resources, and motivations. In deconstruction, God and a perceptual object do not differ from each other as the uncertain from the certain, or the fictitious from the verifiable, empiricism, or the really real from the apparent, Platonism, etc. The undecidability that befalls our beliefs and practices in virtue of difference is not the last word, but the first. For difference is a certain sort of quasi-condition of all our choices and judgments, which must thereby take the form of a faith, a bit of a leap, with the proviso that leaps of faith differ in terms of their motivations and legitimations, that we are better off making some leaps than others. Clearly, it is not to the disadvantage of religion and theology to show that faith is an omnivalent, ubiquitous condition. 20. 2. Dreaming the impossible dream. Derrida and Levinas on the impossible. If Derrida thinks that the surcharge of surreal hyperagiological being dreams the dream of pure presence without difference, does that imply that something that would be plainly and simply absolutely other is plainly impossible? Now this is a delicate point about which we must be clear because, as we have seen, Derrida is not against dreams, is not against the impossible, and is not against the tout autre. Far from it. Everything in deconstruction, we are contending, turns on a passion for the impossible, on setting a place at the table for the tout autre, which is the impossible. So some distinctions are in order, and we have to get straight this talk of the impossible, or we risk missing everything deconstruction desires. The problem of the impossible also goes to the heart of Derrida's relationship to Levinas, and it would be helpful at this point to examine Derrida's early negotiations with negative theology in tandem with Derrida's first encounter, over 30 years ago, with Levinas, CFPDS, 278-79/points, 263-64. For like the negative theologian, Levinas too advances the idea of the absolutely holy other, El Infini, which is utterly exterior to and shatters the limits of our horizons. Indeed, Derrida's earliest delimitation of negative theology occurs in the context of his first and justly famous essay on Levinas, Violence and Metaphysics. If we pause over this subtle essay, we will get a surer sense of what Derrida makes of negative theology and, more importantly, of the impossible. Derrida felt called upon to respond in the name of the two Greeks named Husserl and Heidegger to the provocation made by the messianic eschatology of Levinas, ed. 123/we, 83. Levinas charged them with the violence of submitting the other, autrui, to anticipatory horizons that confine the other within the same, that alter and compromise the other's alterity, submitting the other in advance to the violence of a horizon of expectation. But what Levinas calls the positive infinity of the infinitely other is, according to Derrida, unthinkable, impossible, unutterable. Perhaps, Derrida adds, Levinas calls us toward this unthinkable, impossible, unutterable beyond, traditions, being and logos, ed. 168/WD, 114. That may be, Derrida responds at once in italics, which the English translation suppresses, but if so, that is not something one would be able either to say or think, as we have just done. This difficulty saying something it cannot say is the one in which both Levinas and negative theology find themselves. But Levinas cannot avail himself of the classical recourse of which negative theology avails itself in this situation, which is to renounce language as a foreign medium. He has already given up the best weapon, disdain of discourse, ed. 170/WD, 116. This would not be a problem for a classical infinitism of the Cartesian type, ed. 21. 169/WD, 115, but it is so for Levinas, who holds that language is the very point of encounter bonjour, with infinity, with the holy other. Like Derrida, Levinas is committed in advance to the trace, and the attempt to efface the trace is for both a mistake, and impossible. Cf. ed. 219/WD, 147-48. So we have two parallel but instructively different impossibilities and aporias. 1. Absolute heterology. As long as Levinas affirms language and commits himself to the trace, he cannot affirm a positive, infinite alterity, for that would wipe language out without a trace, would efface the trace without remainder. 2. Hyperagiology. As long as negative theology affirms intuitive unity with a positive, infinite alterity, it cannot avail itself of language, for language would compromise its intuition, but it is already too late, and negative theology does not know how not to speak. Now there is an interesting chiasmic effect in Derrida's debate, if it is one, with Levinas. Derrida's objections, if he has any, ed. 125/WD, 84, against Levinas, as Robert Bernasconi and Simon Critchley have shown, appear to have forced Levinas to refine his views and to develop the distinction within language between le dit and le dire in autrement tu être, ou au-delà de l'essence. Beginning with totality and infinity itself, Levinas had long conceded the necessity to betray whatever he might say, which was to concede from the start that he was in a certain impossible situation. By the same token, Derrida repeatedly warns us in this essay that, all appearances to the contrary, he is not objecting to Levinas's views, and that the legitimacy of Levinas's provocation of Greek philosophy does not seem to us any less radical, ed. 195/WD, 133. The upshot of this is that the delimitation of Levinas recoils on Derrida, who can agree that, once Levinas's position is properly delimited, once one has faced up, if I may say so, to the necessity of an archiviolence, of the play of difference, then the impossible is just what deconstruction is all about, so that, properly delimited, Derrida can never find anything to disagree with in Levinas. 23 Over and beyond any debate about the proper exegesis of Husserl's literal ambitions in the fifth meditation, this interpellation of the Greek by the non-Greek, this opening that is opened up in Greek philosophy, this questioning of philosophy on the part of philosophy's other, which by hypothesis, ed. 226/WD, 152, we may call Judaism, could not be more necessary, ed. 195-96/WD, 133. Just what this proper delimitation amounts to becomes clear in Derrida's defense of Husserl and Heidegger, which consists in showing that if you remove the anteriorities that Husserl and Heidegger put in place, the tout autre will no longer be tout autre, that it will reduce to a simple logical contradiction, which is an outcome that Levinas himself would very much regret. That means that the tout autre, per impossibile, requires a lot of preparation in advance, that a long and difficult advent is needed to prepare for this invention, and deconstruction is the preparation for the tout autre. The 22. Complex transcendental intermediation elaborated by Husserl in the fifth meditation, which is all very Greek, the tortured argument about the reduction to the sphere of ownness, the work of transcendental pairing and analogical apperception, is an elaborate gesture of respect for the other, without which ethical respect would be impossible. Husserl's notion of perception, far from compromising the tout autre, positively preserves the other ego from direct perception, shelters the alterity of the other by putting the other off limits to intuition. The transcendence of the other positively demands that the orlevness of the other be inaccessible to my perception, otherwise the other's experience would be mine and her otherness undermined, ed. 182/WD, 124. Furthermore, in order to save the alterity of the other, it is necessary to insist that the other be the same, so that if the other were different, not an ego, it would not be tout autre. Whatever ethical dissymmetry between the self and the other Levinas has uncovered can only be protected by a prior transcendental symmetry, ed. 185/WD, 126. According to the paradoxical grammar and logic of an alter ego, which has to do with the alterity of a fellow human being, the otherness of something different, a mere thing or object, would not be nearly so other. So the other is absolutely other only if the other is the same, ed. 187/WD, 127. Otherwise the other will be less transcendent, not more, an animal or a thing, for example, the tout autre will make no sense, and no ethics would be possible, ed. 202/WD, 138. If we have not adequately prepared ourselves in advance for the shock of alterity, the alter, instead of shocking us, will just pass us by without a ripple. What Derrida shows then is that the tout autre comes, but it comes relative to a horizon of expectation which it shocks and sets back on its heels, instead of confirming and reinforcing this horizon in its complacency. The alter ego comes with a certain optimal alterity, neither too great, positively infinite, nor too small, more of the same. The tout autre is tout autre only up to a point, there are limits. The incoming of the other occurs within a field of perception which it resists, which resistance, forcing as it does a merely approximating perception, constitutes its transcendence. Its transcendence is the transcendence of the other person, different from me, let us say, but not different than me, a field of novelty and surprise within a preggiven horizon of perception. That would constitute what might be called, given certain constraints, an absolute surprise, so long as that means an absolute surprise relative to what we were expecting. In order to be overtaken by something we were not ready for, Elijah, for example, we have to be ready. That notion is what Derrida will later on adopt under the name of the impossible, of the incoming of the tout autre, the excess or breach that exceeds and shocks our expectation, which thereby depends upon anticipatory expectations and preggiven horizons that had been set too low or within too narrow a tolerance. 24. The impossible is opposed to something. 23. That is impossible, simpliciter, the nonsense of something absolutely absolute or some absolutely plenitudinous and positive infinity that is infinitely other, which is senseless and incoherent, inasmuch as infinite and other are already traces, ed. 168/WD, 114. So let us give up the dream of pure nonviolence, of an alderity that is not somehow or other inscribed within the trace, but precisely in order to keep the dream of the alderity of the tout autre alive. So there are dreams and there are dreams, and Derrida would never dream of doing away with all dreams, would never dream of doing away with a passion for the impossible. On the contrary, he has found it necessary to deny the dream of pure nonviolence, which is an impossible dream, in order to make room for the dream of the tout autre, which is the dream of the impossible, the dream of the emergence of something different, something that disturbs the sleep of the rule of the same, something shocking, provocative, evocative, tout autre. For the trace makes the other possible and impossible, allowing a shock to the system of the same that forces the same, possible, open and opens it to a difference it did not expect or see coming, the impossible. The dream of pure nonviolence is too violent, it would be a breach of speech, history, and phenomenality that would, moreover, put the rest of us at risk, ed. 218/WD 146-47. But dispelling that dream opens the way to a new dream, to dreaming otherwise, with a passion for the impossible. At the end of this brilliant study, Derrida makes a remark that virtually forecasts the future and chiasmic course of his own work and that of Levinas by suggesting this rehabilitation, or delimitation, of the impossible, in the direction of the later notion of the impossible. Levinas, he says, has foreseen this whole line of argument against totality and infinity, he was ready, he was not taken by surprise, he is resigned to betraying his own intentions in his philosophical discourse, ed. 224/WD, 151, which is of course the tack that Levinas took up in Otherwise Than Being, having first announced it at the end of the preface to Totality and Infinity. Now what Levinas is clearly not resigned to is having his views shown to be false on their face, or even incoherent. He is not resigned to a notion of the other which does not protect its alderity, which exposes the other to being taken and treated as a thing or an animal or an unsin. But he is resigned to a higher order betrayal, a certain hyper-betrayal, to saying something that comes unstuck as soon as it's said, because of the objectification and thematization to which it is subjected. Bethought old nemesis philosophy, Greek philosophy, a redundancy, according to Heidegger. Levinas has a passion and a dream. He is dreaming of something that only barely peeks through the crevices of philosophy, dreaming the impossible dream of a purely heterological thought, a pure thought of pure difference, a thought that negates itself, a trace that effaces itself, in order to let the other be. That is a dream that would go under the name of a pure empiricism, or pure experience of the other, which is non-fi. 24. Philosophy's dream of what the world is like before philosophy arrives on the scene or after philosophy would take its leave, would dose up its shop, and let the things themselves speak for themselves. Now since a pure experience of the other must be my experience or it is no experience at all, neither of the same nor of the other, that is purely impossible, and the dream must vanish at daybreak, as soon as language awakens, ed. 224/WD, 151. But again the rejoinder, Levinas is resigned to this. There is nothing you can say to which he is not resigned. But that is not quite true. Levinas's resignation has its limits, he is resigned, not to denying the experience of alderity or rendering it incoherent, but to betraying it by saying it, as in negative theology, with the difference that he cannot opt for silent commerce with the other but has to find a solution to his aporia within language. What this comes down to for Derrida, I think, is this. Levinas shows that nothing can so profoundly solicit the Greek logos philosophith than this eruption of the tout outre, ed. 226/WD, 152. What we are to learn from Levinas is solicitation, which means a shocking of the horizons, a passage to the limits, a jarring loose of the same, an opening up of enclosing surroundings. That means the tout outre is not some sort of being in itself on the other side of the horizon, the being there, etre là, of some absolute outside, some absolute exteriority, something absolutely other in the la land of absolute alterity, a sort of subsistent alterity or exteriority. The tout outre is a shock to the system in place, an inside/outside transgressive alteration that modifies the same, that alters it instead of confirming it in its complacency. But if that event is to take place, then the horizons to be shocked, the limits to be trespassed, the frontiers to be crossed, the same to be jarred loose, the enclosure to be opened, along with the readiness to be surprised, all of that must be in place, must antedate, must anticipate and prepare for the incoming arrival. Now that arrival, that incoming invention is an arrival of which we may dream, and that dream does not vanish at daybreak when language awakens, because that is a dream within language, a dream which language itself dreams, a dream dreamed by the trace, by the veins and the we which are traces, which dreams that something different may take place, may eventuate, the dream of the event of an invention to come. The trace makes this taking place possible, prepares the way for the impossible. The passion for the impossible takes place within the trace. Shall we call this tout outre that stuns philosophy's complacent conceptuality Judaism while calling philosophy Greek? Ironically, Levinas's own views in this matter, as I will argue elsewhere, surrender too much to philosophy's conceptual appetite. Levinas thinks, in the most amazing Eurocentrism of the same, that Greek logos is, as he says in Difficult Liberty, the medium of all comprehension and of all understanding in which all 25. Truth is reflected, cf. ed. 226/WD, 152. In emphasizing this Greek side of the equation, in emphasizing what Levinas is resigned to, Derrida says that Greece is prepared for any surprise, however Jewish, that in Plato's Epikenetes, and in the notion of heteros in Plato's Sophist, Greek philosophy has protected itself forever against every absolutely surprising convocation, ajamais. Tout. ed. 227/WD, 153. That would mean we all end up Greek after all, that you can't take philosophy absolutely by surprise. We would all come hurtling back to Philo-Judaeus translating the God of the prophets into Greek, and everything in Judaism will have been translated into Greek, even when we shock Greece with the trauma of Yahweh. About that, I think, Levinas is fundamentally mistaken, surprisingly far too philosophical, far too Greek, and he will hate this for too Heideggerian. Levinas seems to me to swing wildly between extremes. After protesting too much on behalf of the tout outre, Levinas concedes too much to philosophy, as if Plato's Epikenetes or the form of heteros in the Sophist had anything to do with the widows and orphans and strangers of prophetic faith, with the compassionate Lord of Amos who wanted nothing more than to let justice flow like water over the widow, the orphan, and the stranger, as if the blind and mute Agathon, the unfeeling and faceless Platonic progenitor of entity and knowledge, an unseeing sun, not an eye or a heart, had anything anything at all to do with Yahweh, whom any good Jew would call Abba. But about that, more later, I promise. Are we Jews? Are we Greeks? Derrida asks. We live in the difference between the two, he acutely responds, which is perhaps the unity of what is called history, ed. 227/WD, 153. But for Derrida, history is not the reconciliation of this difference, as in Hegel, or the translation of the Hebrew into Greek, which is the surprise Levinas has in store for us. For Derrida, history is a field of transgression, of the solicitation of boundaries, the crossing of borders, the paragonally of bounded works, the possibility of something different, all of which loosens the soil for something tout autre, which is coming, which is the substance of our passion, of the passion of history. Shall we call the tout autre God? To be sure, but that is not an answer, it is the stuff of another question. For if we say, as one does in theology, that the tout autre is God, we then must ask, with Augustine, what do I love when I love my God? It is not within deconstruction's jurisdiction to determine the tout autre further, because deconstruction has no jurisdiction, is not a neo-Kantian court. Everything about deconstruction requires that we let the tout autre tremble in undecidability, in an endless, open-ended, interminable, undecidable transtatability, or substitutability, or exemplarity, where we are at a loss to say what is an example of what is a translation of what. That open-ended, disseminative undecidability is the space of history, which a good Jew like Levinas should not be so quick. 26. To write off as an Hegelianism, ed. 220/WD, 148, no more than it is very Jewish of him to privilege speech over writing, ed. 151-52/WD, 102. But once again, I hasten to add, the point of deconstruction is not to let us all hang out to dry, twisting slowly in the winds of indecision while Rome or, more pertinently, Jerusalem burns, but to mark off the place of the trace within which each of us must decide for herself what is going on, and what is coming down. The point of undecidability is not apathy and impassivity, like a Hellenistic unmoved mover, but the prick of passion, which is a little more Jewish. What interests Derrida about both Levinas and negative theology is that both are discourses on the limit, on the passage de frontieras, on the transgressiveness of tout autre, le pas au-delà, on the extremes to which discourse is driven when it is addressed by that which comes as other than anything of which discourse can dream, as impossible, as the impossible, as a dream, as more than a dream. What does this dream desire? What desires so to dream? What is the tout autre? Is it Greek? Is it Jewish? What is coming? Gene sais pas. Il faut croire. MDA, 130/MB, 129. Veins. We. 3. Affirmation at the limits. How not to speak. Yahweh. Yahweh spricht nur immer ja, Angela Silsus quipped, multilingually. 25. Yahweh always says only yes. Yahweh means, pace Nietzsche, God love him, something affirmative, and beyond that, affirmation itself, I am, Yah, Hebrew, yes, Ja, German. I am affirmation at the limits, a limitless affirmation of the impossible, tout autre. What shall he say if the people ask for the name of God? Moses asks the Lord God. God said to Moses, I am yes. He said further, thus shall you say to the Israelites, I am yes has sent me to you. The impossible, the incoming. Exodus 3:14, Enriquez ISV. The voice of negative theology, one of them, for it has severalis deeply, resoundingly affirmative. We. That is why, some 20 years later, Derrida finds himself revisited by, negative theology, asked to take it up again, really for the first time, since the very first time, early on, was for the most part a promissory note to take it up again, later on. The first time was too negative, too brief, elliptical, and dilatory, Sci. 539/DNT, 77. No, difference is not God and deconstruction is not negative theology. That is a merely provisional. 27. Way of taking up the question, too cautious and dispassionate, too concerned with dissociating deconstruction from hyperagiology. That misses the sharp tip of deconstruction's desire, of its passion, and hence of deconstruction's abiding, affirmative interest in negative theology. For negative theology is nothing negative, no more than deconstruction itself, but rather, just like deconstruction itself, is a deeply affirmative eruption, from the depths, de profundis, as the Jewish psalmist sings, in Latin, a passion for the impossible, for trespassing and transgression. Deconstruction is driven by a movement of hyper, ultra, odella, uber, which will precipitate discourse or, first of all, existence. This precipitation is their passion, Soph. 73/on, 64. So the next time, in two provocative pieces, in Jerusalem, 1986, How Not to Speak, Denials, and then again in Soph el-Enam, 1993, Derrida takes up another voice of negative theology, outside its hyperagiological voice. In its other tone, negative theology gives voice to a desire, and responds to an address, that is visited upon us all, even those who rightly pass for atheists, thus constituting a generalized apophatics that is of general interest. That is why he cannot avoid speaking of negative theology. 26. Next time, next year, in Jerusalem. Then we will talk of Yahweh, of how not to speak of the Most High, how to avoid naming the unamiable. Not quite. For a lecture held in Jerusalem about the unnamability of God, this address is singularly silent about the great negative theological traditions of Judaism and Islam and about Derrida's own Jewish Arab provenance. How not to speak is a massive act of not speaking, of evading the topic, La chose meme, in which Derrida avoids speaking of Jews and Arabs and, in so doing, of himself, Sci. 562-63/DNT, 100, Sci. 585/DNT, 122. Derrida has too frequently allowed the question of the tout autre to be co-opted by Christian Neoplatonism. For the question of what Yahweh spricht has a more deeply Jewish and hence a more personal sense, with roots that go all the way back to the streets of Elbyre, his childhood home, evoking a more Jewish scene, and a certain Jewish Augustine who speaks of my God and my religion. Despite this silence, or in fact because of it, he writes, this is the most autobiographical piece he has ever risked. That it is hardly autobiographical at all is just what is so autobiographical about it, however obliquely, so that what is being avoided is just what is being said. For whenever he turns to the question of the tout autre, he speaks of others, of Christian Neoplatonists, and he does so in all of my foreign languages, French, English, German, Greek, Latin, the philosophic, metaphilosophic, Christian, etc. Whenever he opens his mouth, he speaks the language of the colonizers of Algeria, Christian Latin French, circum, 57/circumference, 58. Were he to try to speak of himself, that should take place in his mother tongue, which would have to be Hebrew or Arabic, which he never learned, which means that Derrida would be lost for words, mirabile dictu. 28. Having always already lost his native language, sans voix, in a past that was never present. But if one day I had to tell my story, nothing in this narrative would start to speak of the thing itself, la chose meme, if I did not come up against this fact, for lack of capacity, competence, or self-authorization, I have never yet been able to speak of what my birth, as one says, should have made closest to me, the Jew, the Arab. Sci. 562-1/DNT, 135 and 13. Suffice it to say, this story is to come, à venir, and it is to this story that I wish in particular to turn in this study. The question of Derrida and theology, which is really a question of Derrida's religion, remains oddly out of focus until Derrida comes back to what he is, a circumcised Arab Jew, which is also, how could it be otherwise, what he is not. As he says, it is difficult not to speak of oneself, but then again, how is one to do it without allowing oneself to be invented by the other? Or without inventing the other? Sci. 562-1/DNT, 135, 36 and 13. The question of Derrida and negative theology, the very expression is an appellation controlly of Christian vineyards, whatever equivalence there may be in Jewish and Islamic thought, Soph. 70/on, 63, and of his dialogue with Greco-Christian texts, does not get us to the heart of the matter, does not start to speak of the thing itself, for Derrida's heart is Hebraic and prophetic, and we will not get far until we see that the entire question needs to be recast and resituated, away from negative theology to the prophets, away from Greco-Christian texts to Jewish and biblical ones, and more generally away from theology to religion. To follow that more Jewish and religious turn will be the work of the subsequent sections and the main work of the present study. My present purpose is to pursue the other voice of negative theology to which Derrida attends in these later writings, in How to Avoid Speaking, Denials, 1986, 3, and in Saf el-Enam, 1993, 4. Throughout I will argue for what I will call here a generalized apophatics, by which I mean that negative theology is everybody's business, that it has a general translatability, that we cannot trust any discourse that is not contaminated by negative theology, Sci. 560-61/DNT, 98. A deeply affirmative desire for something that is always essentially other than the prevailing regime of presence, something tout autre to other, we is of general interest. A passion for the impossible is a matter of general concern. The promise. What is taking place, avuarlu, in negative theology? Over and beyond whatever hyperagiology negative theology may harbor and protect, over 29. And beyond its understandable desire to draw itself into the safety of a hyperessential circle, what is happening there? What takes place if negative theology is left exposed, out in an open and unprotected place, divested of its hyperagiological assurances? What is left of a discourse in which everything determinate and determinable, every positive, predicative, entitative content, is burned to a cinder? What remains if, divested of its hyperessential voice, negative theology is driven naked into the desert? What takes place except the place itself, except taking place itself, the event itself? Those are the formidable questions Derrida poses to himself in order to separate the several voices of negative theology, in 1986, in Jerusalem, in the Promised Land, in the place of the promise. Now at last he will fulfill, or at least approach the threshold, Sci. 559/DNT, 96, of fulfilling, a promise to speak of negative theology, a promise he has never quite managed either wholly to avoid or to fulfill. Almost at once, the promised lecture in the place of the promise becomes a lecture on the promise and the place. One must cultivate a taste for the mise en abîme, or at least to tolerate such gestures, in order to read Derrida, an irksome task for philosophers, who have been carefully trained to cut straight away, like a good surgeon, to the logocentric guts. But I pray you, be patient. 27. I will speak of a promise, then, but also within the promise. Sci. 547/DNT, 84. The lecture tries to speak about, a promise, which is a particular, determinate act, 28, and more radically still to speak within, dans, a promise, within the place of the promise. Thus the lecture becomes a lecture of the promise, springing from, in response to, a promise that is somehow older than him or us, than Derrida or negative theology, that takes place before us all, a promise that prompts speech. Why can't I avoid speaking, unless it is because a promise has committed me even before I begin the briefest speech? Discourse on the promise is already a promise, in, dans, the promise. Sci. 547/DNT, 84. Unable to be contained within a determinate promissory act that Jacques Derrida has made, the lecture rapidly spreads out into a promise within which we all are inscribed. I will thus not speak of this or that promise, but of that which, as necessary as it is impossible, inscribes us by its trace in language before language. From the moment I open my mouth, I have already promised, or rather, and sooner, the promise has seized the I which promises to speak to the other, to say something, at the extreme limit to affirm or to 30. Confirm by speech at least this, that it is necessary to keep silent. This promise is older than I am. Sci. 547/DNT, 84. The I yours, mine, Jacques is committed, promit, sent forth in advance, into language, into the trace, always and already. The subject is committed by an archipromise, MPPDM, 119/MFPDM, 119, that is prior to any conscious speech act, PDS, 397-98/points, 383-84, older than the monitoring presence of an intentional agent who knows what he promises and promises what he knows. The promise of which I shall speak will have always escaped this demand of presence. It is older than I am or than we are. In fact, it renders possible every present discourse on presence. Even if I decide to be silent, this silence remains a modality of speech. Sci. 547/DNT, 84-85. Derrida sounds highly Heideggerian here, evoking some sort of quasi-Heideggerian saying, Die Sprache spricht, language speaking us, speaking before human speech. Or better, to adapt Paul de Man's variation, Die Sprache verspricht, language promises us, we are promised over in advance by language to language, MPPDM, 99-103/MFPDM, 94-98. But if language is a promise to speak to one another of the things themselves, to give one another meaning and truth, that is a promise that cannot be kept. Thus speaking is a misspeaking, versprechen, a sprache that is unable to deliver the things themselves. Still, this failure or default is an opening, one that opens up the errant space of history, of destinarance. A promise is an excess, a necessary but impossible opening to the future, structurally open to the future, the very structure of openness to the future, a word given in advance, to the other, to the future, to what is coming. By disrupting the Heideggerian gathering together of being in the present, in presence, the promise takes on a messianic look, prying the present open, the condition of the possibility and impossibility of eschatology, the ironic allegory of messianism, MPPDM, 139-40/MFPDM, 145. By thus situating human speech within the versprechen of the trace, Derrida describes a more barren, desert-like site than Heideggerian sprache, which is too Schwarzwaldian, too lush and too overgrown with Greco-Germanic saplings sprouting up everywhere, with words unctuous with being's voice, awash with everything pure and uncontaminated and aboriginary. Derrida's is at most a quasi-Heideggerian place, structurally akin to sprache, perhaps, sans the Heimat, Ursprünglichkeit, and the all-gathering centrality of aboriginary Greco-Eurocentrism, CMPPDM, 134-36/MFPDM, 139-42. Remember what Derrida says is being avoided, the Jew and the Arab. For the pedigree of the promise of which he speaks is more Hebraic than Heideggerian, more Messianic than Hellenic, and has to do with the pact that has been made with the Tout Autre, the covenant with the Im. 31. Possible, and the promise that the Tout Autre has made to its people. The promise has to do with Derrida's broken alliance, for he has broken one alliance, that of a determinable biblical faith, in order to keep faith with another one, which he is here discussing. For the promise involves an act in the sense of an archi-act that one might also call an act of faith, MPPDM, 142/MFPDM, 150. Every time we open our mouth we act upon an aboriginal promise made for us in advance, placed as we are in the space of this promise, under an inescapable, undeniable necessity to speak, Sci. 561/DNT, 99. Even if we said we are going to keep silent, even if we sealed our lips, even then, it would already be too late and we would be enacting the promise. It is necessary to speak, even in keeping silent, and this arises from of old. Language has started without us, in us, and before us, Sci. 561/DNT, 99. The trace has always and already taken place. We are always saying yes to this promise. Yes is not just one more word, but the beginning, the your word behind all words, the amen which gives every word the right to exist, which silently accompanies every word. That is what Heidegger calls the Zusage, which means the acceptance, the pledge, the promise, the affirmation, and assent, and faith. Yes, faith. How could Heidegger ever be so foolish as to think that faith could be excluded from thinking? FOI, 79-80. The Zusage is the very pre-engagement of thinking in a primordial language, even and before any question. 29. So we must be alert to the plurivocity of yes, which, over and beyond its presence in the vocabulary of any natural language, is older than any language. As Derrida argues in A Number of Yes, this archy and quasi-transcendental yes is older than any determinate affirmation or negation, Sci. 644-45/number, 125-26. Resembling an absolute performative, the performative that performs, and preforms, us before we perform it, that sets all determinate performatives in action, the archy-originary yes is an archy-engagement in language, engaged dans un sort d'archy-engagement, a certain alliance, MPPDM, 42/MFPDM, 19, or covenant, a consent or promise into which we are entered. This yes opens up and clears the way for the eventiveness of any event, even as it is never present as such. Older than any ontological or transcendental inquiry, yes is neither an object/entity studied in ontology nor a condition of the possibility of objects studied in a transcendental inquiry, Sci. 648/number, 130-31. The secret place of negative theology. Negative theology belongs to the promise precisely insofar as it protests that it cannot say a thing. That is apophaticism's particular twist, its most particular trait, its special way of being drawn into the trace of retreating and withdrawing, retrait, what it has to say. Over a long and 32. Powerful tradition, negative theology responds to language by promising silence and gives its word not to say a word. It is at its most eloquent just when it says it is lost for words. By promising to efface the trace, negative theology traces out its place within the archipromise, within the trace, MPPDM, 119/MFPDM, 119. But in Derrida's view, what happens in negative theology happens to us all, is of general import. We are all dreaming of the tout autre, about which we do not know how not to speak, under many names, so we will all have to learn negative theology, if not in the original, if such a thing exists, at least in translation, in a generalized apophatics. In apophatic theology, that which renders speech necessary and impossible, that which makes it necessary to speak and necessary to efface that speech, goes under the name of God. This is what God's name always names, before or beyond other names, the trace of the singular event that will have rendered speech possible even before it turns itself back toward in order to respond to Tothy's first or last reference. Sci. 560/DNT, 98. Negative theology is both from God and to God, it is determinate, destined, destinate discourse. That is why apophatic discourse must also open with a prayer that recognizes, assigns, or ensures its destination. Sci. 560/DNT, 98. As long as it keeps praying, it is not lost, does not lose its place and destinal assurance, does not end up adrift and destined errant. Negative theology is not only a predicative discourse about God, a theology, what Levinas calls le did, but also a discourse sent to God, adieu, addressed to God, a prayer, oh, God, what Levinas calls dire, bonjour, or better, adieu. Negative theology takes place because something older and prior has already taken place, has already solicited theology's word, opened its mouth, loosened its tongue, elicited its response. That is what it calls God, a name that it wants to sacrifice, to efface, in order to save what it names. A trace has taken place. even if the idiomatic quality must necessarily lose itself or allow itself to be contaminated by the repetition that confers on it a code and an intelligibility, even if it occurs only to efface itself, if it arises only in effacing itself, the effacement will have taken place, even if its place is only in the ashes. Ilya La Cendra. Sci. 560-61/DNT, 98. The play of traces has always already taken place, even and especially where a discourse tries to deprive itself of meaning and reference, when it tries to empty and immolate itself, to turn itself into ashes. Ilya La. 33. Cendra, 30. To make itself a burnt offering, to head out into the barrenness of the desert, to make itself pure enough to pass through the vestibule into the inner sanctum, into the holy place of the Godhead. The idiom of apophatic discourse is to be called, solicited, beckoned by a tout autre that awakens a desire for a self-effacing trace. But that always comes too late. Sci. 561/DNT, 99, since the discourse has by then already taken place, called up by the other. This call of the other, having always already preceded the speech to which it has never been present a first time, announces itself as a recall. Such a reference to the other will always have taken place. Sci. 560/DNT, 97. By what is this tortured discourse so inwardly disturbed? By what experience of otherness and alterity negative theology holds to a promise, that of the other, Sci. 547/DNT, 84, is it solicited? What is its provocation, its provenance, its provenance? That is what apophatic theology calls by and with the name of God, which is enfolded within a secret where it is guarded and kept safe. To be sure, this is a secret that negative theology cannot quite keep, whose safety it cannot quite ensure, about which it does not know how to avoid speaking. The secret is divulged as soon as it is kept, it is divulged by being kept, the promise to keep the secret is broken as soon as it is broken in being made. For the secret is structurally constituted by its being divulged as a secret. As soon as I say I have a secret, the secret of the secret has been divulged. There is no secret until I constitute it as such, until I announce that I am protecting something, that I have something that I will not share with you. What does apophatic theology have that it will not give when it says by unsaying God? What does it give us when it gives the name of God? Does it give us something it does not have? That brings us back to the subtitle of the lecture, Denegations, which is misleadingly translated as denials. A secret is a negation, a non-disclosure, that is itself denegated, unnegated, or divulged as soon as it is constituted as a secret. But it does not become, in Hegelian fashion, the negation of a negation and hence a disclosure or manifestation, rather, it becomes a secret. The secret is constituted by saying and thinking it as a secret, so that it is both divulged and negated, and hence divided against itself. This is a structural feature of the secret, occurring in virtue of its very constitution, not by an external circumstance by which it is accidentally spilled. If it were utterly secret, if the secret were purely secret, there would be no secret to keep safe. A pure secret, like a pure gift, makes no appearance and has no phenomenality. There is no secret as such, I deny it. Sci. 558/DNT, 95. The pure secret would be lost. 34. This has an important political significance. The secret must be kept alive. The secret of the secret as such must not remain secret. Sci. 557/DNT, 95. For as long as it is kept alive, as long as it is well known that there is a secret which some have and others do not, then it has the power to divide esoteric from exoteric knowledge, insiders from outsiders, and thus create a politique de lieu, a politics of assigning places. Cura, 49/on, 104, of speaking from an authorized site, ex sed, ex cathedra, distributing speakers across a hierarchized space. As long as secrets and gifts are well known and acknowledged, there is power, authorities to acknowledge, debts to be paid. A secret requires the self-presence of an interior monological consciousness that knows what it knows and will not share it with others. The secret in negative theologith inwardly possessed intuitive vision, union, knowledge, or experience clearly converges with its hyperagiology, and it is this hyperagiological deep secret that deconstruction deconstructs. But for Derrida the secret is there is no secret, i.e., no hidden semantic content, no privileged access, no transcendental signified, no hyper-essential intuition, no ding and sich to which we have extra-textual, extraterrestrial, access, pass, 67/on, 29. There is no escape from the surface of the text, and hence no way to put to rest our interpretative controversies. If our hearts are restless until they rest in the secret, then, in this Jewish Augustinianism, they will never rest. Indeed, that is just what is productive about the secret and why it impes science. There is no privileged access to a hyperagios, beyond the name of God, to some deep truth that arrests the play of traces in the text. There is nothing beneath the surface of the text scriptura et traditio or the trace that is left in a text that is tormented and disturbed by the desire to efface itself before the holy other. That secretless secret is a matter of permanent provocation, and it is necessary to talk about it. How can we avoid it? It drives us mad and fills us with passion. 3 ways to avoid speaking. In the second half of How Not to Speak, Denials, Derrida locates negative theology along a line of 3 stages or paradigms of trying not to speak, of self-effacing traces, the Greek, Plato, the Christian, Pseudo-Dionysius and Meister Eckhart, and the Heideggerian, neither Greek nor Christian, or both, the Jewish and Islamic being noticeably absent. Here the privilege that he accords to the experience of place acquires its particular force. Sci. 559/DNT, 96. What is taking place, he asks, in the self-effacing trace? What is the place such a trace takes? 1. Plato. Of the Platonic paradigm Derrida says, there are 2 movements or 2 tropics of negativity, Sci. 563/DNT, 101. The first move. 35. Ment presses toward the most prestigious, the most reputable, the highest and most honorable place in philosophy, the idea of the good, agathon, at whose name every philosophical knee must bend, that which Plato says is epikenetes, the place beyond being and essence. That famous expression, philosophy's first and most famous attempt to say what cannot be said, ignited the whole Neoplatonic tradition and has been revisited upon us in our so-called postmodern day, first, in Levinas's provocative title Autrement tu etre, ou au-delà l'essence, and then in Jean-Luc Marien's magnificent title, Sci. 540n1/DNT, 133n3, Dieu sans l'être. 31. It is here that negative theologians from Pseudo-Dionysius to Marian think that the biblical God left his trace in Greek philosophy. In the honorable company of Thomas Aquinas, Derrida holds that, however upwardly mobile this hyperboleism, this logic of the hyper or the sur, of eminence and surreality may be, the good nonetheless maintains at least an analogical community and continuity with being and knowledge. For these are said to be its offspring, as the good itself is said to be, unamiable though it be, their higher cause, Sci. 564-65/DNT, 102. If the good is neither being nor knowledge, it is as their progenitor and the medium of their commerce a third thing, triton genos. But there is another way to be sans l'être, beyond the border of being, one that eludes all anthropotheological schemes, all history, all revelation, all truth, Kura, 92/on, 124, in which one is likewise forced to unsay what one says. This is the place called Kura. 32. Kura is neither form, idea, nor sensible thing, but the place, lu, in which the demiurge impresses or cuts images of the intelligible paradigms, the place which was already there, which, while radically heterogeneous with the forms, seems to be as old as the forms. Plato has 2 different languages for relating the forms and Kura. when kara is reappropriated by ontology and treated analogically, in various and famous figures, likely stories meant to illustrate a philosophical point, didactic metaphors, kara, 21-22/on, 92, then it is described as receptacle, hypodoc, space, or matrix/mother. By being said to participate in both the sensible and the supersensible without quite being either, kara is given a role interior to philosophy, assigned a proper place inside philosophy, and engenders a long history of philosophemes, as the matrix and mother of offspring like Aristotle's Heil and Descartes' Extensio. But in the other language, the one that is of greater interest to Derrida, kara is an outsider, with no place to lay her/its head in philosophy or in mythology, for it is the proper object of neither logos nor mythos. In this more negative trope, in this second tropic of negativity, there is ilya something that is said, very apophatically, to be neither being nor non-being, neither sensible nor intelligible, that is not analogous to either, and is unable to be hinted at by metaphors. Kara is neither present nor 36. Absent, active, nor passive, the good nor evil, living, nor non-living, Timaeus 50c. Neither theomorphic nor anthropomorphic but rather atheological and non-human. Kara is not even a receptacle, which would also be something that is itself inscribed within it. Nor is this discourse metaphoric, for it does not have to do with the sensible likeness of something supersensible, a relationship that is itself within kara, Sci. 567-68/DNT, 105-06. Kara has no meaning or essence, no identity to fall back upon. She/it receives all without becoming anything, which is why she/it can become the subject of neither a philosopheme nor a mytheme, kara, 42-43/on, 102. In short, the kara is tout autre, very. That is why, above all, we must avoid speaking well of kara, avoid praising, and praying, to her/it as the giver of all good gifts, as the generous mother who engenders all. We must even avoid saying of her/it that es gibt, that she/it gives, that kara gives. For that Heideggerianism sounds too beneficent and theological, like God giving. Unlike God, kara cannot rise to the level of a command or promise or of a determinate giver, and unlike Aranis there is nothing proper or properly giving about kara. That is why Derrida refers to kara as this thing that is nothing of that to which this thing nonetheless seems to give place, donner lu, without, however, this thing ever giving anything, kara, prior d'inser, 3/on, 15, cf. Sci. 568/DNT, 106. Even if, perhaps, kara gives place, donner lu, it does so without the least generosity, either divine or human, foi, 86. Kara is not even ca or es giving before all subjectivity. By letting take place, avoir lu, she/it does not give or produce or create anything. If in giving place kara gives at all, she/it gives without giving and so without producing debt, even as she/it receives without incurring debt. Of kara we cannot say either that she/it exists or that es gibt kara. Ilya kara, but what there is, ilya, there, la, does not exist. Ilya kara but this ilya gives nothing in giving place or in giving to think, whereby it will be risky to see in it the equivalent of an es gibt, of the es gibt which remains without a doubt implicated in every negative theology, unless it is the es gibt which always summons negative theology in its Christian history. Kara, 30/on, 96. Without essence, nature, or identity, she/it is radically atheological, adnational and hence the only gift, if there were one, which is given without debt and exchange, and about her/it there is neither negative theology nor thought of the good, of the one, or of God beyond being, prior d'inser, 4/on, 16. Kara is not even a third kind, because it is not a kind, a genus, at all but is radically singular, as if she/it were a singular individual with a proper name. Who are you, Kara? Kara, 63/on, 111. Bonjour. 37. How to speak of Kara. How not to. Derrida writes. In this context, the singularity that interests me is that the impossibility of speaking of it and giving it a proper name, far from reducing it to silence, dictates an obligation by its very impossibility. It is necessary, to speak of it, and there is a rule for that. Sci. 569/DNT, 107. We look for something that, beyond all given philosophemes, has nevertheless left its trace in language. Sci. 569/DNT, 107, a word, kara, that already existed in the Greek language, the only recourse Plato had. The resources of the Greek language were marked by the unheard trace that promises nothing, that is inscribed in Greek and other languages. Sci. 568-69/DNT, 106-08. So kara is a good word, a good atheological word, as opposed to the theological name, the name of God, whose singularity comes of being marked by the unheard trace which calls us into language. If Levinas thinks to find a Greek echo of a very theological tout autre in the Epicena Tesousias, Derrida seeks out an alternate, outlying, atheological, desert site in Kara. The otherness of the Karath barren, radically non-human, and atheological character of this place is something irreducibly other, and in a certain manner it is wholly other. But this tout autre does not go under the name of God, is not an event or promise or gift, and has nothing to do with negative theology, although its very barrenness obliges us to speak of it as if it were the wholly other that theology calls God, the very same. Ilya law, there is there something that is nearly nothing, so void and devoid of content as not even to be a container, something, which is not a thing, that is just there, law, already there, only there, a there, the there, kara, capitalized and like a proper name, something, which is not a thing, of which we cannot say a thing, so that the discourse about it must turn itself into a barren desert, into ash. 2 La Cendra. There is an interesting fluctuation or undecidability between the two tropics of negativity, between the discourse about kara and the kenotic, self-emptying desertification of apophatic theology. What takes place in this discourse about a desert, about a barren and naked place, a pure taking place, an empty place? God or kara? What is the wholly other, if we may, quia absurdum est, ask such a question, God or kara? What do I love when I love my God, God or kara? How are we to decide? Do we have to choose? What takes place in this barren place, this desert, this no place in which nothing positive, predicative, or entitative takes place, this withering, radically displacing place? Deprived of its ogeological assurances, speaking in its other, less assured voice, apophatic theology records the traces of a certain taking place of the trace, of a response to the wholly other, which bears testimony, witness, like a martyr, to the 38. Inescapable trace, to the solicitation of and by the wholly other that the eye cannot have invented. Sci. 570/DNT, 108, which is inscribed in the trace, even if, especially if, only to efface its very inscription, to turn itself into ashes, into a bare taking place, a desert place. Ashes and ashes, abyss and abyss, God and kara, like a proper name. 2. Pseudo-Dionysius. Derrida wants to know about the commerce, the path, the passage, what passes between, kse passatil, kara and the God of negative theology, Sci. 569-70/DNT, 108. But surely that is an impassable passage, a path without passage, an aporia. The obvious, well-known, classical passage, the high road that has always been taken, is between agathon and the God beyond or without being. That high road is the link between the most honorable fathers the West has, known, between Plato and Christian Pudrology. But that is the high road of a high ogeology, the assured path provided by the hyperagios, the well-rounded circular path of aletheia, whereas Derrida wants to know about the desert, about those disreputable desert fathers with a lean and hungry look. Saint Jacques, Derrida the desert father. An Anchorite, an Anchorite? FOI, 11. When you went out into the desert, what did you expect to find there? The Kura has none of the generosity and goodness of the God whom Dionysius praises, the God to whom he prays, Kura does not give or promise. So what dominates Dionysius's works, despite their apophatic rigor, is not Kura but agathon, the affirmative theologisms that celebrate God as the good, the intelligible light, even the good beyond all light, Sci. 571/DNT, 109, the object of a hyper-eros beyond amorous eros. What keeps Dionysius's discourse safe, what guides it through the aporia of the desert, is prayer, the prayer and praise he steadily directs toward the hyperagios. Prayer is not an adornment, a separable preamble, an accessory, but the very thing that allows Dionysius to keep his head, that allows his apophatic, kenotic, self-emptying discourse to reach its destination and not to end up destinerrant. Dionysius does not get lost in the desert. Of prayer, Saint Jacques has two things to say. He will have a good deal more to say in circumcision, both perhaps slightly sinful. A. Every prayer is addressed to the other as other, any other, no matter who. For example, I will say, at the risk of shocking God, Sci. 572/DNT, 110, the shock being that I could pray to others, to you, for example, to be patient, or, an even greater shock, when we pray to God, for example, it might be that we are praying to someone else, and I say this without even succumbing to the temptation to say praying on someone else. Prayer is sent to the other and supplicates the other to give his presence, it is purely performative, a dire not a did, to God, adieu, not about God. B. But prayer contains another element, of encomium, or praise, which not only speaks to God, but of God, so that prayer preserves a relationship. 39. With a predicative content, a constative. Dionysius opens the mystical theology by saying, writing, praying, O Trinity beyond being, trias hyperesis. 33. That is not an accessory but an essential operation, directing the discourse to a you, to the other, as hyperagios, in a supplication of God, closely akin to praise. The encomium predicatively determines the prayer, making it Christian prayer, directed to a Trinity and hyperagios, which clearly would not be ingredient in the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida. Pseudo-Dionysius is trying to speak well, eulogin, of God even as he understands that this is a gift from God. God is the cause who provokes or orders speech, who gives the gift of speech, even as God is also what is promised to the speech, the gift of the gift. After opening the mystical theology with a prayer, Dionysius then cites or mentions the prayer he has just prayed, and then makes an aside or apostrophe to Timothy. 34. This little aside to Timothy is also quite essential, and what is actually behind the text, since it would not be necessary to write to God, to put one's prayer in the mail to God, even if we knew his address, since God already knows whatever pseudo-Dionysius has on his mind. An analogous structure is also found in Augustine's Confessions, cf. Sof 21-24/on, 38-39, Cur confitmur Deo scienti, why do we confess to God who knows everything already, a conundrum which also draws Derrida's attention in Circumcision. This prayer is thus thoroughly inscribed and textualized, woven together of a prayer, a mention, and an apostrophe. Dionysius is not only writing but praying as he writes, not only praying but writing as he prays. The mystical theology is both text and prayer, ratio et oratio. Dionysius's apophaticism has not lost its way or its destination, is not destinerrant, but is more or less safely inscribed in a circle originating from and returning to God, the saving name, the giver of all good gifts, the grammatical mark of which is prayer. Even when apophatic theology seems to gravitate close to saying kura, when it speaks of formlessness, it means the hyperbolic giver of forms beyond all forms. That keeps it safe from the abyss of Kura, from getting lost in the desert. It must go into this desert place to find God, that is its invention de tout autre, but it goes forth and comes back guided by prayer. Prayer is its desert guide. Even its darkest nights are black with the light beyond light. Even if it seems lost, even if it seems abandoned by God, still it is by God that it is abandoned. My God, why have you abandoned me? Is still a prayer to God who, thus far, has not abandoned us. Lord, I do believe, help thou my unbelief is still prayer, still belief. But the question posed by deconstruction is this: to what extent does negative theology succeed in making itself safe from Kura, within which it, negative theologiani theology, any discourse would be inscribed? For what is emerging, donner lu, or taking place, avoir lu, in Kura is the spacing or the interval within which things find their place, Kura. 40. 92/on, 125, the very spacing of deconstruction, Soph, 103/on, 80, which makes Kura sound like an apophatic name, a surname, for difference. What else is the desert Kura for Derrida than a nameless name for the desert of difference, of the trace, which is the constant companion of apophaticism? Does not the Ankh oral religion, cf. Infra, 17, of Kura haunt negative theology like a specter, hover over it like a desert mirage? Does not the aporia of the desert inhabit apophaticism from within, structurally, disturbing it from within? 3. Heidegger. The third phase of trying not to speak discussed by Derrida is Heidegger's attempt to avoid saying being by crossing it out as soon as he said it. All that we need point out here is that Heidegger, too, is not lost or destinarent, but has the strongest sense of destiny and how it can be fulfilled, and the strongest sense of a giving that gives with a certain generosity. Derrida is content to point out that Heidegger's texts too, like Plato's, differentiate themselves from genuine theology, as opposed to metaphysical theology, because they remove themselves from the movement of faith. Sci. 593-94/DNT, 130. If faith summoned me in this manner, Heidegger wrote, I would close down shop. 35. Like Plato, Heidegger is not praying. But should we not say, Derrida suggests, that there is a certain reverence for prayer in the fact that Heidegger and Plato do not pray in their philosophical treatises? Does not Matthew have Jesus tell the disciples that when they pray they should pray in secret, not like hypocrites whose public prayer lets everyone see how holy they are? But can a prayer really escape all publicity? Can it escape writing and inscription, the structural possibility of being written and repeated? Is prayer distorted or constituted as prayer by being written? Would Derrida himself ever be able to avoid going public with his prayers? Would that be pharisaical? Derrida concludes. Perhaps there would be no prayer, no pure possibility of prayer, without what we glimpse as a menace or as a contamination, writing, the code, repetition. If there were a purely pure experience of prayer, would one need religion and affirmative or negative theologies? Would one need a supplement of prayer? But if there were no supplement, if quotation did not bend prayer, if prayer did not bend, if it did not submit to writing, would a theology be possible? Would a theology be possible? Sci. 594-95/DNT, 131. A purely pure prayer would not be prayer but union, and it would have nothing to supplicate, no promise of presence to fulfill. It would replace prayer with presence, for after the prayer for presence is answered, as St. Thomas saw, there would be nothing left to do but die. Pure life is pure death. A purely pure prayer would be deadly, and would not need or even tolerate religion or its scriptures, institutions, theology cataphatic or 41. Apophatic, or even, at the limit any determinable faith, Soph, 86/on, 71. Short of death, while we are still living on, there is always already the trace, the play of the trace, within which prayer inscribes its figure. Once inscribed, prayer exposes itself to repetition, to empty rote or enthusiastic reenactment, to ritualistic ceremony or to a daily rhythm of prayerful life. Those are structurally ingredient possibilities within prayer, within the play of the trace, without which we would be left without a prayer. I trust no text that is not in some way contaminated with negative theology, and even among those texts that apparently do not have, want, or believe they have any relation with theology in general. Sci. 81/DNT, 309-10. Go there where you cannot go. To the impossible. It is indeed the only way of going or coming. SAUF, 94/on, 75. 4. Save the name, holy other. Toward a general apophatics. Saving the name of God. The tout autre, on Derrida's telling, is everybody's business, a matter of general interest which belongs to a generalized apophatics. That is why, however dutifully we have been instructed in the odium theologia, which in many quarters goes hand in hand, nose in nose, with an odium deconstructionis, we must learn to read apophatic theologians. Negative theology is an old and venerable form of heterogeneity, an ancient and complex tradition, a memory, an institution, a history, a discipline. It is a culture, with its archives and its tradition, Soph, 53/on, 54. We must learn to translate negative theology, Soph, 38-40/on, 46-48, even if we are not Christian, even if we do not belong to the tradition or community, a word Derrida never much liked, of any of the great monotheistic filiations that owe everything to Abraham, the father of us all. Even if the constancy that the name of God supplies goes under other names for us, even then, especially then, we must learn to translate negative theology. For the very thing that localizes negative theology and assigns it to its 42. Proper place also dislocates it from that place and engages it in a movement of universalizing translation, Soph, 71/on, 63. Who would trust a discourse whose steel has not been tempered by negative theology, that has not learned a thing or two about the tout autre? That work of saving the name of God and of negative theology itself for everybody is the task of Soph Nam, 1993. Nobody is to be left out or excommunicated from the saving name or told it is a secret they are not entitled to share. Everybody, not just Jacques, can and should be both accused of and/or congratulated for being a negative theologian, so that nothing can be trusted that tries to get along without, sans, negative theology, that is not at least contaminated by negative theology, Soph, 81/on, 69. Soph Nam turns on the paradoxes of universality and community, trying at once to lift the idiom of negative theology up beyond the private interests of a closed circle, but without turning it into a hegemonic universal, an Aufhebung, a universal community and meta-language. Perhaps we should say in the spirit of a certain circumcision, he wants to find the cut in negative theology that opens it to others, the wound that will not let it close over. Soph Nam, first published in a shorter English translation entitled Postscriptum, Aporias, Ways and Voices, DNT, 283 ff, as a response made to a 1991 colloquium on Derrida and negative theology at which he was not personally present, is a dialogue or polylogue of several unidentified voices. The expanded French text, 1993, was supplemented by a series of insertions, sometimes whole pages, sometimes a phrase in the middle of a sentence, each one of which adds something, true to its name, about saving the name, cf. Soph, 61-62/on, 58 and DCR, 302, Soph, 111-13/on, 84-85 and DNT, 321. A 4-page insert that accompanies the book. Please, I pray you, insert, prior d'inser, is that a command, a law, an invitation, a prayer, links Soph Nam with passions and kara as a triptych on the question of the name, Soph, prior d'inser, 1/on, 14, 3 texts that were subsequently gathered together in one volume only in the English translation on the name, on. In Sauf le nom, Derrida returns to the thematic of Sauf that first drew his attention in Pa, 1976, a study to be examined below, 6, which pursued the dynamics of Sauf, Pa, sans, and vins in Blancat. What does Sauf mean? It is a powerful and elusive word, more or less than a word, neither adjective nor preposition, both the one and the other, at times almost a name. Parags, 85. And again. I follow elsewhereth internal rhythm of Sauf, the law of its multiplication and its contamination, always undamaged and always altered, its pulse resonating across an immense corpus, a tribute without subject. 43. Preposition with no one in charge, prepose, word making an exception, word, without language. Parags, 104. In accordance with this law of multiplying the voices of Sauf, 36, I offer here a sampler of its dissemination into prepositional, save/except, adjectival, save, and verbal, to save, operations, saving, sauver, the name of God by keeping it safe, sauf, sacrificing the name of God precisely in order to save it. Sacrifice everything, save or except, sauf, the name of God. Save everything about God, keep God safe, save, except, the name of God, lest it become an idol that blocks our way. The thing itself slips away leaving nothing behind, save the name. Save the name of God for everybody, not just the faithful in the determinable faiths, cf. Sauf, 61-62/on, 58, on, 12-13. Sauf plays a saving game, a game of salvation, of the hope of salvation, of the economy of being saved, dm, 83-84/gd, 87. Derrida begins with the first and dominant sense of saving, which is also the leading voice of negative theology, where saving is inscribed in the classical economy of salvation, the circle of losing in order to save. Everything that happens in negative theology, this sweet rage against language, this jealous anger of language within itself and against itself, this passion that leaves the mark of a scar in that place where the impossible takes place, Sauf, 63-64/on, 59-60, this wounded, breached, auto-deconstructing rectangle, this has an affirmative end. This rigorous kenosis, this language that attempts to empty itself of content, to deprive itself of the very name of God around which it is organized, to turn itself into a kind of theology blanche 37 is undertaken just in order to respect the otherness of God and to save the name it crosses out. That is the double bind of apophaticism, its effort both to negate the name of God and to negate everything except, save, sauf, the name of God, the double bind of a discourse that has been wounded by the logic of the impossible. As if it was necessary both to save, sauver, the name and to save everything except, furs, the name, save the name, sauf le nom, as if it was necessary to lose the name in order to save what bears the name or that towards which one is borne across the name. Sauf, 61/on, 58. As an economy of sacrifice, a logic of the most classical asceticism, negative theology dies in order to live, live on, servi, hyperlive, lives without altogether avoiding dying, deprives itself of what it most desires, empties itself of its richest treasure, losing, striking out, the name of God, but all this precisely in order to save it. By giving God a name we give the gift of what we do not have. For by naming we risk binding what is named, enslaving it, prescribing to it an assigned passion, Sauf, 112/on, 84-85, which is why God himself slips away, derobe, from every name we give to him like the thing itself in the final page of Le Voya et le Phenomene, VP, 117/SP, 104. 44. To pursue a Husserlian analogy, the name of God in negative theology is like an arrow, like Husserl's intentional arrow aimed at God, pointed toward God but never reaching its intentional object, never reaching fulfillment. The arrow is everything save, Soph, what it is aimed at and fails to reach, so that the target remains safe, Soph, 67-68/on, 62. The name God is an empty intention, a merely indicative arrow, an arrow that points, like a Buddhist finger pointed toward the moon, not an arrow that wounds, not a weapon. Indeed, we find it necessary to lay down our arms, Soph, 91-92/on, 74, in order to keep God safe, in order to love, PDS, 176-77/points, 166. The whole multifarious tradition of negative theologies is like a sky filled with arrows aimed at a target they cannot reach but toward which they all silently, lovingly fly. The real wound would be inflicted if the name of God were actually to hit its mark and so to wrench God into manifestation, thus putting a violent end to God's absolute heterogeneity and holy height. The only way to keep God's almighty safe is to save him from the cutting tips and incisions of the accusing category A of cataphatic theology, from ensnarement by some name. Sauf le nom de Dieu, save the name of God is when it names everything save God. Save God is when we know nothing of God, save the name. That is why negative theology has recourse to the Platonic, Neoplatonic, and Plotinian movement of the Epikenetezusias, which carries God safely off, in a hyperbolic movement, well beyond the reach of the arrows of reference that are aimed his way, Soph, 73-74/on, 65. That gives us another way to read the beautiful cross that Jean-Luc Marion 38 puts over the name of God, by means of which he would strike it out. This cross keeps God safe, like crossed swords or arrows that defy anyone who would dare trespass. Only a God can save us, but only a God whom negative theology keeps safe. Outside the saving gestures of negative theology there is no salvation. Hence, this failure of knowledge, the knowing which unknows the unknown God, is a sweeping success that keeps God safe. That is why Angela Silsus sings of the unknowable God, der unerkannt Gott, upon which Derrida comments. Of him there is nothing said that might hold. Save his name, sauf son nom. Save the name, sauf le nom, which names nothing that holds, not even a Gothite, nothing whose withdrawal, dérobement, does not carry away every phase that tries to measure itself against him. God is the name of this bottomless collapse, of this endless desertification of language. Soph, 56/on, 56. In naming the desert of the Godhead, negative theology becomes itself a desert, a desertification, a kenosis, or self-emptying, which empties itself. 45. Of every predicate or attribute of God, every accusative category, and this because God is not whatever we say God is. Praying God to rid us of God, apophatic theology empties itself of God, because God is the Gothete beyond God, and then of the Godhead, because God is an Uber-Gothete. Yet all this is one great saving ascetic gesture. For God is safe in the bottomless abyss of nothingness, this desert place, leaving but his trace on language, burning and scarring language as he leaves the world, which is the event of language named negative theology. Ilya Los Andres. God is the name of this abyss. While wanting to become nothing, it is necessary, ilfo, that the name of God remains something, an imprint left on the scarred body of language. The name of God is a trace of an internal ontologico-semantic auto-destruction, Soph, 55/on, 55, i.e., of a certain desert. This paradoxical hyperbole is under a double bind, it cannot name what it must and most desires to name. But, in the economy of negative theology, the double bind it cannot win also means it cannot lose, its failure spells success. The double bind is a double save. That is why Derrida says there are two voices, at least, in these aphorisms of Angela Silsus, and the same is true of Meister Eckhart and Pseudo-Dionysius, which constitute a certain rooting, giving it Christian roots even as it pulls its roots up, Soph, 76/on, 66. The several voices of negative theology are brought back into monological unison, encircling the expenditure of negations in a higher affirmation. Derrida settles himself inside this plurivocity and from there offers this gloss. There is, on the one hand, a voice of hypercritique, in which nothing seems assured, neither philosophy nor theology, neither science nor common sense, neither the church nor tradition, a voice of nothing but the emptiest, most desert-like intentions. Yet, at the same time, there is the most assured authority which speaks from out of the element of the secret and the paradox, from out of the heart of truth, as Eckhart would say, with a surplus and surcharge, a plenitude of intentional fulfillment, which saturates intention with intuition, as Marian so powerfully puts it. 39, too powerfully, I would say. Two voices, at least one of desertification, the other of plenitude, one of the most arid empty intention, the other of the most lush overflowing hyperfulfillment, one a virgin, the other a mother, one of desiccated, desert aridity, the other of an intuitive flood, one of meontic and meontological desolation, the other of hyperagiological saturation. In one voice back to Husserl, is Husserl one of these anonymous voices in the dialogue? Cf. Sof. 78/on, 67, a negativity and suspension of theses which ruins its philosophemes and theologisms, engaging in parricide and self-uprooting, a reduction that reduces everything to ruins, a deposition of the every ontical assurance and positional certitude. But, on the other hand, this hyperbole is metametaphysical, hyperthetic beyond. 46. All theses, superpositional, loyal to onto theology, countersigning theology, rendering the truth of the name, giving the name back to its truth. In the long run, the identifiable traditions and discourses of Christian apophatic theology are loyal to the thing itself and its truth. Apophatic theology in the long run is not mad. Its self-emptying kenosis is a witness and a martyr, Timagner, Sof. 80/on, 68, which gives itself to referential transcendence, to die sach selbst, to the truth at any price. To the thing itself, lachos meme, such as it ought to be named by the name, that is to say, beyond the name. It saves the name, Sof le nam. Sof. 80/on, 68. So the double bind of negative theology is a double save. When negative theology says that God is beyond every name we give to him, that is a way of saying and saving God such as he is, beyond all idols and images, a way of responding to the true name of God, to the name to which God responds and corresponds. Every time negative theology engages in negation, it does so in the name of a way of truth, of a goddess whose name is Aletheia, under the protective auspices of a truthful and authoritative name, Sof. 82/on, 69. But that is only one of negative theology's voices, for Sof le nam is not intended by Derrida as an epoche of negative theology, as a way of reducing it to silence, of stilling its voice, as if it were a nemesis with which he has lost his patience over the years, but rather as a way of saving negative theology. Derrida means to let himself be addressed by the name of God and to that end to see whether and how negative theology can be translated, whether and how it overflows its boundaries so that it is something more than Greco-Christian Neoplatonism, something more universal but without becoming a hegemonic universal, a community of fusion, Sof. 38/on, 46. Traditional studies of great Christian Neoplatonic mystics, most famously Meister Eckhart, grappling with a similar duality, have noticed an important tension between the Christian element in these works and another element, more transcultural, that tends to uproot itself from Christianity. For example, if, as Eckhart says, the Father bears his Son in the soul in a purely inner process, why would it have been necessary for the Son/Logos to have become flesh in historical time, in Jesus of Nazareth? Why would there be any need for an incarnation or a resurrection? Or the Vatican did not fail to take note of this point for the Vatican 40. However Christian their formulations, writers such as Eckhart and Angela Sile seem eager, as Derrida says, to assert their independence of the contingencies of the history of Christianity as if there were only one of its doctrines and dogmas, of the historicality of the New Testament, in order to effect a kenosis that would free them from dogma and doctrine. And at the limit from every determinable faith, de tout foi. 47. Determinable, Soph, 86/on, 71 and DNT, 311. Interestingly, Derrida added determinable in italics in the Galilee edition, although the English translator, John Levy, missed it, leaving the original from all faith unrevised because Derrida does not want to be free from faith itself, from all faith, il faut croire. That is a telling point. Suppose negative theology were to fulfill its promise per impossibile, for it belongs to the very possibility of this promise to be impossible, MPPDM, 104-05/MFPDM, 101. Suppose its intentions were to be saturated with intuition. Suppose it were to become what it says it is, at least in the more assured and self-rooting voice that Derrida describes, the authoritative one which speaks out of the heart of truth, that is carried along by the plenitudinous rush, the self-fulfilling flood of intuition. Were that to happen, there would no longer be faith, no longer be anything through a glass darkly, sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, Parags, 25, but knowledge, face to face now, not then. Negative theology would have managed to lift itself up into a pure presence above time and history, above language and the play of the trace, above the mediation of the trace and difference. Now, apart from the fact that such an excessively hyperlogocentric hyperessentialism is incoherent, since it will have already begun to speak in language and in time, it is also something that lends itself to a consummately dangerous political and ecclesiastical absolutism, to a politics of negative theology that is a threat to everyone, from which Marian does not seem to me immune. 41. Then negative theology would not save the name of God, or its own name, but would endanger everybody with a dangerous absolutism, for which, alas, history, both past and present, supplies too many examples. Were apophatic theology ever to fulfill its promise, it would have no need of faith or the scriptures, of time or history, it would run on its own and be neither Christian nor Jewish nor faith, having run itself off the road of language and history. So, by returning apophatic theology to the trace, i.e., to the fold of language and history, deconstruction returns negative theology to the fold of faith, the effect of which is to diminish the danger of what Derrida is calling here the determinable faiths. For determinable faiths is the history of all the fundamentalisms, Jewish, Islamic, and Christian, instruct usere uncommonly dangerous to everybody's health, that of their own members as of everyone else, a threat to everyone's safety, not just Palestinians, or Salman Rushdie, or a woman's right to choose, and this precisely because they forget that they are faith and not intuitive knowledge. That is why the political dimension of theology, negative or positive, is never an addendum, never a little afterthought, but goes to the heart of Derrida's concern with theology or with any powerful discourse. Theology is political all the way down. What is not? MPPDM, 137/MFPDM, 142-43. Derrida differentiates the determinable faiths, which are always dangerous, in order to differentiate their triumphalism from faith. 48. Itself, the indeterminate faith and open-ended hope in what is coming, in the incoming of the tout autre, the passion for which is what deconstruction is all about, what deconstruction is. Deconstruction provides the condition for any determinable faith, and the same is true of art, or architecture, or law, or whatever you need, but only a quasi-condition, not a full-fledged condition like a classical a priori. For the condition it provides is so shifting that instead of steadying faith, or the law or whatever, en import, deconstruction exposes faith to indefinite recontextualization, substitution, and translation. It does not so much surround faith with a horizon, or protect it with a shield and crossed arrows, as it leaves it vulnerable and exposed to multiple interpretation, to a multiplicity with which it is the business of faith to cope. That means the believer must keep the faith, fight the good fight, and that faith must be its own shield, fend for itself, and save the name of God. In that sense, deconstruction cannot quite save it. Deconstruction is not the business as usual of philosophy providing foundations and making things safe, of saving the name of art, truth, being, the good, and God, of the philosophy of this or the philosophy of that, of God, for example. Translating the name of God. Accordingly, there is something inscribed within the mysticism of Eckhart and the mystical poetry of Celsus that translates them, carries them beyond their Greco-Christian site, in order to say something of general interest, even if one is not a believer, a Christian, say, or even a theist. What interests Derrida himself, Jacques Derrida, and also deconstruction, is that the name of God is the name of the holy other, tout autre, and that the tout autre is nobody's proper name, not exclusively saved for Christian Neoplatonism, or for Judaism, or for any determinable faith. Indeed, to a great extent it must be saved from them, for they are dangerous. Tout autre is not an appellation contrôlée. The tout autre is not the private property of the determinable faiths, not a proper name over which they alone, or they in particular, have any proprietary rights. Inasmuch as the tout autre is tout autre, it is certainly wholly other than anything that the determinable faiths determine it to be, anything they say about its being, or non-being or hyperbeing. They do not own a copyright on this name. The name belongs in the public domain, it is not theirs. Indeed, it is absolutely necessary, ilfo, to save the indeterminacy of the tout autre in order to keep it safe, so that it remains, as Heidegger said of death, which is certainly tout autre, certain but indefinite. We will return to this in 6. That is because and everything turns on this. Every other is wholly other, tout autre est tout autre, Soph, 92/on, 74. 42. What negative theol? 49. Ogi says of God can be said with a certain serene indifference, a kind of Gelassenheit, about anything or anybody whatsoever, no matter who or what, en import, Soph, 90/on, 73. In the French edition Derrida inserts the following crucial remark about this Gelassenheit. If we speak of Gelassenheit here, he says, why not speak of love, so that saying tout autre est tout autre would be a way of loving and letting others be, the hospitality of a passage to the other? After all, Meister Eckhart said that in its highest reaches Gelassenheit is love, that love is without why and love is letting the other be. 43. Derrida expands upon the theme of love in the longest insert to the Galilee edition. But why not recognize their love itself, that is, this infinite renunciation which in a certain way surrenders to the impossible? Soph, 91/on, 74. Se rend a, to give oneself back, to surrender, to the impossible, to the other, this is the impossible, Soph, 91/on, 74. To surrender to the other, to love the other, means to go over to the other without passing the threshold of the other, without trespassing on the other's threshold. To love is to respect the invisibility of the other, to keep the other safe, to surrender one's arms to the other but without defeat, to put the crossed swords or arrows over the name of the other. To love is to give oneself to the other in such a way that this would really be giving and not taking, a gift, a way of letting the other remain other, that is, be loved, rather than a stratagem, a ruse of jealousy, a way of winning, een vergiftet gift. Then it would turn out that the passion for the impossible would be love. The other is any other, God or someone or something else. So love means love the other as other, any holy other, en import, going under any name whatsoever. That would start to bring Derrida's secret in line with my favorite line from St. Augustine, contributing still further to a certain Jewish Augustinianism that is slowly being forged/faked in these pages. Love and do what you will, diligete quod vis fac, whatever, quod, any other, en import, even the impossible, a line which is so powerful that we can readily forgive Augustine for having invented original sin, which is an other we did not need invented. Go and invent sin no more, invent no more sin, come and invent something other than sin, wholly other. When Angela Silsous says go, where you cannot go, that for Derrida is a discourse on loving the other, on the impossible place, like a desert or a kura. In the Galilee edition Derrida inserted this remark. Go, renstoi, there where you cannot go, to the impossible, that is at bottom the only way of going or coming. To go there where it is possible, that is not to surrender, se randra, rather, it is to be there already and to be paralyzed in the indecision of the non-event. Soph, 94/on, 75. 50. It is only when you give yourself to, surrender to, and set out for the wholly other, for the impossible, only when you go where you cannot go, that you are really on the move. Anything less is staying stuck in place, with the same. Going where you cannot go, going somewhere impossible, constitutes true movement, genuine coming and going, since going where it is possible to go is only a pseudo-motion, the paralysis of a non-event, Soph, 94/on, 75. When you go to the possible nothing much happens. The only event, the only eventing, or inventing, is to go to the impossible. If the possible spells paralysis, the impossible is an impositioning impetus. If the possible means the paralysis of the programmable, the impossible is the passion of decision. 44. One is strongly reminded of Kierkegaard's interpretation of metanoia in the interlude in the Philosophical Fragments, where this utter change of heart is the only real kinesis or motion under the sun, or beyond it for that matter, for metanoia is a motion from nothing to being, from sin to grace. 45 That movement ex nihilo was of course just what the Greeks thought was impossible, which it is, which is why it is our passion, what we really desire, what we affirm, why it is so necessary. It is the impossible, for with God, with any tout autre, the impossible, the tout autre, is just what happens, evenement, otherwise nothing happens, in evenement. For an event occurs when something happens, evenement, something new, something different, a real motion, not the paralysis of standing always in the same place. Kierkegaard and Derrida in Kierkegaard's wake are invoking a biblical model of the new, the psalmist's song Renovabimus faciam terri. To this Kierkegaard opposed philosophies on motions, Platonic recollection, which is a movement backwards, and hence a movement only in the sense that an army in full retreat may be said to be on the move, and the sham movement of the Hegelian Aufhebung, which is a movement that never takes a step forward, a purely logical and circular movement of appropriation, reminding us of a mime who gives us a remarkable impression of motion while never moving a single step forward. With Plato and Hegel, nothing happens, nothing radically new, just the paralyzing circulation of recollection and Aufhebung, of an inavènement, and if time means the eventuation of something new, then the Greeks, as Kierkegaard said, lacked the idea of time. The one exception that Kierkegaard makes to this is Aristotle, where Kierkegaard thought to detect certain signs of life and movement, because Aristotle did the best he could to make time and motion respectable to the Greeks. Kierkegaard thus has in mind, as does Derrida, a movement that does not remain confined within an economy of the same, that overcomes the paralysis of the possible. Kierkegaard and Derrida describe the movements of the repetition that repeats forward, into something new, the movement of an unrestricted giving without reserve, of the gift, the qualitative leap, the leap into something tout autre, the leap into the impossible, the transformation, the motion of the 51. Event, of a new time, of time simpliciter, of l'invention de l'autre, the oncoming, the incoming of something tout autre. 46. Like deconstruction itself, this voice of negative theology has to do with an affirmation, a desire, a passion for the possibility of this impossibility. This more, this beyond, this hyper, uber, obviously introduces an absolute heterogeneity in the order and in the modality of the possible. The possibility of the impossible, of the more impossible that as such is also possible, more impossible than the impossible, marks an absolute interruption in the regime of the possible that nonetheless remains, if this can be said, in place. Soph, 3233/on, 43. The hyper of God's hyper nym introduces an absolute heterogeneity that interrupts the regime of the possible. Das Überenmöglich Saint ist möglich, Angela Silsus says. To confine oneself to the possible is to remain within an economy of the same, Sci. 60-62/rdr, 60-62. By the impossible Derrida clearly does not mean impossible stricto sensu, the simple modal opposite of the possible, but the more than possible, the transgression, the chance, the aleatory, the breach, the rupture, the passage to the limits, the Ebrunler and the solicitation of the same. The possible is not other enough, not enough at all. The desire of deconstruction for the more than possible impossible is a passion that it shares with apophatic theology. Theology and deconstruction share a common passion and desire, a common désir de Dieu and désir de l'impossible and amour dei, a famous double genitive. The impossible is what gets both underway, impelling and impositioning them, setting them in motion, sparking Silesius's angelic peregrinations, even as deconstruction begins by the impossible. Everything comes down to what is called the impossible, or tout autre, under whatever name it goes or comes, God, for example. So the via negativa of Pseudo-Dionysius, Eckhart, and Angela Silsus runs beyond the borders of Christian Neoplatonism, widened by a formula that is not a secret code but the opening of a cut that unlocks its general interest. The other, that is, God or no matter who, precisely, any singularity whatsoever, as soon as every other is wholly other. For the most difficult, indeed the impossible, dwells there where the other loses his name or is able to change it in order to become no matter what other. Soph, 92/on, 74. The tout autre, the wholly other, God, for example, or any singularity whatever, no matter what. Like the singularity of an event whose uniqueness makes of each occurrence both an unprecedented first time and an unrepeatable last time, each time it is the event itself, a first time is a last time. Wholly other, SDM, 31/Psalm, 10. The wholly other is any singularity whatever, whoever, whose thisness we cannot lift up, cannot gen. 52. Aerolize, cannot universalize, cannot formalize, any singularity which fixes us in this place so that we cannot look away, cannot look up to the eidos of which it would be but an example, which would allow us to get on top of it, dominate it, enable us to envisage it instead of finding ourselves fixed by its gaze. Derrida here takes up a uniquely biblical sense of singularity, as opposed to a Greek sense of subsuming the less real particular under the truer universal. Tout autre does not matter what or who is tout autre. Derrida's formula, which is no hermeneutic key or a semantic secret, goes like this: wherever you read the name of God in negative theology, remember, whatever you believe, that is the name of the wholly other, and remember as you read that every other is wholly other. That is Derrida's way of saving the name of God, the way he proposes to translate negative theology. One should say of no matter what or no matter whom what one says of God or some other thing, Soph, 90/on, 73. Every singularity is a wholly other whose alterity should be respected, not assimilated to the same, not subsumed under the universal. But this formula, tout autre est tout autre, the very tip of Derrida's stylus, the point of his interest in negative theology, goes hand in hand with what he calls exemplarism, Soph, 95-96/on, 76, which has to do with his taste for literature. For literature sets the problem of exemplarism in motion. Something of literature will have begun when it is not possible to decide whether, when I speak of something, I am indeed speaking of something, of the thing itself, this, for itself, or if I am giving an example of something or an example of the fact that I can speak of something. Pass, 89-12/on, 142-43 and 14. Something of literature will have begun when it is not possible to decide, pace Kant, whether Jesus is an example of the moral law, or whether the moral law is an example we learn from Jesus, when we cannot tell which way the mimesis goes, whether empirical actions imitate the idea or whether ideas imitate factical life. Pass, 85-87 and 10/on, 140-41 and 9. Something of literature will have begun when we cannot decide with assurance what is an example of what, whether justice is an example of God, for example, or whether God is an example of justice, for example. One can always make one name, even the name of God, an example of some other name, or even of the name in general. There is an endless substitutability and translatability among these names that neither Derrida nor deconstruction is authorized to stop. Neither Derrida nor deconstruction can save the name from this substitutability. The other is an example of what is named with the name of God, the name of God is an example of what is named by the other. God is the exemplar of every other, the other is the exemplar of God. When John says God is love, love exemplifies what God means, but it is also true that God exemplifies. 53. What love means. Is God an example of justice, or justice of God? Does it matter? It is in any case none of Jacques' business, nor of deconstruction's, to settle this one way or the other. That's your business. It is enough, more than enough, to incite the passion for the tout autre, which is to save the name of God. That is why Derrida's quasi-principle of translatability is no definitive hermeneutic key. 4 keys turn locks in both directions, and this powerful little key, tout autre est tout autre, can lock theology up inside the walls of atheology as well as unlocking its doors to untheological readers. The last thing we want is to make this little shibboleth into a hermeneutic secret, which would put Derrida in the position of the most high hermeneut who holds the master key that unlocks the conundrums of negative theology and deconstructs its passion down into the death of God or Feuerbach or your mommy or whatever. God forbid. The idea behind deconstruction is to break all such locks, to unlock texts and institutions, beliefs and practices, not in such a way as to say that you cannot have such things, but only to say that you cannot have a lock on them. The idea behind deconstruction is to let the tout autre shimmer in all its theological undecidability, to let the translations run in both directions, in theological and atheological directions, without trying decisively to call a halt to the play. Translatability should be, per impossibile, like a river running in both directions at once, a flux of which even snooty old Heraclitus never dreamed. In the end, Derrida concludes, there is no end. The translation of negative theology that interests him is the one whereby we are ourselves translated, carried over, into the desert by negative theology. The movement beyond the Greco-Christian side of negative theology oscillates between a pure formalism, an empty techno-scientific formalization of the language common to several traditions badly done, comparative religion, e.g., and a hive of inviolable secrets and untranslatable idioms. But Derrida's concern is with something which is neither the one nor the other, which is anterior to both, something which is not a thing, something like an inconstructible kura, not because it is invulnerable to deconstruction but because it is the very spacing of deconstruction, Soph. 103/on, 80. In the end we are translated to something that Derrida consistently shelters from translation, kura, 23-24/on, 93. The desert kura is the site where negative theology and its analogates happen, so that Derrida is more interested in the communication of negative theology with the Platonic kura rather than with the Epicena Tezousias, cf. Sci. 567-69/DNT, 105-07. That desert site is older than or prior to the local sites of Christian, Jewish, or Islamic apophaticism. There are cinders, the desert of a desire, the desire of a desert. Desert is the other name, if not the proper place, of desire, Soph. 103/on, 80, that is older even than the Desert Fathers. It is into that 54. Desert site that Derrida is carried by negative theology, over and beyond negative theology and its analogues. In that desert we are all a little lost, straying beyond the reassuring economy of sacrifice, outside the circle of losing in order to save, wandering a little destined errant, no less lost than safe. The politics of translatability. The thesis of translatability in deconstruction does not say that everything can be translated but that translation cannot be stopped, that it is both necessary and impossible, necessary because impossible, and something we deeply love just because it is impossible. Moscow, 118-21. How could it be stopped, and why should we even want to stop it? Translatability is the slippage that is built right into things, but this slippage is productive, not a punishment, or at least it is a productive punishment. We are both summoned and consigned to continual translation, like the Shemites. To translate is to come to grips with untranslatability, with a singular idiom that you just have to learn to use and that you want to share. Deconstruction is a thesis about untranslatability, about the conditions of possibility of translation and about the impossibility of translation reaching closure, about what you gain and lose, when you translate. Whether or not deconstruction is on the side of God, it is clear that God is on the side of deconstruction, who intervened at a crucial moment in the construction of a famous tower, calling construction to a halt, disseminating Shemite tongues, and making translation necessary and impossible. Psi 203 ff/did 165 ff. The saving gesture that deconstruction can extend to theology is tied up with Derrida's insistence that there can be no politics or law without, sans, negative theology, which also means without translatability. Soph. 106/on, 81. 47. Again, it is a question of the two voices, two desires of negative theology. Soph. 110/on, 83-84. In one voice, negative theology gives comfort to an elitist law and politics of the esoteric secret from which everyone else is excluded. Politics of sites. Leo, Kara, 49/on, 104, of authoritative and authorizing places, which is perhaps what happens historically in various mystical sects. But in its other voice, the one that deconstruction sets loose, there is an apophatic politics of the tout autre, of the holy other, where every other is wholly other. That releases a politics of the singularity of the other, of the democracy to come, of the promise of a more radical democracy. Soph. 108-09/on, 83, a politics which keeps on saying that the other is not this or that, not I or we, not like us or anything that is privileged by the I or we, by my place. That is why one of the senses of Soph el-Enam is to save the name of the victim. The absolute victim is a victim who cannot even protest, who is erased as a victim, his memory reduced to dust or cinders, which is 55. A trope that comes to take the place of everything that disappears without leaving an identifiable trace, a trope for absolute disappearance. The name is necessary, il faut el-Enam, love consists perhaps in surnommer, in naming to excess, in lovingly nicknaming, in order to save the victim from the flames, even if we fail. PDS, 403-05/points, 389-91. Derrida aims particularly at delimiting the hegemonic rule of a Christian Europe, of the privileged side of Greco-Euro-Christianity, of which the Pope is dreaming. Soph. 99/on, 78, 48, which led the Pope, in his recent bestseller, to oppose Christianity to Buddhism as an atheistic system. 49. The Pope's complaint about Buddhism means that Buddhists do not agree with the Pope about how to use the word God, which is their business, but it also means that the Pope does not admit that the name of God is translatable, and that in general the meaning of the name of God should be fixed by popes who are in charge of authorized translations, which is serious business. Derrida's politics of translation aims at delimiting the hegemonic rule of a Christo-Eurocentric world, of a whole world translated into Europe's language, like the NATO world dreamt of by Rorty, who, whatever his views about the contingency of our vocabularies, thinks that everything should be translated into NATEs, minus the Christianity. Point 50. Deconstruction wants to find the way to a universal, international law. SOF 105-06/on 81, that would not be co-opted by the special interests of the superpowers whose superiority carries them beyond, hyper, Odella, the impoverished Uzia of the Third World. A democracy to come, a democracy without its current limitations, practical and conceptual, must pass through such aporias, so that we cannot define the politics and ethics to come any more than apophatic theology can define God. The paradox of passing through the aporias of negative theology, there is no going without the apophatic emphasis, just what makes clearing the way to a democracy to come interesting, since doing what is possible soon becomes tiresome. Toward a generalized apophatics. I wish to conclude this discussion of Derrida and negative theology by suggesting what I will call a generalized apophaticism as the generalized truth or wider translatability of negative theology. This is what the learned unknowing called negative theology has always known, what it has to say, or unsay, in a generalized way, and why the passion that drives negative theology is a matter of general concern. In my favorite book on Foucault, James Bernauer suggests the strategy of interpreting Foucault on the model of a negative theology, the result being that one would find in Foucault a certain apophatic anthropology. 51 Foucault does not advocate some positive, normative notion of the human. 56. In the name of which we can desire and should strive to effect emancipation. But instead of seeing here the name of dark despair, Bernauer sees in Foucault the desire of the singular individual to twist free of normalizing standards in the name of something different. On Bernauer's accounting, Foucault says of human beings what Eckhart says of the divine being: whatever you say God is, that is what God is not. You cannot say what human beings are but only what they are not. They are not necessarily this or that, especially what is presently in place, heterosexuality being Foucault's favorite example of being the same, while Foucault finds a heterology in homosexuality. So to the theologia negativa, one could add a anthropologia negativa, an ethica negativa, politica negativa, where of the humanity, or the ethics, or the politics, or the democracy to come we cannot say a thing, except that they want to twist free from the regimes of presence, from the historically restricted concepts of humanity, ethics, and democracy under which we presently labor. Humanity, ethics, politics, or whatever, en import would belong to a general apophatics. Such an apophatics would turn on a generalized nominalism, where the best way to save the name would be to treat each name as a nomen negativum. The aim of this nominalism is not to shut knowledge down in simple ignorance but to open it up to the affirmation of the docta ignorantia taught by the late medieval mystical masters, sans voir et sans savoir, but in a general form. The effect of this ignorantia is to keep the possibility of the impossible open, to keep the future open, to have a future, which means something to come, lest like Thomas Aquinas the only decent thing left to do is to die. 52. The avenir, the dream of a democracy to come, is not the vision of a democracy in the future present, not the gradual realization of an already envisaged ideal. The avenir is not foreseen but blind, and does not have a positive content but remains absolutely undetermined. SDM 111/Psalm 65, the object of a faith, not a plan. The future is not a positive, regulative ideal which admits of gradual empirical approximation. Deconstruction is not a form of essentialism or idealism turning on an idea in the Kantian sense or Husserlian infinite ideal. The avenir of which deconstruction dreams is rather a completely open-ended, negative, undetermined structure at the heart of what I am calling here a generalized apophaticism that goes along with a non-essentialism, a nominalism, and a generalized ignorantia about what is coming, that cultivates the possible not as possible, but as the impossible. For the future present, insofar as it is already pre-envisioned, belongs to the regime of the same, as a future modality of the living present. SDM 110/Psalm 64-65, which is not the absolutely undetermined surprise that Derrida calls the messianic hope, see 9-10 below. Of this future to come we can only say come. To say or to pray. For come is a prayer, a famous one at the end of the book of Revelation. 57. When someone says come, the conventions that convene to make this event possible allow someone else to link on with amen. And amen can be translated we. So, then, Derrida is praying, and when we read Viens we have stumbled upon him as his prie-dieu, and there are others there with him, all bowing furiously before the wall. Now we are coming to his more Jewish, circumcised side. Viens. We. Edifying divertissement number 1. Bedeviling faith. In How Not to Speak, Derrida refers to critics of deconstruction who want to see in it a symptom of modern or postmodern nihilism and who could, if they wished, recognize in it the last testament, a note to say the martyrdom of faith in the present fin de siècle. This reading would always be possible. Sci. 539/DNT, 77. I wish to show here, in a kind of quasi-theological addendum to this treatment of negative theology, that deconstruction is something like a fin de siècle faith, but without the martyrdom and without the nihilism. The effect of deconstruction is not to undo a specifically religious faith but to resituate it within the trace and thereby to let faith be faith, not knowledge or triumphalism. Deconstruction can have no brief against faith, because deconstruction is itself faith, miming and repeating the structure of faith in a faith without dogma. Faith, in the trace. For Derrida, the trace is the element of undecidability, the formlessness in which determinate forms are inscribed, a desert place within which determinate decisions theological or atheological are made, each checked and confused by the other, each movement disturbed by a counter-movement, so that we do not know what is taking place. In the desert one never knows whether what is coming is an oasis or a mirage. Prayers, laws, constitutions, works of art, all of our theologies and atheologies, are so many markings, configurations inscribed in the flux, so many figures carved in the shifting sands of the desert, so many ways of making our way through an aporia. In the midst of this abyss, theology and faith keep their heads by bowing their heads in prayer, by calling upon the name of God, oh, God. That is how they respond to the provocation, the solicitation, the disturbance. God is how they name the whirlwind. Other discourses. 58. Have other idioms and atheological names, like being or world or perhaps even capital, in capitals, or will. For Jacques Derrida himself, and I would say for deconstruction, this provocation, or provenance, which has always taken place, cannot be said to come decidedly and univocally from either being or what the determinable faiths call God. I say this not because Derrida knows that it comes from something still higher, hyper, but because, for Derrida, the call lacks an assured origin and destination, because it is adrift and casts us adrift, in a desert place, because it is not guided and held steady by its prayer. I do not want to say that there are no prayers in deconstruction, far from it, but that in deconstruction prayers are adrift, because the name of God is subject to the unlaw of exemplarity, Soph. 95-96/on, 76, so that we do not know whether God is an example of something else, or everything is an example of God, an imago Dei. For Derrida, it is enough that apophatic theology takes place, that is, has a place given to it, enough that, struck by the thunder of the tout autre, it takes the place of saying something, no matter what, that it has something to say God, for example. For the taking place itself, the place itself that it takes, is the matter at issue here. 53. For Derrida, the trace of the place ought not to be conceived as a surrounding transcendental condition that makes safe, but as a quasi-transcendental open-endedness that leaves us at a loss. The theological or the atheological, the ontological or the economic, are determinations, determinable faiths, Soph. 86/on, 71, ways to give the promised determination and destination, Bestimmung, for which each one must take the responsibility, attempts to close the circle and complete the rounds of the cula. For Derrida the trace leaves us all a little lost, and so Derrida himself can speak only of the asymmetrical provenance 54 of the trace, the language before language, without knowing or being able to say what solicits us, what has promised us in advance to the trace and what is promised to us. This lack of origin or destination is the aneconomy or alogic of the gift, a certain drift as opposed to the heaving and sighing of creation for God, the father of all gifts, the diastole and systole of exitus and reditus in theology, especially in Christian Neoplatonism. But Derrida is not, here, or anywhere else, ruling out religious faith, or negative theology, rather, he resituates them, relocates them, finds their site, within the trace. If deconstruction were a topology, which it is not, if it were centered around a privileged place, instead of being lost and exiled, in diaspora, then that place would be not the lush growths of a Greco-Germanic Schwarzwald but the desert. Deconstruction would have an anchoral topicality. Kura names the site, the interval, the spare spacing, within which both theology and atheology, both faith and faithlessness, theism and antitheism, faith in this or faith in that, would take place, would have a place, avoir lieu. 59. How could Derrida, for whom everything depends upon faith, rule out religious faith? Why would Derrida want to ban the name of God, a name he dearly loves? That would imply the excessively foolish notion, already sufficiently rebutted, that there is some sort of negative ontological argument embedded in difference which shows the non-existence of God, as if the spacing or interval of difference has the effect of elbowing certain entities off the chessboard. Far from knocking out discourses on the tout autre, or putting out the fires of such discourses, the whole idea of deconstruction is to incite them, to inflame our passion for the impossible, for the incoming of something absolutely surprising. Deconstruction is trying to inflame the passion of faith, to incite a riot, to drive us mad with passion, not to neutralize exciting and inflaming discourses. By inscribing, or reinscribing, faith and theology, or atheism and atheology, if that is your desire, within the movements of the trace, by making the movements of faith and theology further, determinable moves within the general field of the trace, Derrida sends them back to the desert whence they sprang like desert flowers. If faith and theology understand themselves well, if they learn to speak of themselves and of God well, if they recall they are desert discourses, then they understand that they cannot, that they are structurally unable to, in virtue of the trace, close the circle, finally and effectively to assure their own destination, truth, and validity. Homo viator, yes, but without knowing the destination, a little lost in the desert, caught in an aporia so that the path is given just where the way is blocked, MPPDM, 12930/MFPDM, 132, Homo aviator, which is what allows a decision to be absolutely responsible. Derrida does no more than follow Johannes de Silentio, Abraham's poet, from whose fear and trembling we learn that faith must never be a certainty but passion, the highest passion that, locked as it is in the secret of non-knowledge, still has the heart to push ahead, DM, 78/GD, 80, which is the repetition forward and the marvel. Deconstruction does not adopt the absurd position of giving instruction to theology, as if it were appointed a neo-Kantian judge of theology, for deconstruction always comes after theology, lately on the scene, post-pose, after the fact, Soph, 42-43/on, 48-49. At most it whispers in theology's ear, gives it a little gift purely gratuitously, putting a little contribution in theology's collection plate. The gift is to insist that it is in virtue of the trace that faith is always faith, a decision made in the midst of undecidability, a way to make one's way in the midst of an aporia, something forged, formed/faked, incura, which is, I would say, a general condition of any belief, of any positing or positional attitude. A determinable religious faith, say in one of the great monotheisms, takes the form of a yes, yes we, within the general affirmation, the we by which we all respond to the language before language, which must be repeated from moment to moment. 60. In other words, Derrida does not discredit negative theology but gives us an alternative, non-metaphysical, non-oesiological, or non-hyperphysiological way to read or hear it, sans the pure experience or naked contact with a secret presence, from which standpoint the negative theologian looks back, with a certain serene Gelassenheit, that is a little too assured, on the play of signifiers in which the rest of us poor mortals are trapped, which thereafter appear as mere straw, sicut palea. That, were it to take place, would actually spell the end of faith and replace it with union, but then face to face, after which there would be no further need to survive, to live on. But by reattaching negative theology to faith, to the hard work of seeing through a glass darkly, difference gives us a reason for living on. I have now twice alluded to the famous story of Thomas Aquinas, which, praying your patience, I will tell, again. After saying Mass on December 6, 1274, Saint Thomas Aquinas is said or reported, by his Dominican brethren, there being nothing outside the text, to have been blessed with just such a mystical, unitive experience. After this, the Dominicans said, he himself was silent, he stopped writing, saying nothing except to say, all that I have written is as straw compared to what I have seen. Then he fell silent and died. That made perfect sense, for at that point he had no need for a future. There was for him nothing more to come, avenir, the secret having already been disclosed, the gift of presence having already been given, his passion for the impossible having been sated. That was a very consistent tale for the Dominicans to tell the Curia, and it evidently made a persuasive case for sainthood, which was handed down in 1325. Now, however difficult it is to keep this story safe against the suggestion that he actually had a cerebral hemorrhage, 55, a suggestion that is so heartless and cerebral that I will not even mention it necessary to choose between them. Might not a visitation by the tout autre bring on a cerebral hemorrhage? It confirms in an oblique way that the deadness of the trace is, after all, a condition of life and a reason for living. Were the gift of full presence actually granted, were the secret ever actually fully revealed, were anyone actually to know the secret, who could we trust with it, life would be revoked, there being no reason for living on, serving. This would confirm something that the masters of spirituality have long known, that it is by having our prayers answered that we are often done in, so that you should take care what you pray for lest it be granted. No person can actually know the secret, see presence and live. Who would want to? Why bother? What would you be living for if you had no future? If the promise of your future, the future that comes of having a promise, the passion of the promise, had actually been fulfilled, why would you live on? In dying, Thomas did the only decent thing. He always did, that is why they called him the 61 angelic doctor, and there was nothing left to do but canonize him. This angel of a man was a saint. Now, Jacques Derrida, who is not an angelic doctor but a more devilish deconstructor, although he is very interested in ghosts and spirits, is not out to undo faith and theology, negative or positive. Derrida is not a neo-Kantian policeman but a ragpicker and reader of lost mail who saves theology from itself, from its worst, hyperagiological side, by reminding it that it is inscribed in the trace, and hence in faith. Deconstruction constitutes a lovely little bit of documentation, and this is the humble little offering it puts in theology's collection plate, its widowy 2 cents that faith and its theology grow like desert flowers in a desert place, blooming when all the elements conspire against it. Like an absolute surprise. We. Like an experience of something that will, in a manner of speaking, knock us dead. Sanct Thomas, ora pro nobis. A devilish hypothesis, faith without faith. Let us put this devilish doctrine of faith under the bubble. By saving the name of God, of the tout autre, and import Derrida is not trying to make everything safe. The trip Derrida takes through the desert of negative theology is risky business, without recourse to the safety of a desert guide, of a prayer that knows its destination, nor to the propriety of a lush Greco-Germanic destination, where we will be bathed by words of elemental, ursprünglich power. Derrida's trip ends up in a Kura/place, a desert place disturbed by demons of every sort. Let us here, by way of a devilish hypothesis, Posit an asymptotic point of contact toward which religious faith and the thought of the trace tend to touch, a desert meeting place at which they would tend to make contact. That point pricks, but it pricks both ways, for theology suffers an inscription in the trace, even as the trace suffers a becoming theological. Sci. 538/DNT, 76. I have in mind a point at which theology, opening itself to translatability, opens the wound of its own kenosis and suffers from its passion for the impossible. The hypothesis goes like this. What if theology were to confess itself no longer able to save the name of God? What if, beyond the economy of sacrifice, it were to give up the name of God to translatability without return? What if it were to pray without, sans, knowing where to direct its prayers, without its sense of destinal assurance, without trusting that its prayers up to heaven rise? What if it were it to have faith without faith, foi sans foi, maybe even foi a sang Freud, the sans serving to save faith from dogmatism, to believe without quite knowing in what it believed, so that it had to ask, what do I love when I love my God? 62. What if theology, negative or no, were so to subscribe to the trace, to be subscribed and inscribed by the trace, that it would begin to drift in deconstruction's direction, start to head out into the desert, adrift with deconstruction's anchoral destinerance, so that it drifted in the direction of a God without God? Suppose, God forbid, that the desire for God fluctuated undecidedly with atheism? In a discussion of the Désir de Dieu, Sof. 18-20/on, 36-37, Derrida remarks upon the possibility of a desire in the other voice, foreign to anthropotheomorphism, a desire going toward the absolute other, that renounces the momentum of appropriation. This other desire is not driven by the passion of a subject for possession, it is sans avoir for something determinable, but by the passion for the impossible, the affirmation of the tout autre. When this desire takes shape in the most radical forms of religious discourse, it looks like atheism to the orthodox, as Eckhart and Silesius testify. That is why Derrida also writes that he desire of God, God as the other name of desire, deals in the desert with radical atheism, Sof. 103/on, 80. These questions lead us back to the logic of the sens in which Derrida is so much interested in pa and sof l'enam, the sens in Dieu sans l'être, God without being God, the oni in die ros ist ohne warum, the rose without why, the sign in Augustine's wise without wisdom, good without goodness. This is the logic of a quasi-negative predication, Sof. 27/on, 40-41, in which whatever is said must subject itself to the discipline of the sans, must stand up under, must survive, a self-effacing, auto-deconstructing sans. Following this logic, to save the name of God, negative theology says we must do without God, pray God to rid us of God, seek God without God. So, by an analogous but admittedly devilish gesture, I would say that to save the name of faith, faith must be faith, without the assurances of faith. A faith without faith can easily cross over into a faithless despair, which is also, let us not forget, inscribed within the trace, and if that is what becomes of it, so be it. Save what we may, nothing is safe and there is no economizing on anxiety. But despair is not what I have in mind with my hypothesis. I mean a faith that is inhabited by the thought that the name of God gives way to translation, that it disseminates itself, that it multiplies itself into other forms and figures, that the patent faith holds on this name does not give it exclusive rights, remembering, on no less an authority than God himself, that when the Shemites wanted to make themselves a master name, God was on the side of dissemination. Is not the story of Babel God's way of urging that there are no master names, not even the name of God? Is that not even God's own word? Removed from the reassuring circle of an economy of sacrifice, what is the classic dark night of the soul, the moment of spiritual aridity? 63. Of a spiritual desert, if not the dark advent of difference or kara. Faith without faith is not faithlessness simpliciter, not the simple modal opposite of faith, not the simple negation or undoing of faith, but an anchoral faith inscribed in the trace, a trace of sense inscribed in faith, inscribing an atheistic trait in every faith. A faith without faith is a decision inscribed in undecidability, where undecidability is structurally ingredient in faith, not the opposite of faith but the element of faith. The undecidability is first, last, and constant, the element, the space in which faith makes its leap, the horizon in terms of which faith understands its limits, understands that it is faith, through a trace darkly. Faith is a path that must pass through the aporia of the sands. How can a path pass through aporias? What would a path be without aporia? Would there be a way, voie, without what clears the way there where the way is not opened? Would there be a way without the necessity of deciding there where the decision seems impossible? Would there be a decision there where the decision is possible and programmable? Soph. 109/on, 83. Faith without faith is precisely such an impossible, a translation of the impossible and impassable, forced to make its way in the midst of an aporia. Faith without faith is precisely faith. Otherwise it is not a battle, not through a glass darkly, but a high road assured of success. The deconstruction of faith, which has nothing to do with its simple destruction au contraire, saves faith from closing around itself by opening this wounded discourse to the wound of translatability or substitutability. Undecidability and substitutability do not form a bottomless pit down which every decision is dropped never to be heard from again. They constitute rather the haze of indefiniteness with which decision must daily cope, the gluey, glassy glass which conditions even very ordinary decisions, in which the urgency and passion of decision are nourished. The quasi-theses of translatability, substitutability, undecidability, open up the space in which faith fights its good fight and tries to save its good name. The number of faith. But over and beyond opening up a certain space for faith, for the determinable faiths, while saving them from their worst, most dogmatic side, deconstruction is itself a form of faith, something that becomes unmistakably clear in Memoirs of the Blind, Infra, 19. The passion for the impossible is the passion of faith. Not only does deconstruction reinscribe the determinable faiths within undecidability, which is a very salutary reminder, but deconstruction's undecidability goes hand in hand with a certain faith, sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, and a certain 64. Passion of non-knowing, Cinders, 75. Deconstruction takes the form of a general or non-determinable faith in the impossible, of what Derrida calls in the Marx book the essence of faith par excellence, which can only ever believe in the unbelievable, SDM, 227/Psalm, 143. Deconstruction comes down to an affirmation or hope or invocation which is a certain faith in the impossible, in something that pushes us beyond the sphere of the same, of the believable, into the unbelievable, that which exceeds the horizon of our pedestrian beliefs and probabilities, driving us with the passion of the impossible, the unbelievable, producing another amazing North African mix, a certain devilish Derridian version of Tertullian, credo quia impossibile est. Deconstruction describes the very condition of fidelity, Sci. 649/number, 131, the fidelity of faith, the very way faith is engaged, the very engagement of faith, which is, for Derrida, the structure of repetition, of repeated affirmation, the structure of the we. Repetition is an affirmation made in the very condition of multiplicity, the promise to remember and the memory of a promise, over and against the menace of forgetting. Far from ruling out faith, deconstruction is itself faith, which is why the archi-act of promising can be described as an act of faith, MPPDM, 142/MFPDM, 150. Given its wariness about the self-assurance of voir et savoir, what else can deconstruction be but faith, faith in something unforeseeable, in what is coming? Faith must be affirmed again and again, must first say yes and then, putting its hand to the plow without looking back, says yes again. And again. We. Faith is a certain loyalty to itself which presupposes its own lack of identity, its own divided, undecidable unessence. If there ever were a plenitudinous now, there would be no faith, since everything would have come, and, as we have learned from Thomas Aquinas, the only decent thing left to do would be to die. But it is no business of deconstruction, indeed it goes against the grain of deconstruction to specify some determinable faith, to specify what faith is faith in, to calm the storm or arrest the play in which faith takes shape by proposing a determinate object of faith, some common faith. Deconstruction has no business in identifying the tout autre. That is your business, your faith. If you are smart, you will not identify it too precisely unless you are prepared to suffer a loss. Your business or mine, your faith or mine, where I and you are but formal indicators of certain singularities, singularly responsible respondents. In deconstruction, faith says yes to the stranger to come, we, a l'étranger, Sci. 639/number 120, yes to the stranger to whose shores deconstruction points without attempting to land, to explore or, God forbid, to conquer. It says yes with an affirmation that is unconditional, imperative, and immediate, PDS, 299/points, 286. 65. This is all explained very powerfully and beautifully in the closing pages of Nombre de Oui, Sci. 648-50/number 130-32, in which Derrida comments on the work of Michel de Certeau. 56. There can never be an analytic of the yes, he says, but at best a quasi-analytic, because an analytic is supposed to resolve into simples, to come back to simple conditions, but to come back to the yes is to come back to something that is already doubled within itself, structurally, and not by some accident that befalls it from without. That is so, fittingly, for two reasons. 1. The archa-yes by which we are promised and engaged, is already, as soon as it starts, a response to what calls upon and engages us. The first yes comes second, in response to a demand that precedes it. 2. Furthermore, to say yes is to bind oneself to the future, to a further confirmation in a second yes, which promises to keep the memory of the first yes and confirm it, to repeat it. When we say yes, we do not know as yet if we have said yes. When we inaugurate something, we do not know if we have inaugurated anything yet. Inaugural days come after the fact, years later, a posteriori. We are just beginning, and we are not sure if this beginning is a beginning or if it will fail, if we will fail to remain faithful to it. This is what Derrida calls repetition, close to Kierkegaard's, the repetition that repeats forward, that produces what it repeats, the repetition that comes first. The first yes will not have taken place without the second, without the promise of the second, even as the second is the memory of the first, the yes itself being internally divided into yes, yes. But the necessity of the second yes also menaces the yes, exposing it to the possibility of becoming something mechanical and rote, a semblance of itself, a simulacrum, a fable, fictitious, which no longer believes in itself, which would be a bad repetition, unloyal and untrue. What is so dear, so close to our heart, that we learn it by heart is menaced by the automaton, the automatic repetition, PDS, 306/points, 294-95. This menace is older than and prior to the question of subjective intention. There are subjectively good and bad intentions, good and bad faiths, well-intended and ill-intended subjects, only within the structural framework of repetition, the structure that requires repetition. The second yes is a promise to remember, a memory of a promise, which takes place in a place of evenementialite, of the very coming to pass of the event, the very structure of the event, prior to the psychology of memory, of the psyche and morality. But in order to fulfill its mission to repeat, memory must also be able to forget. The second yes must be an absolute renewal, a new inauguration all over again, acting as if the first yes were entirely forgotten, as if it were forced to begin all over again. This forgetting is not psychological omission, something we forgot to remember, but a structural condition, the very condition of fidelity, which, to be faithful to the first yes, must forget it, I.e., have all. 66. The ab initio freshness of a first start. That is what Derrida calls the possibility and impossibility of the signature, the possibility that can never reach the closure of absolute assurance. Faith, fidelity, for Derrida, has the structure of the signature, of the second yes that must put its signature on the first. The second yes must countersign the first, in the face of the divisibility, the extension from moment to moment, against which a signature strains and stresses and stretches itself, se tend, Sci. 649/number 131. The second is a first yes, once again, a second one, a doubled yes, a second one cut off from the first in order to be itself first. Each day, every day, each time, it is the first time. Thanks to the menace of forgetting, felix culpa, memory can each time take the first step, so that the cut, coupure, between the first and the second yes is also what provides the opening, in which, as Michel de Certeau says, upon whom this writing is a graft, the same phoneme, ja, makes the cut and the opening coincide, Sci. 650/number 132, which is itself a graft upon Angela Silsus, who said Gott spricht nur immer ja Yahweh, the cut, the separate one, who is what he is and who separates himself from every name, is the opening of the yes, which also cuts a way through to reading circumcision as a yes, just as the circumcised heart and ear cut the other a break, a point we will pursue below. Faith is this incalculable number, we. Already the first yes but always the second first a faithful counter-signature, a yes can never be counted, Sci. 650/number 132. Faith is not calculable in advance, cannot be counted on to coast on its own, cannot be taken for granted, but must be given again and again, without calculation, sine ratione, in a faith without faith, a faith which is reinvented from moment to moment, we. A holy dissemination. That is why there is something a bit perverse in thinking of difference or the trace as Jean-Luc Marion does, as some kind of anterior authority, some sort of overseeing secular power that asserts its primacy over God, that sets itself above God, and hence as a higher order and more sophisticated idol. If it is a screen, as Marion argues, 57, it is nothing other than the glass screen of glass through which faith sees darkly so that we do not now see face to face, the quasi-transcendental glass spoken of by Paul, who knew a thing or two about faith, who also told us to put our hands to the plow, not look back, repeating forward in the we. Deconstruction does not set itself over the name of God but below God, so that God is always tout autre, ahead of it, before it, too much for it, more than it, of itself, is capable, while deconstruction itself comes limping along lamely after the name of God, post-pose, after the fact, like a little postscript, Soph. 42-43/on, 48-49. 67. Deconstruction affirms, says yes to, gives its assent and consent, zusage, has a faith in what is to come, prays and weeps for what is coming, for my God. Since we know, on Derrida's own word, that Jacques rightly passes for an atheist and that this is something that worried his mother, what he means by my God is in the end his business. That is why the distinction is so crucial between Derrida and deconstruction, or between Jacques and Derrida, where the name of the thinker is the name of texts to read, of a signature that can be countersigned by the other. This is the distinction between the aleatorical contingencies of Jacques' history and the resources of deconstruction after the death of the father, which is an easier distinction to make with Plato or Aristotle, who have been dead long enough that we do not know them personally. But deconstruction in itself, if there is such a thing, sans Jacques Derrida, keeps the space of undecidability open, letting God and justice, tout autre et tout autre, tremble in the winds of undecidability, which is the space within which any decision, the passion of any determinable faith, is inscribed. Deconstruction does not sit like a judge judging the name of God, let alone, God forbid, judging God, but wonders all the while whether the name of God can be translated into something else, is an example of something else. Of justice or love or death or the other or singularity or the gift, for example. If negative theology seeks God without being, as Marian says, deconstruction asks whether we might have God without God, God without being God, being Him, God, which is one of the ways Derrida suggests we translate Jean-Luc Marian's remarkable title that Marian may or may not intend. In that sense, deconstruction comes not before or over the name of God, like a screen, before or over faith, but after God, after faith, in order to ask, with interest and admiration, what is happening. Deconstruction does not think that God is a bad name, even though its most assured secularist admirers would have it so. On the contrary, some of the most profound things are said under the name of God. That is why Derrida cannot avoid speaking of God, cannot get along without, sans, it. Here, for example, is a sans Derrida very much admires. God himself, if he wants to live for you, must die. How do you think, without, oni, sans, death, to inherit his life? Has anything more profound ever been written on inheritance? I understand that as a thesis on what inherit means to say, Soph, 106-07/on, 82. Now, when Angela Silsous writes this, he has St. Paul in mind, and he adds a little Pauline postscriptum to his verse, about our living now, not I but Christ in me. All onis in Silsous, including die ros ist own verum, come attached with Christian postscripts. If he 68. Degger does not like this, it will be necessary for him to write another postscriptum, which is always possible, Soph, 108/on, 82, and that would institute another inheritance and another syllabification, i.e., another translation, tradition, substitution, or contextualization. Silesius's Pauline postscript is his business, the verse can be translated without it. By translation Derrida does not mean translation without remainder, absorption into a mathesis universalis or a lingua franca that assimilates everything. He means recontextualization, it can be repeated and renewed, repeated with a difference, so that it keeps on giving off sparks, living on otherwise. When the prophets, for example, use the name of God, they like Derrida seem to mean justice, and when they speak of justice, they seem to mean God. This translatability, this substitutability, this disseminative slippage that slips back and forth between the name of God and the name of justice, that is what deconstruction emphasizes and celebrates. Can we say what God means to say in some other way? Do we dare? Or conversely, and this is what we must bear in mind, here, where faith and theology are at stake, are the other things we say justice, death, the other, for example ways of saying God, of saying the name of God. Without, sans, oni, God. God without God. I pray God to rid me of God, is not that Jacques' prayer, too? Are there ways of praying without praying God, praying to God where I do not know what I am praying to, of loving God without knowing what I love when I love my God? The believer is someone who privileges the name of God, who for reasons of her or his own is committed, is promit, or given over in advance, to the name of God, who has a sense of destinal assurance. That is not a bad thing. Everyone privileges something, no one speaks pure chaos, we are all always and already factically situated in some determinable, Soph, 86/on, 71, faith or another, some determinable socio-historico-linguistic world or matrix or another. How could it be otherwise? The danger is only to think that your privileged name cannot be translated, that if someone does not use it, they are against you, like the Pope and his Buddhists, so that when the Pope says, from his balcony, by et or by, my God, he wants the whole city and the whole world to fall in line with him. Deconstruction pries open the prayer my God, so we pray and weep to God while remaining all the while a little lost, not knowing to whom we pray. God or justice? Is it a matter of choosing between these two? Do they not pass back and forth in a kind of holy dissemination? 69. 2. The apocalyptic. 5. Veins. Something coming. Veins. Something unforeseeable and incomprehensible. Veins. Tout autre. Veins. Let every one say. Veins. To every gift. Veins, we. Amen. Fragment from the Book of Eli, 1. The transition from the apophatic to the messianic, from Derrida's several confrontations with the negative theology of Christian Neoplatonism to the more Jewish and prophetic strains of the later works, is best made by following his analysis of venir and avenir, of something coming, something, I know not what, that comes over us like an absolute surprise. If Derrida's apophaticism is deeply messianic, as I hope to show, that is because it is not a little apocalyptic. Over the years, deconstruction has become, with increasing insistence and urgency, more and more a discourse and a meditation, and no less a politics of and even a prayer for what is coming. Everything in deconstruction turns on the constellation of venir and avenir, veins and invention, l'avenir and evenement. Veins sounds a little apocalyptic, like a line lifted from John of Patmos. Veins has the ring of an invocation or a prayer for what is coming to, like the closing recitative of Come, Urkhau, Veni, in the last chapter of the Apocalypse to John, 22:17. Derrida had struck up this tone in all inno. 70. Sense, while reading Blancat, not the Bible. He first started saying and praying Veins before he was aware of the citational resonance of this come, or at least that its citation was also a reference to John's Apocalypse, Tun, 87/RTP, 162. He had been repeating and mimicking an apocalyptic tone, insu, without even knowing it, blindsided, we might say, by an apocalyptic, vision. But when Jacques of Elbyre realized that he sounded a little like John of Patmos, he did not hold it back but let it come. 3. The apocalyptic tone of Veins is not an accident, not another little brush with religious discourse like the apophatic and messianic that we can, with a wipe of our brow, safely push aside. There are too many such accidents in deconstruction, too many chance occurrences that recur with a rhythmic regularity. Point 4. Derrida is continually repeating the possibility of religion sans religion, miming and mimicking a non-dogmatic doublet of dogma, dt, 53/GT, 49. He is continually producing deconstruction as a certain deconstructed religion, perhaps a religiousness to outdo Johannes Climacus. The call of come, the apocalyptic tone of Veins, belongs to another time, other than philosophy's time, to a more Jewish and biblical time, a time organized around the promise, not the present. The Bible does not think of time in terms of the enduring permanence of ousia but in terms of fidelity to the promise of something that is to come, even something a little impossible. What lies behind the come and the apocalyptic tone? John's or Jacques' another, more Jewish messianic time where time is focused on the avenir. The axioms of ousiological time, of the more familiar Greco-philosophical time, on the other hand, are all variously organized around enduring presence, even and especially those that are planning for the future, which means for them the future present. Veins, we are not just 2 or 3 more words for deconstruction, but words of event and advent, supplying the very opening within which words take place, opening messianic time. Veins is not an alethetic opening, a clearing made by truth and old Greeks, but an opening of and for justice, where justice precedes truth. Veins precipitates a more Jewish or at least a more Greek opening than a Greco-German Lichtung, more a prophetic breach than a phanesthetic clearing. Veins opens the messianic space and time of justice, for truth always walks a step or two behind justice in deconstruction. In this more Abrahamic opening, voir and savoir give way to croire, so that rather than basking in a hoary Hellenic light, we are all struck a little blind. Point 5. This is the opening of the Eliver Oune Pavoir, MDA, 3738/MB, 32-33. The open, where not to see, the place of not seeing, the Louvre, the place not of seeing but of faith in the impossible. Here one wends one's way with weeping eyes and seeing tears. To be sure, Derrida is not a rabbi. He is repeating religion with a difference, miming religious time non-dogmatically, for this is a messianic. 71. Time sends a Messiah, an apocalypse sends apocalypse, a religion sends religion. Unlike John of Patmos, Jacques of Elbyre is not threatening anybody with a plague, APOC 22:18, if they add or subtract something from deconstruction, or even if they write a critical review of his books. This Viens is directed to the impossible sans the blood that gets spilled every time someone assures us that they speak for God who has assured them that he will back them up with a plague or two if their enemies give them trouble. 6. This is an apocalypse without vision, without truth, without revelation, Ton, 95/RTP, 167. This is the secret that there is no secret, at once as secret and superficial as the postcard apocalypse, Ton, 42/RTP, 136, the unveiling of the bad news that nobody has a revelation, that we are all in this together and that nobody has won the high ground of the Grand Seigneur. The visionaries of the Viens are all blind, sans vision, sans vérité, sans revelation, Ton, 95/RTP, 167. They live in a kind of community of the blind, are granted only an apocalypse of the sans, where everything turns on learning to live with this without. But this sans is not the scene of a loss but of an opening that lets something new come. Derrida certainly wants to dislocate the apocalyptic tone of John's Apocalypse, to cut it down a notch or two. For the apocalyptic notion of a privileged access, the high-handed politics of a special message from on high granted to a few from which the rest of us are excluded, cryptopolitics, Ton, 42/RTP, 136, a politique de lieu, Cura, 49/on, 104, the epistemics of a secret access to the revelation of a mystery, which goes to the heart of historical apocalyptic literature that is everything that Derrida resists. Beyond all that, he had come upon this come and this other, more messianic time, in all innocence, not in John of Patmos but in Blanquat. When the symptoms of an apocalyptic disorder first began to surface, he was in good faith, he did not know he was citing the Apocalypse of John. I will begin part 2 with Psyche, the invention of the other, one of Derrida's most direct and helpful presentations of Viens, 5. Then I will take up his initial encounter with Blanquat's Viens, 6. In 7, I will pursue his confrontation with the apocalyptic tone that deconstruction had, by then, recently adapted when Derrida addressed the eschatologists who had come together at Cerisei in 1980 to hear the apocalyptic call of /for the ends of man. I conclude with a presentation of the secret which impes Zions, for the secret is the condition of the come. 8. Then a little organ music, an edifying discourse in between parts 2 and II while we await the Messianic. The incoming of the Holy Other. The powerful thematic of venir and avenir in Derrida's works can be clearly identified in the 1980 essay Psyche, Inventions de l'autre, the lead essay of a volume that bears its name and a pivotal essay for the present. 72. Study. Deconstruction is inventive, or it does not exist, he says, Sci. 35/RDR, 43. 7. Deconstruction is engaged in and by the invenire, the incoming, the arrival, venue, of what is coming, what is to come, avenir, in and by the future, l'avenir, and the adventure, aventia, of the future, CFPDS, 136/points, 127. Deconstruction is eventive, evenement, evenir, or it is nothing, the event emerging from the abyss that lurks beneath conventions, convenir, DM, 81/GD, 84. In plain English, if there is such a thing, l'invention de l'autre means the advent of the other. In plainer English still, invention means incoming. As an interjection, like for, where incoming means that something is coming at us, at our head. when someone shouts incoming. The right response is to duck. L'invention de l'autre, heads up. Deconstruction is a way of staying heads up, of shouting heads up or it does not exist. Derrida differentiates this invention and its politics from the modem politics of invention, which he calls an invention of the same, which means a managed invention. Then invention is monitored by existing institutions, by universities, foundations, and governmental programs, for example, that support and authorize, that authorize by supporting, only certain lines of research, only certain works of art, only certain discourses. In this conventional invention, invention is domesticated, kept in check within the economics of the same, and inventive human subjects are given limited reign or latitude within a fixed horizon. The invention of the same is a discovery. Invention also means discovery, to come upon of something lying already embedded in the system. In this invention, the assemblage of existing institutions is strengthened and confirmed by reabsorbing every novelty. The existing order lies ready and waiting to reduce it. Invention to the same, Sci. 36/RDR, 43, to give it status and a patent within the current configuration, tending thus to integrate the aleatory into its programmatic calculations, Sci. 51/RDR, 54. No absolute surprise. Pas de surprise absolue. That is what I will call the order of the same, Sci. 53/RDR, 55. The invention of the other is the deconstruction of the prevailing concept and practice of invention. We dream of reinventing invention on the far side of the programmed matrices. For is a programmed invention still an invention? Is it an event through which the future, l'avenir, comes to us? Sci. 40/RDR, 46. There is no question of opposing the invention of the same to the invention of the other, since even opposition belongs to the logic of the same, as in Hegel's dialectics, for example. The invention of the other is different differently. Its difference beckons toward another coming about, toward this other invention of which we dream, the invention of the wholly other, tout. 73. Autre, the one that allows the coming of a still unanticipatable alterity and for which no horizon of waiting as yet seems ready, in place, available. Sci. 53/RDR, 55. Divested of a horizon of waiting, one must still prepare for it. Even if we cannot, like heroic subjective agents, invent the wholly other, even if the invention of the other is the wholly other's own incoming, still we must allow the wholly other to come, which is not a simple impassivity or inertia. For however incalculable and unprogrammable, however aleatory and heterogeneous to calculation the incoming of the wholly other may be, one must get ready, one must be prepared, in order to let the other in. Point 9. To prepare oneself for this coming, venue, of the other is what can be called deconstruction. Deconstruction, that means to say come. Venes. To invent would then be to know how to say come and to answer the come of the other. Does that ever come about? Of this event one is never sure. Sci. 53/54/RDR, 56. Deconstruction says come to the step of the other, pas de l'autre, to the step of Elijah at our door, to the step of the absolute surprise, pas de surprise absolue, so that the other will not be my doing, the mirror image of my psyche, which is one of the things this word means in French, Sci. 58/59/DNT, 59-60. If anything, it is I who will be invented by the other. Point 10. That is Derrida's desire, the passion of Derrida or of deconstruction for the impossible, the unbelievable. For dreams and desires, prayers and passions, belong together in the overreaching, messianic and slightly Jewish expectant trespassing that deconstruction is, if it is. Derrida is dreaming of what is not and never will be present, what is structurally to come, avenir. He is dreaming and praying over an absolute future, a future sheltered by an absolute secret and absolved from whatever is presentable, programmable, or foreseeable. The prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida are not a matter of wishing, willing, or wanting some determinable, foreseeable object, a future present at which one can take conscious aim. Every determinable telos is still present, has already been anticipated within the horizon of what presently prevails, of what is merely possible. The future present has already happened, save actually bringing it about with a little effort, or even a lot. That is what he means by the same, something we can imagine and foresee that we could bring about with a certain amount of luck and work. Dreaming and desiring, praying and weeping, on the other hand, are a passion for the beyond, Odella, the tout autre, the impossible, the unimaginable, unforeseeable, unbelievable absolute surprise, which is absolved from the same. 74. Derrida's distinction between the invention of the same and the invention of the other invites a certain comparison, which is instructive up to a point, with the Kuhnian distinction between normal and revolutionary scientific change. The normal progress of science, the day-to-day discoveries of science, occur within a pre-delineated horizon of anticipation. In normal science, the apprentices of the prevailing paradigm confirm the expectations of the dominant practice and conceptuality, verifying and strengthening the rule of the same. But from time to time the rule of that conceptuality is disturbed from within by the anomaly tout autre, a singularity that precipitates the moment of crisis by resisting assimilation into the same. The anomaly throws the whole into undecidability, and, by mobilizing the younger practitioners in the discipline, brings about a holistic, revolutionary reconfiguration, one that the present paradigm, the prevailing regime of presence, the same, can neither foresee nor absorb. 11. Still, the differences that divide Derrida from Kuhn are even more instructive. Derrida's tout autre is not satisfied with the formation of new horizons, the establishment of new paradigms, although it does explain how that happens. The figure of the future is an absolute surprise, and as such, Derrida says, something monstrous. To prepare for the future, were that possible, would be to prepare for a coming species of monster, to welcome the monstrous arrivant, to welcome it, that is, to accord hospitality to that which is absolutely foreign or strange. Whatever arrives as an event, as an absolute surprise, first takes the form of the unacceptable, or even of the intolerable, of the incomprehensible, that is, of a certain monstrosity. But with this addendum, we always try to domesticate this monster, to make the surprise part of our familiar habits, which means that we transform our habits and assume new habits, that we transform the nature of the field of reception, PDS, 400-401/points, 386-87. But beyond this settling in and acculturating of the event, the tout autre for Derrida is always, more importantly, structurally outside, out of place, out of power, impossible, to come. If the tout autre ever won the revolution, if the Messiah ever actually showed up, if you ever thought that justice has come that would ruin everything. Furthermore, Derrida's distinction is not restricted to or even chiefly concerned with science or even knowledge, PDS, 370-71/points, 359. Derrida is not thinking in Greco-ontological terms of a paradigm shift in understanding, but of a more Jewish, more Lebanesian ethico-political alderity that shatters understanding, that underlines the saliency of the incomprehensible, something we confess we do not understand. Gene sais pas. Il faut croire, before which we can only say vins, we. The tout autre is not a new way of seeing things, a new way to envision, but a blindness, a confession that we are up against something, sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, Parags, 25, to which we can only bear witness. L'invention de l'autre is a more messianic than Kuhnian crisis, more attuned to 75. The anomaly of Abraham on Moriah than the scientific anomaly, more a prophetic call for a justice to come than a theory of scientific change, even a revolutionary one, FOI, 27. 12. The advent of the other, its incoming, adventful invention, is to be distinguished, Derrida says, from a theological order. Pray be patient, he is not ruling out religion, where theology means onto theology, where invention ex nihilo is mine, saith the Lord, where the theological means the God-given, pre-given order of what is already there. For such an invention there is little left to do save supplement God's work, to fill in the divine sketch, to fill up what is lacking in what is divinely predelineated. That is to remain safely within the invention of the same. Schelling, trying to make the most of such a finite situation, treated the productive imagination as a supplement of God's creation, as adding what is missing in the totality of revelation, making a finite addition to an infinite program, completing, inventing God in that supplementary sense. Sci. 56-58/RDR, 58-59. That gives invention its patent, a legitimate status and standing within the present politics, within a restricted, albeit divine economy, a role to play within the same, as a supplement of the same. Invention thus is possible and, as the invention of the possible, it does not break the law. However, it is just this very logic of a supplementary invention that creates the space for an unanticipated opening. For by operating within a frame of presupposed conventions, within a certain respect for the rules and conventions of the prevailing economy, and where else can one operate? Where else can we begin other than where we are? DLG, 233/OG, 162, it is possible to bend the rules and improvise inventions on these conventions, to repeat and mime them, to repeat them with a difference. Deconstruction comes down to bending these rules with respect for the rules themselves in order to allow the other to come or to announce its coming in the opening of the dehiscence. That is perhaps what we call deconstruction. Sci. 59/RDR, 59-60. By respectfully inventing, inventively respecting, respecting with a little bending or mimicking, we can twist free of the same, altering it just enough to let a little alterity loose. That is different from straightforward opposition, confrontational countering, which succumbs to dialectical assimilation. The invention of the permissible and possible, the inventiveness of a human subject in an onto theological horizon, Sci. 59/RDR, 60, invention within the limits of possibility alone, invention in conformity with institutional horizons, that all adds up to a confirmation of the same, the mirror image, psyche, that is sent back to the same. Then, in that invention, the other does not come and invention invents nothing new, and this because 76. Nothing comes to the other or from the other. For the other is not the possible. So it would be necessary to say that the only possible invention is the invention of the impossible. An invention has to declare itself to be the invention of that which did not appear to be possible, otherwise it only makes explicit a program of possibilities within the economy of the same. Sci. 59/RDR, 60, CFAC, 43/0, 41-42. It is the paradox of this impossible, of the impossible, that engages, engager, deconstruction, that gets its gears in motion, by means of which deconstruction can let the other come. I am careful to say let it come because if the other is precisely what is not invented, the initiative or deconstructive inventiveness can consist only in opening, in uncloseting, destabilizing foreclusionary structures so as to allow for the passage toward the other. But one does not make the other come, one lets it come by preparing for its coming. Sci. 60/RDR, 60. We can only prepare for the incoming of the other, but we cannot invent it, cannot effect it, bring it about, by a cunning deconstructive agency. We are called upon, paradoxically, to prepare for the incalculable, to prepare without calculating in advance. Is this possible? Of course it is not, that is why it is the only possible invention. Sci. 60/RDR, 60. Deconstruction is a discourse and a politics that works at not letting itself be enclosed by the same, at not being encompassed within the economic circle of invention, which amounts to a method for reappropriating the different. Deconstruction dreams of the absolute surprise, au-delà du possible, of a writing, a difference, without status, without law, without a horizon of reappropriation, Programmation, Institutional Legitimation, Sci. 61/RDR, 61. Thus is it turned to the future, to the time to come. For the time to come is its only concern, allowing the adventure or the event of the tout autre to come. Of a tout autre that cannot be confused with the God or man of onto theology or with any of the figures of the configuration, the subject, consciousness, the unconscious, the self, man or woman, and so on. Sci. 61/RDR, 61. That is deconstruction's passion, its only concern, seul souci to make way for a tout autre that is not the God of onto theologic, or the, who, man of metaphysical humanism. The tout autre cannot be programmed in advance by a theological order, where everything has been providentially settled in advance, or by an anthropological order, where everything is our doing, which would doubly prevent this advent, issuing a non to the coming of the other. Deconstruction means to bend this non into a we. 77. 6. Messianic time. Derrida and Blanquat. Messianic time. It was in the work of Maurice Blanquat that Derrida had first come upon the thematic of the come. Hence, without presuming to excavate fully the relationship between Derrida and Blanquat, 13 to map out the labyrinthine corridors of a relationship that, it is obvious, is also deeply implicated with Levinas, it is important to say a word or two about Blanquat's veins, at least about certain fragments of Blanquat that have worked their way into Derrida's veins, and contributed to its apocalyptico-messianic tone. Blanquat is a crucial source, particularly inasmuch as he is a secular and not a biblical source, of Derrida's veins, as also of the logic of the sens and of the pas. For Derrida's veins belongs in greater proximity to Blanquat than to John of Patmos. I take le pas delegampfully translated as the step not beyond as my point of departure. Blanquat distinguishes ordinary, lived time, temps ordinaire, from an other time in the other language that it requires a time without the present, an exceedingly unhusserlan time, to be sure, without retention or protension, which for Husserl would be a time sans time. The familiar notion of time, phenomenology's lived time, is synthetically formed out of the present, past present, and future present, a schema which, as Heidegger points out, stretches all the way from the Greeks to Husserl. In this other time which would be unphenomenal, unlived, non-experiential, extraordinary, the past is always already past, a past that was never present, never lived through, a tout autre past that did not pass through conscious life and experience only then to assume its irrevocable place in the flowing off of past nows. By the same token, the future, no less tout autre, is not a future present, a not yet present toward which consciousness can stretch out, protend, foresee, anticipate living through, as it gradually comes about, but rather a future that will never be present, that is prohibited in principle from ever being actualized at some future point in time. Such a future constitutes a certain event, evenement, or non-event that is shot through with non-occurrence, in evenement, what Derrida calls in pas the other event, l'autre evenement, or pas evenement, passage to and negation of the event, parags. 73. It is around such a future that the step/not beyond is organized, as the passage that is always made but always blocked. The interruption of the living present is also the disruption of the living, conscious self, the self-presence of the self. This disruption is described variously by Blanquat as the anonymous, the neuter, the he/it, leil, the disaster. Under any name, Blanquat means an erosion and hollowing out of the conscious subject, the master of the living present, the 78. Knight who confronts death's ominous possibility head-on, or flees from it like a slave. Against this active, conscious subject living in the present while prot-ending the future, Husserl, as also against authentic Dasein resolutely projected upon its being possible, Heidegger, Blanquat thinks in terms of a radical passivity that he calls dying, le mourir. There are indications in Blanquat that the other time can be given a messianic twist, that his notion of a future that will never be present has a messianic side, albeit a messianic sans any particular messianism. This messianic side, which draws Derrida's attention, is what I want to draw out in the present discussion. In Le Pas au-delà, Blanquat writes that murder, in addition to its ethical horror, is a futile attempt to assume mastery over dying, to bring dying into the living present, to actualize dying in an instant in which it is brought to stand as a finished fact, an actualized event, accomplished and achieved. So for Blanquat, thou shalt not kill means do not infringe on dying, do not decide the indecisive, do not say, this is done, claiming for yourself a right over this not yet, do not pretend that the last word is spoken, time completed, the Messiah come at last. SNB 108, 14. What is coming here, death never actually arrives, is prohibited or blocked from passing over into actuality, from collapsing into the order of presence. Indeed, that is the source of a peculiar horror, not anxiety over the possibility of death, but horror before its impossibility, the horror that death does not come, like the insomniac to whom sleep does not come. But this non-arrival of what is to come is also, and this is what interests me here, a way of safeguarding the indeterminacy, chance, and lightness of what is to come, which is its messianic side. That can be expressed by saying that the Messiah never comes, that the very idea of the Messiah would be destroyed were the Messiah, to everyone's embarrassment and consternation, to have the indiscretion to show up and actually become present. The very idea of the Messiah is that he is to come, à venir, someone coming, not that he would ever actually arrive. The very function of the messianic idea is to evoke or provoke the come, vens or vene, in the singular or the plural, SNB 137. The messianic idea turns on a certain structural openness, undecidability, unaccomplishment, non-occurrence, non-eventuality, which sees to it that, in contrast to the way things transpire in ordinary time, things are never finished, that the last word is never spoken. Were the Messiah ever to show up, that indiscretion would ruin the whole idea of the messianic. That messianic sentiment can be found in a wonderful little story about the Messiah that Blanquat tells in the writing of the disaster, a story that Derrida cites in a footnote to Politiques de l'Amitié, Pol. 55n, in connection 79. With the philosophers of the future of whom Nietzsche speaks in Beyond Good and Evil. Such philosophers are able to think the future, Derrida says, to bear and sustain the future, that is to say, for the metaphysician who is allergic to the perhaps, to endure the intolerable, the undecidable, and the terrifying, Pol. 55. Then Derrida cites this text from the end of the writing of the disaster, which Blanquat introduces as follows. Jewish messianic thought, according to certain commentators, suggests the relation between the event, evenement, and its non-occurrence, inavènement. 15. Jewish messianic thought gives us a way to think about time, about events, about the way they eventuate precisely inasmuch as they do not occur. Let us suppose, the story goes, that the Messiah shows up one day, at the gates of Rome, but in disguise, dressed as a beggar or a leper, an incognito meant to protect or prevent his coming, venue. The venue of the Messiah, his coming, or arrival, is something to shelter or protect from ordinary time and the present. The whole order of venir and avenir belongs to an other, messianic time and an other language, so that nothing coming, venue, could ever actually occur or come about, or have occurred or have come about, in ordinary time. The Messiah's coming can never actually correspond to an actual historical appearance in ordinary time. Whatever appearance the Messiah does make must be carefully protected or sheltered by the discretion of a disguise, lest the infinite provocation, the discreet delicacy and lightness, of what is coming be destroyed by its exposure to ordinary time, by its absorption into the grossness of the order of presence. That is why when someone obsessed with questioning 16 indiscreetly penetrates the beggarly disguise and recognizes the Messiah, he asks, "When will you come, viendras tu?" For the Messiah's being there is not his coming, le fate d'être là en est pas la venue. Even if the Messiah is there, là, in the flesh, present in ordinary time, such a presence can never amount to a coming, for coming venue, venir, l'avenir does not belong to the order of presence, sa venue ne correspond pas à une presence, but to a messianic order. Even if the Messiah stands before us, even if we poke him in the ribs, it will still be necessary to say, to call, and invoke, vens, vens, for the coming of the Messiah is not a gross event, heavy and thick with presence. Blancot's come comes along with the don't come. If coming is reduced to becoming present. 17. It is interesting that even in Christian messianism, when the historical Jesus of Nazareth is proclaimed the Christ, too little patience and discretion. Too much haste. 18. It is necessary for Jesus to die so that we may wait for him to come again. Then the Christian community may continue to recite and repeat vens, to hope in what is to come, and to organize itself around the come, Lord Jesus, memorably inscribed in the last chapter 80 of the Apocalypse to John. For Blancot, the Christian dogma of the Incarnation turns on a confusion of messianic rhyme with historical time, on a certain contraction of the lightness of messianic time to the grossness of the order of presence. Now suppose, Blancot continues, the Messiah, in answer to the question as to the time of his coming, were to respond by saying today. That is an answer likely to make an impression. There is no waiting for the Messiah, he is here, today, now. Although to wait is an obligation, since we are always waiting for what is coming, and something coming is always something to await. Then Blancot says the question is, when is this now? Raising a question which he answers in the same breath, he writes, when is this now? A now which does not belong to ordinary time, which necessarily overturns it, which does not maintain it but destabilizes it. 19. This now, the Messiah's now, belongs to messianic time and is not the now of ordinary time. The messianic now does not maintain the maintenance of temps ordinaire but breaks it up, breaks it open, and opens it to what is coming, which is the very structure of messianic rhyme. So when the Messiah says today, now, he means now, if only you heed me, or if you are willing to listen to my voice. The messianic today means, if you will begin, now, to respond to the call that the Messiah himself addresses to you, begin to answer the demands he places upon you, if, in other words, you are willing now to say vens as a response to the Messiah's call, and to call for the Messiah not with hollow words but with virtue. There is a way of waiting for the future that is going on right now, that begins here and now, and places an urgent demand upon us at this moment. That is why Blancot says that merely calling vens would not be enough, if the call were hollow, full of sounding brass but unaccompanied by virtue and repentance. That call for doing justice is also signaled by the setting of the Messiah's appearance among beggars, among the poor, the widow, the orphan, and the stranger, those who demand justice now, for justice deferred is justice denied. The Messianic today means, if you are willing to respond by your passivity and your patience to the coming of the Messiah, for the Messiah's kingdom is always to come. The very meaning of the Messiah is of a kingdom to come, of what is structurally coming, even as it makes an urgent demand upon us now. That is why Blancot attaches a little Levinasian, slightly non-Christian conclusion to his story. The Messiah could never be a God-man, or anything divine, nor some gigantic Hegelian event which would signify the end of history, the suppression of rhyme. The Messiah might simply be a just man, one who tends to God's poor. Perhaps not even that, perhaps not even some determinable, identifiable person, who would of course become such only by stepping into the gross event of ordinary, lived rhyme. 81. The Messiah might simply be each one of us just insofar as we wait for the coming, because justice won't wait, it is to be done at every instant, to be realized all the time. Every just act, are there any, makes of its day the last day, or as Kafka said, the very last, a day no longer situated in the ordinary succession of days but one that makes of the most commonplace ordinary, the extraordinary. 20. This passage is very close to Derrida's notion of justice, which we have also insisted is deeply resonant with the prophetic notion of justice, of being faithful to the coming of justice, making justice happen, now, for justice, which is to come, cannot wait, FL, 57-58/DPJ, 26. Justice means doing justice, doing the truth, facere veritatem, in order that he might come, in order to bring about the messianic time, the epoche of the Messiah. That future, that messianic future to come, is more futural than any future present, even as it cannot wait. Blancot concludes the tale with a citation of Levinas and Scolum, who have written, "All prophets there is no exception have prophesied only for the messianic time epoche. As for future time, what eye has seen it except yours, Lord, who will act for him who is faithful to you and keeps waiting." 21. Messianic time is prophetic time, the time to come is the time of the justice to come, that disturbs the present with the call for justice, which calls the present beyond, Odella, itself. For the most unjust thing of all would be to close off the future by saying that justice is present, that the present time is just, to pretend that the last word is spoken, time completed, the Messiah come at last, SNB, 108, like the right-wing extremists on the American Supreme Court who overturn affirmative action policies as if egalitarian justice has already come, here, now, right in the middle of American apartheid. Dying. The messianic notion of time is inextricably linked with Blancot's notion of dying. The arrival of what is to come, the coming of the Messiah, is nothing we can control or master, nothing over which the self has any authority or powers of disposition, nothing the self can actively bring about but something summoning our deepest passivity. The step beyond, le pas au-delà, the passage, the transcendence, or the transgression, is not a step the self takes, transgression is not aggression. The step beyond is not an action and not an ordinary passion but, in Levinasian 82. Fashion, a passivity more passive than passivity. Le pas is not a work but a non-work or worklessness, dissouvrement, of patience, not the doing of an agons but the suffering of a patience. Transgression transgresses by passion, patience, and passivity, transgressing always the most passive of ourselves in the dying in the lightness of dying. SNB, 119, cf. Parags, 53. The pas in le pas au-delà is the pas of passage, passion, passivite, patience, faux pas, which, along with ilne faux pas, plus de pas, and pas de plus, constitute a string that Derrida continually explores in pas. Dying is what precisely bears the structure of le pas au-delà. Dying, le mourir, is to be distinguished from death, la mort, where death has the crushing solidity and weight of presence, the irrevocable being or non-being of something finished or accomplished, the obscene visibility of a determinate, definite, decided fact, of a gross or inert event, SNB, 93-94. Death is an event in ordinary time, while dying, on the other hand, is the non-arrival of what comes about, the prohibited mocking the prohibition, there where it would be, in some way, forbidden to die, SNB, 95, cf. Parags, 62-63. Dying is le pas au-delà in the double sense of pas that interests Blancot and Derrida, 1, the step beyond, the transgression or transcendence, exposing the present to what is coming, 2, the not beyond, no beyond, the prohibition of transgression, no going beyond, pas au-delà, for dying can never mean being actually, decidedly dead. We are arrested in life, our death sentence is, as it was for J. In L'Arrêt de la Mort, the point of departure of Derrida is living on, border lines, arrested, stayed, deferred, impossible. Dying cannot come about, cannot be realized, dying is a step beyond, transgression, but a step that cannot be taken, prohibition. Death, even if it is slow, is always sudden, always visible, vulgar, obscene, exposed, public, and it takes place only once. But dying happens discreetly, invisibly, with an unbearable lightness, in an innumerable repetition, like a beating heart or a recitative, again and again, which is why Derrida's interest from beginning to end in Pa is with citation. The drama of its citationality was what mattered to me at the outset. Ton, 87/RTP, 162. Viens is always a citation, a recitation, a repetition, that must be continually repeated, we, in a double affirmation. He yes, which says nothing, describes nothing but itself, the performance of its own event of affirmation, repeats itself, quotes, cites itself, says yes to itself as, to an, other in accordance with the ring. Parags, 149/Low, 104. It is forbidden to die is not a law of God or man or nature announcing the obligation to live, but a pronouncement by time that death is a being. 83. Finished with life that life cannot know. There is no present, no living present, for death, no moment on the stage of living time upon which death could make its entrance. There is no time to die. Dying is an evenement that belongs to the order of viens and venir, not of presence. That makes dying sound like sensumtode in being and time, not the definite actuality of death in a future present, the death of actuarial studies, but the certain but indefinite possibility, the futural possibility of an impossibility, that haunts and, by haunting, awakens Dacian's freedom and Saint-Canan, that gives Dacian the gift of an authentic Zukunft. Indeed, Heidegger's notion of a certain but indefinite possibility arose, to the chagrin of Heidegger's secularizing admirers, on the occasion of a lecture course Heidegger gave on Paul's letters to the Thessalonians, in which Heidegger formulated his notion of authentic temporality in a reflection precisely dedicated to messianic time. The impatient Thessalonians demanded to know of Paul when Jesus would come again, to which Paul responded, as Heidegger construes it, do not worry about calendar time, about temps ordinaire. The coming of the Lord is not a matter of marking your calendars in anticipation of a future present, but of existential transformation. This when is a matter of how, of being ready, of holding fast, of saying constantly viens, come, Lord Jesus, no matter what is happening now. 22. But, as Derrida says in Aporias, while Blancat constantly repeats the impossible dying, the impossibility, alas, of dying, he says at once the same thing and something completely different from Heidegger, Aporias, 337/Aporias, 77. For everything in Blancat moves in the opposite direction, a Levinasian direction, along an opposed trajectory, not the possibility of an impossibility, but the impossibility of possibility. Dying is not a possibility, not a power or potence, a Saint-Canan, an active, resolute projection of authentic Dacian that has gathered itself together in order to effect a macho, phallic face-off with the fell reaper, out there all alone in its Eigentlichkeit without its mommy, facing up to death's certain but indefinite spectrality. On the contrary, dying is impotence, the ruin of the self, disaster not Selbstsein, not a resolute possibility the self assumes and that indeed constitutes and organizes the self as a self, but the breaking out of the neuter or anonymous in the self. 23 Dying is not something I do, actively and resolutely, as a work of life. Dying comes about in an order different from the living present, sans life and sans death, neither, any uter, life nor death. Not I die, but it dies, leil in me is dying. Dying, like writing, like the language no one speaks, has no author, no personal authority. It is not the personal deed of a prestigious knight of death or hero of authenticity, SNB, 109, but the impersonal, infinitive to die, morer, like dire. Dying is the fragility, the patience and passivity, of responding in the neuter, in a passion more passive than all passivity, of dying before any consent, any active assumption of a possibility. 84. In the neuter name sans name nothing responds, except the response that fails, that has always just missed responding and missed the response, never patient enough to go /beyond, without this step /beyond being accomplished. SNB, 118. The neutrality of dying, the passion beyond passivity, is a newer passivity that lies deeper than any determinate yes or no, affirmation or negation, action or passion, directed at a determinate entity. As the anonymous rumbling of the neuter within me, dying is not my possibility. Not I die, that does not concern me, but dying that does not concern me puts me in play in all dying. SNB 123. My concern is not that I die but rather that I be unconcerned with my dying. Dying is not a matter of my Selbstsorge but of my concern with the other, a concern that puts me in relation with, in play with, the other's dying. So the step beyond, le pas au-delà, is not a step I take to the other but the step of the other at my door, the knock that solicits my welcoming response. I think it is Elijah, or at least Lavina's knocking. But again, that is not a relation that I bring about or even assume, it lies deeper than ordinary responsibility in temps ordinaire. Even when I die deliberately for the other, that is like this passivity wanting to act in its very passivity, to make an appearance in historical time. That is what practical generosity is, which is to try to make real the unrealizable. SNB 123. By dying, Blancat appears to be drifting in the direction of Lavina's, of what Lavina's means by substitution, being for the other, transcendence as the absolute passivity of being already delivered over to the other before any conscious act or choice. In Blancat, dying does not mean getting sick or growing old, which are visible events in ordinary time, but a kind of ontological erosion of the self, a hollowing out of selfishness, I-hood, which begins to take on the look of Levinasian substitution, of turning the self inside out, not my death but the death of the other, of a deep responsiveness before all responsible action to the approach, to the step of the other at my door. Seen thus, the step not beyond is what Blancat calls éloignement, which Derrida translates with the Heideggerian term Entfernung, being and time. 23, the distancing, an approach to the other that does not, that cannot, remove the alterity of the other. As Derrida says in Shibboleth, the step not beyond is a step toward the other, toward you. You toward whom I must take a step which, without bringing me nearer to you, without exchanging myself with you, without being assured passage, lets the word pass and assigns us, if not to the one, at least to the same. Skib, 92/WT, 55. The step not beyond is the necessity and impossibility of approaching the other, it means to approach the inappropriable, to approach without appropriating. 85. Dying thus means, on the one hand, the neutral process in virtue of which the anonymous, the neuter, leil hollows out the moi and strips it of its authority, power, and positive possibilities, the horror, not of being headed for the grave but of being arrested in life, unable to die, like an insomniac in a night without end. But, on the other hand, and beyond, au-delà, this anonymity, dying also tends to take on an ethical sense, clearly deriving, if anything is clear in Maurice the Obscure, from Lavina's, which turns the being for itself of the self inside out and makes of it a being for the other. Simon Critchley raises the question of the extent to which there is a genuinely ethical movement in Blancat, whether beyond or within the space of literature there is also a space for ethics, whether the ethical is not swallowed by the disaster. Critchley asks to what extent the religious and theological tone of what Levinas calls ethics puts a definitive distance between him and Blancat. However this question of Blancat vis-a-vis Levinas is resolved, it is clear that, like Blancat, Derrida has no theological or sectarian agenda to pursue, but, like Levinas, Derrida clearly takes the Vines to be a call for justice to come, as a prophetic call. 24. To the extent that dying has an ethical dimension in Blancat, it is an emblem for the corruption of the conatus essendi, the congenital rot or erosion of the conatus vivendi, the depletion or ruination of my sane canon, the scattering of my possibility to be or not to be. SNB 131. With the word dying, Blancat means to point a silent finger at the weakness, the fragility of the cell, the inertia, the worklessness or being out of work, being cut off from the busy flow of the world, outside, the disaster, the impotent, impoverished weakness from which, on his view, any oeuvre, any work of art, would issue. While that deep ontological ruin is lighter than, prior to, older than anything transpiring in ordinary time, it appears, from the texts from l'Epoca della that we have examined, that it also can translate into altruistic action. Just saying beans will get you nowhere without justice. For Blancot, a generous, heroic, act of dying for the other is a grave, heavy, responsible deed that transpires in all the visible light of living time, paying the ultimate sacrifice in temps ordinaire. But such action seems to me to be a visible correlate to dying, which is something light, invisible, and discrete, a deep ontological structure that is prior to, or lighter than, a responsible decision, lighter than the actuality of a deed or an event, of actually being dead, killing oneself, or giving oneself up for the other, a surrendering to the lightness of chance prior to the gravity of choice. SNB 123. Viewed thus, the step not beyond, l'Epoca della, is the necessary but impossible demand laid upon us by the other who has stepped up to our door. It heeds the call from afar to set out for, to book passage for, that other shore 25, both death and the other, to arrive at that distant shore. 86. Rive, of the other which stirs in 11 Asian image with the recurrent image of the sea and water, lo, 0, in Blancot, which interests Derrida throughout Parags, 63. L'Epoca is a faux pas, a passage to what could never be completed, an attempt to cross the uncrossable, to a tout autre whose utter alterity would be destroyed were it ever reached. The other could never actually come. At the end of l'Epoca della Blancot writes, 26. Come, 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 vines, vines, venez, you whom the injunction, the prayer, the weight could not soothe. SNB 135. As a structure of messianic time, the vines, s, or venez, pl, is not to be taken as a determinate word in ordinary time, like a specific prayer or injunction directed toward a determinate future present person or thing, toward a determinable Messiah, for example, or a determinable end of history, Hegelian or Marxist. Outside all human mastery and control, Vines hopes for a break within the interstices of the laws of regularity, an outbreak of chance within the crevices of the continuous flow of presence. Everything turns, Derrida comments, on the chance, the risk, that the other of language comes to pass, se passe, in the step not beyond of language, l'Epoca della langue, Parags, 74. Vines is a wild word, un mot savage, something that it shares with soft and pa, it does not take its place inside language, settling itself within a familiar part of speech, but has a certain non-linguistic wildness, Parags, 84-85. It is not an isolatable part of language, an imperative, in the present tense, second person singular, or plural, it is not a determinable prayer, demand, or desire. It does not describe or show some subject or object, it does not call up a definite something that was not there before, Parags, 26-27. Vines is rather a certain affirmation, older and lighter than any determinate word or deed, that silently and invisibly tears open lived time and ordinary language, that renders them always already structurally open to what is coming, that prohibits, closure while soliciting transcendence, l'Epoca. The Vines is the order, or disorder, of messianic time, of veneer and avenir, that disturbs the order of presence, that hollows it out, so that what is coming does not, never did, never can, correspond to presence and presence cannot close over. That, I think, goes to the heart of what Derrida means by the messianic as opposed to any historical mechanisms, all of which transpire in ordinary time. It should not go unnoticed that, for Blancot, as for Derrida, Vines is not godless. Vines has nothing to do, in principle, with garden variety theism or atheism, which would concern themselves with the gross presence or absence of an entity. Blancot, like Derrida, is deeply fascinated by the name of God, a name that stretches language toward the other. 87. Constituting a language of the other. The flow of ordinary time and language are interrupted and disturbed by certain supercharged words like madness and fear, among which is also to be numbered the name of God. These are names too charged with themselves, as charged with all the surcharge of language, words which function like a messenger of another language, which tend to tear themselves loose from ordinary language, to fall outside language, but precisely in such a way as to constitute another language. God is thus a name, pure materiality, naming nothing, not even himself, a name whose tendency to disappear or withdraw from ordinary language is an indication not of its nullity or illusoriness, but of its significance and significance, an indication of something extraordinary that never was or will be present but is also coming. The death of God is perhaps only the help that historical language vainly brings to allow a word to fall outside of language without another announcing itself there. Absolute slip. SNB, 60, cf 48, 71, 121. That is very close to Derrida's interest in the name of God. The name of God tends to disappear, to efface itself, to make itself meaningless, to void and avoid itself, a name sans name. But it does so precisely in order to point to the possibility of something wholly other, tout autre, the advent of the impossible, of what is never present, what never collapses into presence, never falls into the gross idolatry of the present. God's name obeys the strange syntax of the sans almost exemplarily, I am tempted to say. The same word and the same thing appear removed from themselves, subtracted from their reference and from their identity, fully continuous with letting themselves be traversed, in their old body, towards a tout autre dissimulated in them. But no more than in pa does this consist in a simple privation or negation, far from it, ils en faux. It forms the trace or the step, pa, of the tout autre that is at issue in it, the retreat of the pa, and of the pa sans pa. Parags, 90, cf Parags 151/Low, 105-06. It is in virtue of the agrammatical syntax of the Venes that, were the Messiah actually to come, say, among the wretched living under the bridges in any American city, dressed in rags, among the beggars and the lepers and the HIV positive, the only sensible thing to ask him, if we felt obliged to ask anything at all, would be, when will you come? But it would be better if we could get past the indiscretion, the scorching aggression, and the delaying tactics of questioning to a simpler, more elemental word or two, doubly affirmed with a passivity more passive than all passivity. Venes. We. 88. 7. An apocalypse sends apocalypse to Jacques of El Bayer. I warn everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book, if anyone supplements them, God will supplement that person with the plagues described in this book. Rev 22:18. By 1980, Derrida realized that all this talk of Venes and we had begun to sound a little revivalist and Bible-thumping, like the last chapter of John's Apocalypse. Hence he found it necessary to address head-on the question of the apocalyptic tone that had recently been adopted in French philosophy, including and especially his own. The time had come to explain the peculiar passion of his particular apocalyptic secret, which he called his apocalypse sans apocalypse. To its critics, deconstruction seems to threaten the university and intellectual life generally with a kind of anti-modernism that jettisons all that the Enlightenment had achieved. 27. Indeed, it looks like the Schwarmerei worked over the coals by Kant in on a newly arisen superior tone in philosophy. In this essay Kant adopted a very sarcastic, shall we say, superior, tone toward religious and mystical enthusiasts who put feelings and private communications with the supersensible world in the place of pure passionless practical reason. Derrida's gloss on Kant, and on all the 20th century Kants who want to declare deconstruction unreconstructed Schwarmerei, is to say that there are Aufklärers and there are Aufklärers, and there are apocalyptics and there are apocalyptics. Just as we regularly require an Aufklärung to put out the fires of religious fanaticism which threatens everyone who is extra ecclesiam, it is no less true that we require an apocalyptic tone or two to raise holy hell whenever the outclarers try to shut the door and throw away the key on anything that departs from what they call reason. Whenever the outclarers try to saturate the horizon of the possible, to set forth definitively the defining conditions of possibility for everything in sight, to put off limits what Derrida calls the impossible, then an apocalyptic tone is required to shout, to cry, to pray, even very loudly, Viens, let the impossible come. That is not to say that deconstruction is all shouting and no hard work. Then it is time to shift into messianic time. Derrida is on a newly arisen apocalyptic tone in philosophy. 28 is a provocative delimitation of his relationship to the Enlightenment, and on 89. Settling of accounts with modernity, a kind of Derridian counterpart to the Foucauldian tract on Kant's What is Enlightenment. This is an essay on what could have been called postmodernism, that is, of how to work one's way through modernity, not around it, how to work with it, not jettison it, had not this word suffered the ill fortune of being ground into senselessness by overuse, by a wild circulation that is postmodern in the very worst sense. Deconstruction inhabits the space that separates the light of Kant's pure reason from the visions of the spirit seers. Derrida, who distrusts both visions, does not advocate either light, but a little blindness. He does not take either side but explores the space that separates the two, looking there for the chance of an opening, for the opening of the Viens, which is much more a Jewish or Greek opening for justice than are the lights of the Lumières or the spirit seers. Kant is doing combat with mystagogues, purveyors of secret, supernatural visions who dispense with the necessity for public argumentation and use their private visions to establish their gogic, seductive power over others. The mystagogues are upstarts, parvenus, who give themselves airs, a lordly, vornem, grand seigneur, and undemocratic tone that would ring in the death of philosophy. To these spirit seers Kant opposes not only the unforced force of reason but also a powerful counterforce, the countertone of sarcasm and satire, which he otherwise claims has no place in philosophical argumentation. Ton, 20/RTP, 124. These Führers claim to possess a secret, Geheimnis, that authorizes them to lead the rest of us around. Ton, 27-29/RTP, 127-28. But the mystagogues are cracked, verstimmt, deranged, delirious, derailed, and out of tune. They march to the tune of their own private voices, which they alone are authorized to interpret, instead of heeding the voice of reason, which speaks in publicly adjudicable and democratic tones. Ton, 33-34/RTP, 131-32. They lay claim to secret intuitions that are denied to the rest of us who do not wander beyond the limits of possible experience. These mystagogues have mystified philosophy, turning it into a kind of cryptopoetics, in which metaphors are substituted for arguments, and philosophy is confused with literature. The plaintive tones of Kant's complaint, Derrida complains, have a familiar ring. Ton, 45/RTP, 138. At the end, Kant, ever and perpetually a man of peace, proposes a concordat, a peace treaty, to which everybody should sign on, mystagogue and outclarers alike, to the effect that everybody should fall in line behind the moral law, which is the unum necessarium, without making pretensions to identifying this law any further. Ton, 54/RTP, 143, for example, as a privileged communication from a goddess made in private to a few. The spirit seers would cease their voyeurism, no longer trying to lift up the goddess's skirt and reveal her secrets. Apokatupto. The mystagogues, however, do not have a monopoly on apocalyptic eschatology, and with this point Derrida tries to shed some light on the scene. 90. At Cerisi, 1980, where the ends of man are under the bubble. Ever since the time of Kant, philosophy has been visited by one eschatology after another, beginning with the Hegelian and Marxist ends of history, the latter of which, he says, anticipating specters of Marx and Fukuyama, we today too quickly want to forget. Ton, 59/RTP, 145. Nowadays philosophers try to outdo one another by announcing the end of one thing after another of history, philosophy, metaphysics, Christianity, Oedipus, the university, literature, God, and God knows what else. Even the end of the book, we might add, as Jacques of Elbire revealed to us in a special apocalypse called of grammatology. Those who declare the end of this or that have their own ends in view, and we must stay alert as to where they are trying to lead us, pedagogically, demagogically, mystagogically, synagogically, or whatever. We must vigilantly keep the Lumières burning. We cannot and we must not. This is a law and a destiny. Forgo the Aufklärung, the desire for critique and truth. We must keep alive a healthy desire to demystify that discourse which speculates on vision, theophany, and parousia. Ton, 64/RTP, 148. That vigilance is a defining feature of enlightenment, modernity, and emancipation with which Derrida does not mean to break. CFDDP, 497/PR, 19. On this point at least, on the denial of what Kant would call an intellectual intuition, an intuitus originarius, a direct and intuitive insight into some sort of mundus intelligibile or other, which would be a transcendental signified par excellence, a supersensible secret, Derrida is a Kantian all the way down. But the post-Kantian, post-critical point he makes is that all along we must also be vigilant about these Enlightenment vigilantes, and watch where these demystifying pedagogues are leading us. For we must beware just as much those who claim they have seen the lights of the Lumières, for the well-hidden, eucalyptic, flower of apocalypticism can conceal itself under the rock of all these demystifications. Now he is closing in on his vision. If we imagine, by a kind of provisional fiction, that there were but one apocalyptic tone, instead of a generalized derangement, verstymien, and unmasterable polygonality of apocalypticisms, which is what Derrida really thinks, it would sound something like this: I have come to unveil the truth for you about the end of the world. The end is near and I can see it, we are going to die, the faithful and the goyim alike. I alone can reveal the truth, the destination. We must form a closed community of those who stay awake while the others sleep. Ton, 69/71/RTP, 151-52. The Apocalypse of John embodies this scene. John who? Which John? Last name, please, have come to tell you that the Lord, who is and was, who is first, last, and always, is one who will be but who comes, ho erch hominos, vent juris est, Revelation 1:4, 1:8. I am coming, I am going to come, and now that I has switched from John to Yeshua, watch out, I am right on the verge of coming. That at least is what John says that Jesus says, at least that is what is written in the best manuscripts we have. John is in the 91 wind, in spiritu, and he writes as if Jesus were whispering in his ear, dictating to him to write what he sees and send it to the 7 churches, Revelation 1:9-12. One imagines the postcard Derrida found in the Bodleian Library in Oxford, a frontispiece of a fortune-telling book, with John seated, writing, while Jesus dictates in his ear, and then, by a catastrophic reversal, Jesus, who never published a word, seated, writing, while John dictates in his ear, which is just about the scene that New Testament scholarship today describes, which a good many of the faithful take to be a catastrophe, pure and simple. The scene described in the opening paragraph is still more complicated, depicting a system of messages, envoys, sent out over a complex apocalyptic postal system. This is the apocalypse of Yeshua the Messiah, but it was given to Yeshua by Elohim, and from Yeshua it was delivered to an angel, who passed it on to John, who is writing it down and mailing it to the 7 churches in Asia, of which we have manuscripts in varying conditions. There are a lot of people on the line. In the days long before fiber optics, this was called a party line, a line shared by numerous customers, which was not only very inconvenient if you needed to use the phone, but could eventuate in a very confusing babble of voices when other parties broke in on the conversation. If we add to this the confusion over who John is to begin with, in the early centuries of the Church he was identified with the author of the fourth Gospel, whereas nowadays that idea is out of favor, we start to get an idea about the Babylonian confusion of voices here. Nowadays even John the Evangelist, like the other evangelists, is a community, a John Incorporated. In this multiplicity of divided voices, beyond a calculable plurality, the envoy leaps from one sender to another, each messenger making reference, renvoy, back to another, forming a relay system of envoys, apostoli, angeli, envoys, or messengers. If we press this issue hard, which really is what happens in the debates in which New Testament scholarship is enmeshed, about what is Jesus, what is Matthew, what is Q, etc., we can see where Derrida is trying to lead us. He is trying, devilishly, to lead us astray, to make us more and more unsure of who addresses what to whom, more and more caught up in a scrambling or verstyming of the hermeneutico-apocalyptic lines. Ton, 74-77/RTP, 154-56. Of course, the Church will only allow this scrambled situation to get so far before it calls the police. The Church can always establish a biblical commission to settle these disputes and to keep the identity of everybody on the line clear, and generally to keep everybody in line, or else the Church will tolerate the anarchy or energy of a creature only so long before it puts its institutional, foundationalist foot down. 29 institutional powers are very good at settling hermeneutic debates one way or another, usually by putting their foot down in somebody's neck, silentium laus. But since Derrida is adrift among the powerlessness of a creature, devoid and divested 92 of institutional support, things are prone to be a little more Babylonian and slippery, and this profusion of voices is a symptom of a quasi-transcendental slip. So, by what Derrida calls a catastrophic reversal, we can venture a much more Babylonian hypothesis: as soon as one no longer knows who speaks or who writes, the text becomes apocalyptic. Ton, 77/RTP, 156. That would make for an unbelievable apocalyptic structure, or maybe the only one we can believe, however much apoplexy this may cause believers. A text is apocalyptic just when the confusion and profusion run wild. Catastrophes and cataclysmic ends of the world, of course, are what apocalyptic writings are all about, what they are always prognosticating, but without thinking that they too would themselves be swept up in their very own winds, in their very textuality, in the confusion of a creature. On the contrary, these revealed texts take themselves to be above the fury and the fray, to speak from a safe and elevated site, to be getting it right and seeing clearly, to be building their towers straight into the clouds. Otherwise it would be a catastrophe. By a catastrophe Derrida has in mind a certain textualist turning around. Strephein means to move. A strophe is what the chorus sings as it moves from right to left across the stage, hence, a catastrophe means a reversal of movement, to get the chorus moving in the opposite direction, to sing a new song and strike up a change of tone. By this Derrida means reversing the strong sense of destination in the apocalyptic tone, which is the note that biblical commissions and institutional authoritarians strike. Deconstruction would disturb the scene of assured destination, unveiling or exposing the structure of a system of relays in which we do not know who is saying what to whom, thereby stirring up la passion du non-savoir. The result would be an apocalypse without destination, lost letters in the sacred mail, the revelation of the fact that when it comes to revelation we are a little lost and devoid of uncontrovertible visions. Call it an apocalyptic, apoplectic apophatics. That catastrophe is the very scene of literature, the secret that there is no secret, the very situation in which we all more or less find ourselves, if we renounce the voyeuristic claim to have seen beneath the goddess's skirt. Thus it belongs to the very structure of the veins to pray without knowing the destination of one's prayers, to weep without quite knowing why or over whom or whence one weeps, to expect what one cannot possibly envision, to look forward, through blinding tears, to the unforeseeable. Messianic time is through and through a time of hope and faith and blindness, of the passion of a blind faith. It does not engage, does not get in gear, until one is lost, destined errant, having been divested of the guiding light of a future present. The secret, sans vision, sans vérité, impus sciens. For Derrida, the catastrophic scene of every writing is one in which messages, envoys, refer, renvoyant, to other messages without decidable. 93. Destination. When he says this is a completely angelic structure, he is being a little devilish, since he really means that things have gone to the devil and we are in a hell of a mess. On the slightly diabolical twist of this catastrophic reversal, the apocalyptic takes on an adestinal sense, a sense of destinarance, which would be, he says, a transcendental condition of all discourse, of all experience, even, of every mark or every trace. Ton, 77-78/RTP, 156-57. On the catastrophic reading of the Apocalypse, apocalyptic discourses in the narrow sense, like John's, would be only an example, an exemplary revelation of this transcendental structure. Ton, 78/RTP, 157. In that case, apocalypse here would mean not the revelation of a secret truth, but, quite the reverse, letting the secret out of the bag, that there is no secret, no geheimmnis that anybody knows or can get straight, no high ground above the goyim, but only the divisible envoys for which there is no self-presentation nor assured destination. Ton, 78/RTP, 157. That would be a catastrophe, part of the difficulty of life if you believe, as I do, that believing is seeing through a glass darkly. That would not undermine belief but, on the contrary, reinforce the idea that belief blindness, not vision, is all you have to go on. Jene sais passage ne voice facile faux croire, MDA, 130/MB, 129. But this is no doomsday forecast. For this Jene sais pas is also what impus sciens, what drives the passion of deconstruction for the impossible, what drives poetry, or literature, as we learn in Shibboleth. I don't know, Jene sais pas, signals a situation. In what I have elsewhere called its restance, remnants, the poem always speaks beyond knowledge, au-delà du savoir. It writes, and what it writes is, first of all, this very fact, that it is addressed and destined beyond knowledge, inscribing dates and signatures which one may encounter and bless, without knowing everything of what they date or sign. Blessing beyond knowledge, commemorating through forgetting or the unimparted secret, partaking yet in the unimpartable. Skib, 63-64/WT, 37. When we today Aufklärers of modern times, when we continue to denounce the impostor apostles, the so-called envoys not sent envoys by anyone. All those charged with a historic mission of whom nothing has been requested and who have been charged with nothing, we find that we still stand in the shoes of John of Patmos, in the best apocalyptic tradition, which has always denounced false apocalypses. Ton, 80-81/RTP, 158-59. The question is, where do we draw the line? What are the limits of this denunciation and demystification of apocalyptics? To begin with, which is the Kantian move, the movement through Kant, this demystification must be led as far as possible. Like Kant, Derrida will have nothing to do with secret knowledge, with intellectual intuition, privileged access, Schwarmerisk vision, divine mysteries, or revelations which are apocalyptic stratagems in which one purports to shed 94. One's textual skin, or, if you will pardon the catachresis, to peek beneath the goddess's skirt. Apart from the suspect epistemology of this cryptology, this cryptopolitics supports the most dangerous conservative politics. But one should no less mercilessly expose the so-called dispassionate Aufklärers who expose such Schwärmerei. For Derrida, the only secret is, there is no secret. But, and there is always a but, deconstruction is a matter of buts. It is also true that nothing is less conservative than the apocalyptic genre, nothing more useful than the shrill voice of apocalyptic outcries when the killing curtain of censorship is about to close, nothing more powerful, say, than a recitative at the foot of the Lincoln Memorial, than a black American eschatological apocalyptic who claims to have a dream, to be dreaming of the impossible. I have a dream. Viens. The historical apocalypticisms grew more frequent just in proportion as the power of Rome over the Jews grew more complete. Apocalypticism is what is required wherever Caesar is too strong. Of course, censorship need not be always Caesarian and state-sponsored, it can be practiced just as well by the moral majority, the anything but silent majority, by straight, white, family value advocates, which harbor the enormous power to exclude everything that is not considered legitimate political discourse. Then we need apocalyptics to dislocate destinations, derail them, drive them verstimmt, break up concordats, challenge the established receivability of messages, defy the postal police, be the outspoken advocate of what is taken to be inadmissible, irreceivable, in general collocution, Ton, 82-83/RTP, 159-60. Saints and postmoderns, to invoke Edith Wiscograd's magnificent convocation and synagogic convergence of seeming opposites, have this in common, that they tend to be irrepressible, impossible advocates of everything that differs from established codes. 30 saints and deconstructionists alike will always be made out to be mystagogic, obscurantist, apocalyptics who need to be demystified and who certainly should not be crowned with garlands, honoris causa, by Cambridge University. That is one limit to demystifying apocalypticism. But there is another, more essential limit, that goes to the heart of differentiating deconstruction from a straightforward Enlightenment project of demystification, Ton, 83-84/RTP, 160. It is more or less obvious, not much of a secret, that when Derrida talks about apocalypticism in this address to a conference at Zurich convened to discuss Le Travail de Jacques Derrida, he has also been talking about deconstruction, and about the apocalyptic tone of which he has been suspected, especially in the United States, whose liberal, analytic establishment, Limited Incorporated, he has offended, rather the way he has been accused of / congratulated for being a negative theologian. Now while I think that deconstruction has never been in any historically precise sense comparable to a negative theology, the claim, charge / acclamation, of an apocalyptic tone is closer to the 95 mark. That is because it touches upon the prophetic and messianic dimension of Derrida's religion, its pact with the impossible, its shift into messianic time. Indeed, as Derrida points out, all sorts of bastard apocalyptic filiations from John's Apocalypse have worked their way into La Carte Postale and Glass, Ton, 86/RTP, 162, cf. Parags, 175-81/Low, 123-37. This issue is not laid to rest merely by pointing out that Derrida is not predicting the chronological end of the book or metaphysics, not predicting anything at all, that he is setting forth or delimiting a structural closure, not forecasting a diachronic, historical end. The second, more essential limit to demystification comes down to Viens, the elaboration of which is the most important moment of this text, the Viens that invokes the moment of messianic time. Derrida draws the line of demystification at Viens, which is for him an apocalyptic word, the apocalyptic word par excellence, if it is a word at all, the Blancosian word Derrida started using before he even knew he was citing the closing hymn and prayer of John's Apocalypse. For inasmuch as apocalypticism is the call of this a hymn and recitative of Viens, then deconstruction is apocalyptic through and through, grace à Dieu, and Derrida would never think of shedding his apocalyptic tone. But this is, we must never forget, an apocalypse sans apocalypse, an apocalypse of the sans, of the secret sans verite, so that when we call and cry, weep and pray Viens, we are still a little lost and do not know who or what is coming. Derrida writes, the event of this precedes and calls the event. It would be that starting from which there is, ilya, any event, the veneer, the avenir of the event that cannot be thought under the given category of event. Ton, 91/RTP, 164. The event, evenement, is not merely something that happens in the order of presence, in the most usual and commonplace taking place of the familiar and ordinary time, but the avenir, the coming out, that breaks out in messianic time. Viennes calls for a break, for breaking out into the open, for something new or different, something that shatters the horizon of the same, l'événement de l'autre, or, seen from without, the invenir, the incoming, l'invention de l'autre, the breaking in of something new into the circle of the same. Viennes and événement belong to messianic time. The Viennes is correlated to the événement, as that which precedes and calls for the event, calls it up, prays and weeps and sighs for it, inviting, calling, promising, hoping, sighing, dreaming, convoking, invoking, provoking, events. The blind eye of Viennes is set on what is coming in all of its interminable eventicity, and eventiveness, eventually, which are the elemental categories of messianic time. But Viennes is not a true Husserli and correlate because it is no contemporary of the event, not simultaneous or co-equal, like noesis and noema. Rather the Viennes is earlier than. 96. The event, precedes it and calls for it, messianically, prophetically. The Viennes is like still another John, the precursor John whose Baptist voice cries out in the desert of the same for the other who is to come. Viennes precedes the event structurally, it always precedes and calls for the event because, in messianic time, the event is always yet to come, shut through with non-occurrence, no matter what is presently in place. The very structure of the Viennes is to disturb the horizon of the present with the call of the impossible, to disturb the flow of geological time with promise and expectation. Viennes is not the last word but the first, the call that proclaims that the last word is never spoken and the Messiah has not at last come, so that, even if the Messiah actually showed up, we have to ask, when will you come? The Viennes calls ahead, calls beyond, calls for a step beyond that it is structurally impossible to complete. In messianic time, the future is always, structurally, to come, the step beyond, even as the present is always structurally open to transgression, do not trespass. The step beyond is not beyond, the step beyond is never complete, the step that is completed is never beyond. As the dialogue partner in Pa asks, speaking of Levinas's autrui, the other shore, autre rive. But is one able, is one obliged, is it necessary to approach that other shore, set autre rive? Would it not cease at once to be other? Would the event have arrived yet? Would it not be struck by interdiction, ne pas, by its very arrival? Parags, 66. This apocalypticism, this apocalyptic tone that Derrida has adapted, cannot be contained simply by philosophy, metaphysics, onto eschatotheology and by all the readings they have proposed of the apocalyptic, Ton, 91/RTP, 165, all of which move within the horizons of ordinary, presential time. There is no logos, no rule or formula be it metaphysical and teleological, be it theological and eschatological that could render an account of what is to come, that could determine or foresee its outlines, that could predict its coming or portend its content. Viennes does not let itself be brought before the court of reason, ara isenur, by any onto theo-eschatology or by any logic of events, Ton, 92-93/RTP, 165. Both teleology and eschatology, however much they may differ, are guided by a logic, the logos of the telos toward which each moment strains in a rational process of ongoing development, the logos of the eschaton, of the extreme endpoint which things reach in which death and judgment rain down on us. 31 But the avenir will come like a thief in the night, beyond all accounting. Viennes is not a matter of counting, but of watching, staying awake in messianic time. Viennes is a certain structural wakefulness or openness to an impossible breach of the present, shattering the conditions of possibility, by which we are presently circumscribed. I do not know what Wiens is, or what is Avenir. 97. Not because I yield to obscurantism, but because the question what is belongs to a space, ontology, and from it the knowledge of grammar, linguistics, semantics, and so on, opened by a come from the other. Ton, 93/RTP, 166. Come, opening the scene, could not become an object, a theme, a representation. Ton, 92/RTP, 165. Wiens is not a determinable object inside the opening, but the invocation of the opening, the call that precedes and opens up the scene, the field or space of the event, opening messianic time. That is why Wiens is not just one more word and cannot be fitted into a determinate category of words, like a jussive or a performative dot. It is not reducible to a citation, of the Apocalypse, for example, subsumable under a determinate category, not even under the categories of coming or event, because Wiens is the affirmation of language that is deeper than or prior to any determinate word or sentence or linguistic category, even that of affirmation if that is opposed to negation. So everything that Derrida is doing in the present essay risks deforming Wiens in order to extract its trail, which he calls here the demonstrative function in terms of philosophical discourse. It is in this sense that he says, I and this affirmative tone, Wiens marks in itself, in oneself, neither a desire nor an order, neither a prayer nor a request, Ton, 93/RTP, 165, inasmuch as these are determinate grammatical and linguistic categories, PDS, 158-59/points, 149-50. Wiens is the affirmation of our relationship to the language and the world itself, the wild or uncultivated, savage, agrammatical, Baptist, cry in the wilderness, a cry of passion, older than language, not a domesticated, law-abiding part of speech, with its own proper, legitimate name, Parags, 60, 75 et passim. As Derrida says in Pa, because Wiens does not know what it is calling for, cannot describe what it wants, it cannot be subsumed by the usual categories of desire, imperative, order, cannot be fixed metalinguistically in one linguistic category or another, including that of prayer. It is better to say that Wiens runs the chance, the risk, that the other of language happens in the step / not beyond language, that the tout autre happens, se passe, when Wiens happens, Parags, 74, the risk that in the language of the same, the other can come, Psi, 160-61. When Derrida speaks of his prayers and tears in circumcision, he means not the determinate prayer of a determinable faith, Soph, 86/on, 71, not a particular grammatical category, but the deeply affirmative invocation, the we. Such a prayer would be, according to the strange syntax of the Sans, Parags, 83, a prayer without prayer, the prayer of the Sans, in a religion without religion, a religion of the Sans. This Sans separates Derrida's prayers and tears from, even as it joins them to, the determinable faiths. Derrida's Wiens occupies the unstable space of something that cannot be a pure ahistorical a priori, even as it must not sound too Jewish. 98. Wiens, we is an upbeat and affirmative tone of passionate affirmation, maybe even a slightly Jewish tone, by which we open ourselves to the event and shift into messianic time. The passion of Derrida's apocalyptic tone is not dire fire and brimstone, not a wild-eyed declamation of imminent doom, nor is he trying to terrorize his critics with a forecast of eternal damnation. He does not think the world is about to go up in smoke once and for all, although he does think, Folie Cendra, that we in our time, now, are capable of the most terrifying holocausts, the most appalling apocalypses now, from Auschwitz to Sarajevo. The apocalyptic tone recently adapted in deconstruction is upbeat and affirmative, expectant and hopeful, positively dreamy, dreaming of the impossible. Let's say it one more time. Deconstruction is affirmative, not a destruction or demolition, PDS, 224/points, 211. Viens has an absolute singularity, as a primal affirmation, that is also absolutely divisible, requiring regular recitation, repetition, and redeployment like a recit and a recitative and a song, again and again, we, mutatis muta and dis, shifting with the shifty circumstances of events. The differences among the come-s are tonal. To hear its tone, try it out, try hard, alter it, say Viens, and then you will hear the tone, or the other will hear first. For if the Viens is a kind of first, an affirmation, we, it is a second first, we, coming first in response to the call of what is other. Viens calls for the other, for the avenir, but it calls in response to the solicitation of the other, it calls for the other because it is called by the other. The step beyond is the step of the other, of Elijah knocking at my door. Viens is au-delà de l'être, beyond being, whereby being Derrida means the same, the regular, the possible, the horizon of the present. Viens both comes from beyond being, that is, it is a response solicited and called upon by the other who is coming, and it calls for and solicits the other, the movement beyond being, the possible, the same. On this point, it is like Heidegger's Erinus which, out beyond being, hinausüber, gives or grants being, but its disanalogy with Heideggerian Erinus is, I would say, even more important. First, Viens is not governed by any logic of appropriation and disappropriation, any logic of the proper. Secondly, Viens is a call for justice not truth, a more Jewish and prophetic call for justice, not for a Greco-Germanic Alethic opening. Heidegger would not have liked this apparently personal conjugation or declension of coming, ton, 94/RTP, 166. Viens is an agogic, it does not try to lead, ton, 94/RTP, 166, it is not an overlordly, aristocratic, high-flying tone, not ductive, seductive, gogic, but anagogically open to the, possibility of what is to come. But it is not, of course, foolproof and absolutely safe. There is nothing to protect it, absolutely, from ductive violence, nothing to say that Viens cannot be co-opted into the rallying call of the worst violence, nothing to stop Viens from being used to lead the charge in which innocents are slaughtered, as the name in whose name the most extreme dogmatic end. 99. Doctrinal, apocalyptical, and eschatological violence, is perpetrated. D. H. Lawrence thought the Apocalypse Christianity's most violent book. That is a risk, a possibility, a danger that is built into Viens, a risk that Derrida would avert by preserving Viens in its indeterminability, its indefiniteness, unbestimmtheit. Viens for Derrida is not the call for a fixed and identifiable other, foreseeable and foregraspable, for that would release the manic aggression of a program, the mania of an all-out rush for a future present. Viens is not governed by a destiny, it is destinerrant, ton, 86/RTP, 162, not a geschick, it does not give voice, stimme, to a determinate vocation, Bestimmung, an identifiable destin telos. Viens is adrift, underive, adrift, a la derive, headed for the other shore, rive, of the tout autre, but underivable from the identity of a determination, ton, 95/RTP, 166-67. It is just this indefinite indeterminacy that would keep safe. For come comes from the tout autre, the wholly other, what is structurally other, from which it derives. Viens is only derivable, absolutely derivable, but only from the other, from nothing that may be an origin or a verifiable, decidable, presentable, appropriable identity, from nothing not already derivable and arrivable sans rive without bank or shore. Ton, 95/RTP, 166-67. The only way to keep Viens safe is for it to proceed by way of the sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, without seeing, knowing, or having in advance an idea of what is coming or of what coming means, parags, 25. Yet, rather than keeping us safe, Such a vein seems to portend a disaster, a catastrophe, rather than a promise. Veins sounds more like a threat, for veins is the summons of an apocalypse without vision, without truth, without revelation, envoys, for the come is plural in itself, in oneself, addresses without message and without destination, without sender or decidable addressee, without last judgment, without any other eschatology than the tone of the veins. Ton, 95/RTP, 167. This apocalypse without any vision, verity, or unveiling, this apocalypse sans apocalypse, is not John's, which calls determinately and identifiably for Adon Yeshua. It is not Heidegger's, which calls for an identifiably Greco-Germanic Anfang, another one, come, now, aletheia, in the end time of the Gestal. It is not a Hegelian teleology according to which the Begriff heaves and groans to know itself in itself. It is nothing eschatological, theological, metaphysico-teleological, and if it is messianic, as it is a messianic without messianism. Veins has the tone of the apocalypse that there is no apocalypse, no apocalyptic unveiling of what the goddess of truth is hiding under her skirt, no alethic unveiling in Ur-Greek, too bad for the French who cannot think in their language, no word of God wis. 100. Pairing the words of revelation in Hebrew in the prophet's ear, too bad for Egyptians and the Goyim, or in Greek in the evangelist's ear, too bad for the Jews. This is an apocalyptic without, the secret that there is no secret, a scrambled message, many of them, calling for something to come. This apocalypse without apocalypse belongs to and opens up a messianic time without any messianisms, without Yeshua or any other identifiable Messiah, Jewish, Christian, Islamic, without any Hegelian, Marxist, Nietzschean, or Heideggerian messianic coming. So if John sings and dreams, prays and weeps, at the end of the apocalypse, Amen. Come, Adon Yeshua, 2220, Derrida can only but this is already quite a lot sing, pray and weep, at the end of veins, we, parags, 116. This apocalypse without apocalypse, the secret without secret, this adestinal, destinerrant apocalypse is not kept straight by any geschick of being or divine providence or absolute telos, but is loosened by the aleatory logic of messianic time, by a certain chance. It moves by chance, not by a logic, not even a Heideggerian eschatologic, whose spiel is that the geschick, gathering itself together in the unity of a legain, drives itself into an end time, and then flips into another beginning. Plus de chance, no more chance, not the chance of a Heideggerian gift, plus de chance, more chance, only the chance, of a gift, of an opening for a gift, that may break loose, if things break our way and we keep the veins coming and something tout autre comes. This apocalypse follows the strange syntax of the sans, Blancot's syntax, according to which x sans x, is not a simple negation, nullification, or destruction, but a certain reinscription of x, a certain reversal of the movement of x that still communicates with x. Hence the apocalypse without apocalypse, in the most precise catastrophic sense of sans, is one in which a certain apocalyptic tone is struck up even as a certain tone is struck out, an apocalyptic tone without being caught up in the cataclysmic tones of the determinable apocalyptic revelations. Of course, who or what is to say, Derrida asks in closing, as if to add a dangerous little supplement to the book, that this aleatory errance, is not already inscribed in the text of John of Patmos, which would give the apocalypse to Jacques of El Bayer a little opening. That is to say, what can stop the aleatory errance of veins, Derrida's veins, which of course is not the personal property of Jacques from working its way into John's veins, from showing up here or there? Can John keep his apocalypse absolutely safe and sealed tight from deconstruction? What could keep the veins of deconstruction out other than a biblical commission? What could seal John's message off? There, law, is the opening for which Derrida, on Ket soft pause, was searching. The Lord told John expressly not to seal it up, Revelation 22:10, to keep it open. Enter Derrida, with the apocalypse in his hands, the devil. Is the apocalypse not structurally open to this catastrophic reversal? 101. Would that mean that, when John of Patmos calls for Yeshua the Messiah to come, something else and more than that is calling John and is called for by John, something John cannot master? Would that mean that something else and something more, plus de Yeshua, is making itself heard, is getting called, something of which Adon Yeshua would perhaps be an example, perhaps the exemplification or the exemplary case? That would be a very dangerous supplement to make to the apocalypse, and Derrida might be buying himself more trouble than all the police in Prague could ever give him. Were we not warned, in the most violent apocalyptic tones, not to add any supplements to or make any subtractions, no sans allowed, sans from this text, in almost the same breath that we were told to keep things open? If anyone adds a dangerous supplement to this book, John says, God himself will add to that person a dangerous supplement of his own, all the plagues described in this book. 22:18-19. John is sure he can speak for God, and that God will back him up on this. Such apocalyptics know how to make things hot for deconstructors, for anybody who plies at sacred texts with supplements and sans and secrets without secret, for anyone who dares to tinker with their version of the tout autre. Veins. We. 8. The secret. One must not think ill of the paradox, for the paradox is the passion of thought, and the thinker without a paradox is like the lover without a passion, a mediocre fellow. This, then, is the ultimate paradox of thought, to want to discover something that thought itself cannot think. Johannes Climacus 32. The passion of non-knowing. The secret is the condition of the come, the quasi-transcendental condition of its possibility and impossibility. For it belongs to the very essence of venir and avenir that what is coming be unknown, not merely factually unknown but structurally unknowable, which is what Derrida calls the secret or the absolute secret. Otherwise nothing is really. 102. Coming, nothing tout autre. This structural secrecy is what keeps the future open, letting l'avenir be truly avenir. So the apocalypse sans apocalypse is also the revelation of the secret sans verite that nobody has or knows the secret. 33. That is good news, indeed, the good news that what is coming is always to come. For just as the revelation that nobody has the apocalyptic word from on high means that no one can lord it over the rest of us and keep us all in line, so letting the secret out, the absolute secret that no one knows the secret, keeps the future open. In deconstruction, the apophatic secret has a messianic point. The messianic secret is, there is no secret and the Messiah is never going to show up. Derrida's secret is not some hyperagiological high he has had and that he now whispers in our ear. Far from it. To be in on the secret does not mean you know anything, that you are in the know, but rather in the know, non-savoir, pass, 74n1/on, 130-132n1. It is only when the come calls for something it cannot know or foresee that the come really has passion. Jacques' secret, if there is one, lies on a textual surface, inconspicuous by its superficiality, without a martyr to bear it witness, without a revelation to unveil it, without a second coming or even a first. It is always to come. So the secret is good news and no cause for alarm. For the secret without secret impositions, drives us mad with desire, provoking incessant prayers and tears. The secret that impositions is what is called in Cinder's writing in the passion of non-knowing, la passion du non-savoir, rather than of the secret, Cinder's, 75, but here by secret he means the determinate secret hidden under some hermeneutic rock or other. There is no secret hidden at the bottom of the phrase Ilya la Cendra, he says in Cinder's, no secret code or coded truth, but only the non-knowing, non-savoir, toward which writing and confession are precipitated, Cinder's, 51-53, by which they are impassioned, which is what he calls the absolute secret, Soph, 62/on, 59, pass, prior d inser, 2/on, 14. The secret of secrecy, he says in Donner la Mort, is that it is not a matter of knowing and that it is there for no one, dm, 88/gd, 92. By unknowing or non-knowledge, Derrida explains elsewhere, he does not mean some sort of despair which just gives up trying to know, or an obscurantism which takes delight and prefers non-knowledge. I am all for knowledge. He protests. 34 He has in mind a structural non-knowing, something irreducibly foreign and heterogeneous to knowledge, which constitutes a more ancient, more originary experience, if you will, of the secret, setting writing in motion, moved by the impossible of non-knowing, PDS, 214-15/points, 201. 35 Where we are going is not a question for knowledge, as if history has a single mission which we must target like the smart missiles of the Gulf War, but a matter of responsibility that passes through the apparatic of non-knowledge, PDS, 370. 103. 71/points, 359. Non-knowing puts faith and passion to the test, stretching them beyond the too limited expectations that knowledge tolerates. Derrida does not propose a learned unknowing, which is but a more oblique and negative way to know something still higher. The come does not arise from a knower's unknowing, a docta ignorantia, but a lover's unknowing, an ignorantia amans, not a learned but a loving, expectant unknowing, which keeps the future open by the passion of its love, its messianic yearning for what is to come. In contradistinction to the oldest and most Platonic of traditions, fire for Derrida is not a figure of light for seeing but of heat for burning. Fire for Derrida belongs with ash, philocendra, as opposed to Platonic fire, philalumiere, fire/cinders as opposed to fire/light. 36 Light for Derrida is concentrated by a lens and burns the paper we are trying to read, so that seeing is converted into non-seeing. A concentration of light as a result of seeing in order not to see, writing in the passion of non-knowledge rather than of the secret. I would say, for the protection and illustration of its own sentence, I the cinder would say that his writing is not interested in knowledge. The raw cinder, that is more to his taste. Cinders, 75. Feu sans voir, sans avoir, sans savoir. Fire for Derrida is an Hebraic rather than a Platonic figure, the fire of ne pas voir, la passion de non savoir. Spirit is fire not only in Truckel, he reminds Heidegger, but also for the Jews, ruach, without being able to invoke here the vast corpus of prophetic texts. A whole tradition of Jewish thought as an inextinguishable thinking about fire, a tradition which Heidegger systematically forgets in an act of brutal foreclosure, DLE, 164-66/OS, 100-101, 37. Fire is the heat of passion, the passion of faith and non-knowing, of the secret which severs us from truth, which leaves us with ashes rather than die sach selbst. Derrida has found it necessary to delimit knowledge in order to make room for faith in what is to come. For knowledge always means a prescient programming of the future, pre-delineating the foreseeable range and foreclosing the possible scope of the future. That closure within the possible is what Derrida means to cut open by speaking of the impossible surprise, the absolute secret. The passion of non-knowledge protects the future and keeps it open by keeping it secret, indeterminate, unforeseeable, unprogrammable, as opposed to confining it within the parameters of the possible. That is why I conclude Part 2 with Derrida's account of the secret, of the exemplary secret of literature, pass, 67/on, 29, in passions, which is the condition of the come, which gives it passion. After that, a little organ music, an edifying divertisement, on the God of the prophets while we all await the Messiah, Part 3. 104. The Secret Impositions. Passions, 1993, Derrida's best account of the Secretand of Passion first appeared in a slightly shorter form in English under the title Passions, an Oblique Offering. In its expanded French edition, Passions is the first part of the triptych on the name, which includes Sauf le nom, examined above, 4, and Cura, which is the third part, which I am always discussing in one way or another. 38. Derrida had been invited to respond to a collection of essays on his work entitled Derrida, a Critical Reader, part of a series of critical studies from Blackwell, all following the same rubric, X, a Critical Reader. Derrida wonders, farcically, whether editor David Wood is setting the scene, for a ritual Last Supper, pass, 45-46/on, 19, in which the contributors are gathering to consume his body, the corpus Derrida. After all, there are, count them, 12 contributors to this volume, 12 followers gathered around the tablet, the very number of the apostles gathered around the table. When Wood suggests the title An Oblique Offering, Derrida suspects some sort of religious ritual with Guess Who as the sacrificial lamb, pass, 19/on, 6. When Wood says that such an oblique entry into the discussion might constitute a stimulus, the germ of a passion, pass, 84n8/on, 139n8, Derrida gets downright nervous. Is Wood making an oblique reference to the passion of Jacques Derrida? How can Derrida be part of this almost blasphemous situation into which, intentionally or not, David Wood is trying to draw him? So to protect himself from this blasphemy, to avoid this occasion of sin, Derrida twists and twits Wood's words and refashions them into his own title, Passions, in the plural, set over an oblique offering, which becomes the subtitle. That allows Derrida to play off a passion of a somewhat different sort than the sacred passion of Jesus, a messianic passion of his own, one that drives deconstruction, mad. Once again, je vous prie, I pray your patience, something serious is astir in all this devilish play on passion. Derrida's scandalous, not to say sinful scenario in Passions is this: how is he to escape the double bind of this invitation which has so effectively nailed both his hands in place, pass, 53/on, 22? How is he supposed to answer a kind invitation, an act of friendship, for which he is grateful, without being drawn into some sort of Eucharistic sacrifice, in which his corpus is consumed by an assembly of academic critical readers? This is a fictive, farcical way of getting to the issue. Still, we ought not to dismiss this religious scenario too hastily, for such scenarios are serious and recur in Derrida with an unsettling, rhythmic regularity that leaves his secularist admirers in fear and trembling. The issue is twofold: 1. The double bind embedded in how to respond; 2. The secret that impes Zions, the secret that he has no secret word up his sleeve for these friends and critics, which is what lets his texts give 105 off sparks. That is what is finally at stake in this piece, as we will see, so long as we are patient. That is why we must tell, Dyer, the secret, not reveal it, and, with the example of this secret, pass judgment on the secret in general. What is a secret? Pass, 20/on, 7. We put this question, Derrida adds, even if it may turn out that the secret is a secret which is a secret for no one, like a secret de Polichinelle. Polichinelle is Punchinello, an Italian puppet, an absurd figure, the prototype of Punch in the Punch and Judy show. Punch's secret is an Italian joke, an open secret, a secret to no one, but that may be no joke. First, the double bind. How is Derrida to respond to the 12, these friends and followers? How can he best show his gratitude for the attention the 12 pay his work? An invitation, if it is polite, should be neither coercive, so that we are forced to respond, nor indifferent, so that it does not matter whether or not we respond. Politeness is the paradox of a rule without rule, pass, prior d'inser, 2/on, 1415, pass, 24/on, 9. It would hardly be an act of friendship and courtesy to respond to one's friends out of duty. Is there any such thing as an obligation without the debt of duty, a duty without debt? Pass, 75-76n3/on, 133n3. Were he to take on the 12 frontally, head on, or be more oblique and indirect, a merely strategic difference, he would be equally unfriendly, linear, violent, and aggressive. Pass, 34-35/on, 13-14, would it not be more responsible, more responsive, in English, more friendly and respectful of their alderity, to concede that he is not up to responding to the difficult questions posed by the 12? Suppose he responds, would that not be very irresponsible? Pass, 43/on, 18. Would he not then make himself complicitous with the odious attitude of treating all these thinkers as disciples? Pass, 44-45/on, 18. Furthermore, would that not constitute an act of supreme hubris that would assume itself capable of answering any question? Would he not run the risk of making it appear that Derrida is a powerful name that can put every critical reader of Derrida in his or her place, that the name Derrida coheres as a transcendental unity, that everything in his corpus can be gathered under the protective unity of that name which accompanies all his representations, stamped with the seal of that unifying name, no matter what question you put to it? Cf. Pass, 44-50/on, 18-21. Derrida, that is a name nobody is going to knock or circumcise. A circumcised signature, this will be the reading of Celanese, one that exposes itself to the other, that makes itself vulnerable to the other's gloss, to the glint of the other's blade. 39. Suppose he does not respond, would he not take an even bigger risk? Would he not appear to brush off the other's offerings, to fail to take them seriously? Indeed, is not a selective non-response, a calculated silence? 106. Part of the rhetoric of war, academic or otherwise, with rules of its own, an insolent weapon that can humiliate the other who addresses you even more incisively than a sharp rejoinder? Would it not be a well-known ruse, transparent bad faith, to say he cannot answer these questions, that they are too difficult, when everybody knows he could knock his critics dead if he took them seriously? Would it not be better, more honest, and more forthcoming, just to take the trouble to give the best response that time and space permit and cut the theatrics of not being able to respond? Pass, 50-52/on, 21-22. So what is he to do in this aporia, in which it is impossible either to respond or not to respond? Either way, he is sacrificed. This is a double bind in which his two hands are tied or nailed down. Pass, 53/on, 22. And how is it that he can keep on talking? What sort of language is this that keeps on running in the midst of such an aporia, a language that lacks all traction? What, if anything, can escape this economy of sacrifice? That brings us to the secret. His most responsive and responsible non-response, he does not comment on the critics' papers, is to whisper a little secret in their ear. Let us say that there is a secret here. Let us testify, there is something secret, a la du secret. We will leave the matter here for today, but not without an exercise on the essence and existence of such a secret, an exercise that will have an apophatic aspect. The apophatic is not here necessarily dependent on negative theology, even if it makes it possible to. Pass, 56/on, 23-24. The secret has an apophatic quality, not in the sense of negative theology, which is a hyperagiological high to which certain select initiates may be introduced, and, more generally, not in the sense of some secret knowledge testified to by someone, a mystic or poet, say, some martyr who has been sacrificed to the secret. Rather, the absolute secret is apophaticism itself, the stuff of what I called in part a general apophatics, which is the condition of all these other relative and determinate secrets. Apophatic theology in the strict sense then is but a particular example of this general apophaticism, but remember the law of exemplarism. How are we supposed to know what is an example of what? One that turns on a determinate, ontocosemantic secret, a secret about something, even it is not a thing, particular, even if it is not limited, God, for example. Apophatic theology does not trade in the absolute secret itself, if it has in itself The absolute secret makes possible the particular secrets that are kept safe in particular places. So the traits of this absolute secret will always be apophatic, negative retraits. To characterize it we will always find ourselves saying, it's not this, not that. But this radical absolute secret is not hiding a positive. 107. Content, which can be revealed under the right circumstances to initiates or to those who are qualified to hear it, who have been given a certain security clearance. This secret, which is sans savoir and non-savoir, has no semantic content. This secret has nothing to hide. This is an odd sort of a secret, something of a non-secret, the secret that there is no secret in the sense of some sort of secret knowledge, some secret knowing, some positive content. Still, such non-savoir is a more ancient, more originary experience of the secret, PDS, 215/points, 201, and it has a messianic twist. That is why Derrida writes, we testify to changed from we speak of in the earlier English version a secret without content separable from its performative experience. Pass, 56/on, 24. Then there follows a series of apophaticisms, of denial seats not this and it's not that which obey a protocol, like a ritual sacrificial offering, like a litany or a recitation, first the invocation of a, more ancient, secret, followed by the apophatic denial or sacrifice, of determinate, revealable secrets. Let us say then, there something secret, ilya la do secret. It would not be a question of 6 such denials ensue, pass, 56-63/on, 24-27. 1. The secret would not be a question of the incommunicable skill of a gifted artist, or of the art of imagination hidden in the depths of the human soul of which Kant spoke. 2. The secret would not be a hidden representation in a conscious subject, or even hidden in the unconscious, nor even the Kierkegaardian secret of subjectivity, which hides itself from the eagle of Hegel's absolute knowledge. 40. Although Derrida does not mention it, Kierkegaard's secret is like the secret which is lost in the gabbiness of everyday Dasein, where nobody can keep a secret, where having a secret of one's own is the secret of ownness, Eigentlichkeit. In everydayness, very secret loses its force, Jedes Geheimnis verliert seine Kraft, Heidegger complains. 41. 3. The secret would not be something private that, under special circumstances, could be made public, like military secrets revealed in the confessional, lawyer/client privileges. Those are only conditional secrets that in principle could be revealed when certain conditions require disclosure. 4. The secret would not be some secret harbored by a revealed religion, the learned ignorance of a Christian brotherhood which practices negative theology, or some esoteric Pythagorean mystery. Despite the hype, mystics and negative theologians do not know something to which the rest of us are denied access. They have not broken through the surface of things to speak to us from out of the depths of being or otherwise than or beyond being, out of the heart of the Godhead beyond God. 108. 5. The secret would not be something that belongs to the order of truth at all, that conceals itself and could become unhidden, it exceeds the play of veiling and unveiling, forgetting and recalling. It is not the lethe in alethic truth, it does not give rise to Germanic profundities about the Geheimnis or the Unheimlich. Even when one does the truth, bears testimony or witness to it, witnessing does not make it true. The secret is that one calls it secret, which is a homonym for all other secrets. The secret does not have one name, a proper name, a name for its proper essence, having neither essence nor propriety. 6. The secret is not something that is disrupted by speaking of it. It will remain secret even with all the stories it unleashes, with all the apophatic discourses it sets into motion. Silently subtending all these discourses, all these histories and epistemes, the secret will remain passive and mute as a Corain. The French edition Derrida adds, like Cura, as if that were its proper name. The secret is foreign to speech, but not because it is withheld from speech. It cannot be called to account. You cannot bring it out by a process, however many proceedings are brought against it. The secret is intractable, irritable, it has no traits, it's apophaticism, it cannot be treated of in a treatise from which it would be in retreat, its traits being retraits. No discussion starts or continues without it, you have to respect it whether you want to or not. The apophatic recitation concludes. There is there no longer time nor place. La ilny plus le temps, ni la place. Pass, 63/on, 27. A little like the Kura, the secret passively tolerates everything without becoming anything. Finally Derrida comes clean, he always repays our patience and confides a little secret to the 12 and to us, who are flies on the wall of the upper room, so that suddenly we notice the letter hanging plainly from the fireplace mantel, in plain view all along. A confidence to end with today. Perhaps all I wanted to do was confide or confirm my taste, probably unconditional, for literature, more precisely for literary writing. Pass, 63/on, 22. That spills it all. The secret is out. The secret is the absolute secret of literature discussed also in Given Time, Counterfeit Money. Literature is a textual surface without semantic or intentionalist depth, the readability of the text. Structured by the unreadability of the secret, that is, by the inaccessibility of a certain intentional meaning or of a wanting to say, vouloir dire, in the consciousness of these characters and a fortiori in that of the author. DT, 193/GT, 152. There can be no hermeneutic key. 109. To the script, and this because of the structural unreadability, the absolute indecipherability, of a literary secret. There is no hidden reality behind the tissue of texts, behind the essential superficiality of the fictional characters' phenomenality, DT, 194/GT, 153. The exemplary secret of literature means something of literature will have begun, pass, 89 and 12/on, 142 and 12, whenever we try to sort out what is an example of what. The absolute secret is not some sort of conditional secret that could be revealed, but the secret that there is no secret, that there never was one, not even one. What Derrida likes about literature is not some formal aesthetic quality but rather something in the place, lieu, of the secret. The call of this secret is not a negative result, but one that gives off sparks, that impulsions. There is in literature, in the exemplary secret of literature, a chance of saying everything without touching upon the secret. When all hypotheses are permitted, groundless and ad infinitum, about the meaning of a text, or the final intention of an author whose person is no more represented than non-represented by a character or by a narrator, by a poetic or fictional sentence, when these are detached from their presumed source and thus remain in secret, secret, when there is no longer any sense in making decisions about some secret beneath the surface of a textual manifestation, and it is this situation which I would call text or trace, when it is the call, appel, of this secret, however, which points back to the other or to something else, when it is this itself which keeps our passion aroused, and holds to the other, then the secret impulsions us. Even if there is none, even if it does not exist, hidden behind anything whatever. Even if the secret is no secret, even if there has never been a secret, a single secret. Not one. Pass, 67-68/on, 29-30. We suffer no loss from this secret but are in fact impassioned to multiply readings. There is no loss in our loss of the Sach selbst beneath the textual surface, in the inability to consult Hamlet to ask him what he is brooding about, or to ask Shakespeare what is going through Hamlet's mind. Shakespeare does not know any more than we do, DT, 193/GT, 152, and Hamlet does not have a mind. Hamlet is all we have. There is no Hamlet outside the text, no mind of Hamlet outside Hamlet, to whom we may have recourse. And even if we could, per impossibile, exhume and resuscitate Shakespeare, like Lazarus, or track down the historical Hamlet, if there was one, or the historical Jesus, or the 12, or his later biohagiographers who called him by the name of Lord. They could not give us the secret, not in principle. So when the 12 sent Derrida, a critical reader, to Jacques, they should not expect to hear a secret, to have something beyond the text obliquely slipped into their pocket, or whispered in their ear, perhaps to 110. Reward their loyalty, to unravel all the aporias and conundrums, a secret that is denied to everyone else who only have the texts to read and have never met Jacques in the flesh. Derrida, the name of the thinker, is the name of a text to be read, of a signature that invites incision and circumcision, that sets off sparks, or fails to, that stands or falls on its own, whether or not we can get Jacques to show up and, sticking a microphone in his face, get him to comment upon the studies that Derrida imposes. Even if we can get him to appear in person, and even if we then transcribe his ipsissima verba, even if all the sayings get red beads, that will just create another text to interpret. He can't be everywhere at once and live forever, and he is not coming again. We are all going to have to assume a little responsibility for our readings. That is why the absolute secret is not a negative result but a secret that imposes. What other response is possible to Derrida, a critical reader? His texts are on their own. The worth and the value of his texts, of any text, of any X who will henceforth be read in a critical read, lies in the stimulus they provide, the germ of a passion, pass, 84n8/on, 139n8, they plant, the passions they arouse, the controversies and contested readings they impose and provoke, the sparks that fly up in the clash of contesting interpretations. Derrida is the name of a chain of interpretations of Derrida on Heidegger, on Kant, or Plato, of apostolic letters that are sent out by those who are historically close to the author, of a long string of readings that are made of these readings, ad infinitum, until a tradition, as if there were only one, forges itself out of such readings or fails to, depending on the passions they stir. It is too soon to tell. But do not expect Jacques to give the contributors, or the readers of the volume, the answer, the response, the secret. There is nothing he can say, no secret to reveal. Far from paralyzing us, the secret without secret drives reading and interpretation, translation and transgression, impelling us to go precisely where we cannot go. The self-negating language of the secret necessitates doing the impossible, necessitates going, go. There where one cannot go. Passion of, 4, the place, again, Soph, 62-63/on, 59. Democracy, testimony and blackmail. By denying knowledge or intuition in order to make room for faith, the secret without secret has a political payoff. The secret, if there is one, is not hidden at the comber of any angle, it does lay itself open to a double view or to a squinting gaze. It cannot be seen, quite simply. No more than a word. As soon as there are words, and this can be said of the trace in general, and of the chance that it is, direct intuition no longer has any chance. One can reject, as I have done, the 111 word oblique, one cannot deny the errant destination as soon as there is a trace. Or, if you prefer, one can only deny it. Pass, 68/on, 30. Everything that Derrida has been doing under the name of deconstruction strains against allowing such a secret knowledge from gaining a footing, from dropping anchor. There are a lot of unseemly things you can do with secret knowledge and cheat, for example, and also use it to secure oneself a phantasmatic power over others. Pass, 69/on, 30. That is why, to go back to negative theology, when deconstruction knocks negative theology down a peg, it backs it off a dangerous precipice and saves its good name. For the texts of the negative theologians are to be treasured, not because they have been given privileged access to the secret Godhead, but because they elicit passion, set off sparks, invoke holy names, tell marvelous stories, draw us down labyrinthine corridors, always and in wondrous ways pushing language to its apophatic limits, to the limits of the wholly other. But it must be conceded that what theology calls God has other names, that the secret generates endless names, that it cannot be secreted behind just one name, God, for example, that every other is wholly other, that the music plays on and on, that we have always to do with readings and construals which are contestable in the very act of being proposed, deconstructible in the very act of being constructed, revisable and recallable in the very act of being instituted, retractable in the very act of being traced, that la chose meme se derobe toujours, vp, 117/sp, 104. The secret in itself always slips away. While the passion for an impossible place is, as far as it goes, a salutary desire, while it pushes up to the limits of language, evokes something heterogeneous, it ought not to be confused with being actually transported into some secret, extratextual location, some extraterrestrial place to which the rest of us have been forbidden access. We are all stuck in the same place, in the text, pulling on the pants of textuality one leg at a time. We are all in the secret, O secret, which does not mean that we know anything, pass, 74n1/on, 130-132n1, on the contrary, the secret catches us up in unknowing, non-savoir, all equally blind in an abocular egalitarian polity, in a democracy to come. There are no eyewitnesses to a secret knowledge whether it poses as theology, metaphysics, or economics about which the rest of us are just going to have take its word and accept its testimony. Testimony is testimony to good faith, not to a privileged knowledge. Testimony is what we do vis-a-vis something to which we can only testify because we do not know, not because we have given up or do not want to know, but because of a structural unknowing, PDS, 214-15/points, 201. Testimony is always made to some gene sais quoi, something of which there could never be any question of knowing. Martyrs die for their faith. B. 112. It Christian, Islamic, or Marxist, but their dying does not turn it into knowledge not for us, and as for what it does for them, that remains an unknown secret. The secret without secret protects us from terror and blackmail, from letting anyone secure phantasmic power over others, faithful or infidel, letting them terrorize others by their fearsome asceticism. That is why there is a constant and irrepressible political theme in the question of the absolute secret that puts an end to secret authorities and authoritative secrets. Literature and democracy are coextensive, where literature is the name of the letter, not of the genre of literary genres, of the institution of literature, of the profession that grants tenure and secure academic livings. Literature is the name of the trace and the text, which for Derrida implies the unlimited right to ask questions, pass, 65/on, 28, a new enlightenment sends in Aufklärung. No authoritative voice, no authoritative institution, no authoritative tradition or traditional authority is authorized to respond, to answer the question and put the text to rest. The text plays on and on, generating open-ended debate. That is why, in the French text of Passions, Derrida has inserted a series of passages on the question of testimony or witness that consistently demarcate it from knowledge. For otherwise witnessing would be blackmail. Testimony would never be reducible, precisely, to verification, to proof or to demonstration, in a word to knowledge, pass, 54/on, 23. When we say let us testify, that does not somehow give us any firm assurance about our testimony, pass, 56/on, 23-24. The secret sees to it that no witness nor, as the name suggests, the history of any martyr, martyria, can settle the destinerance in which we are unsettled by the trace. Then he adds in the Galilee edition. For one will never, it is impossible and it must not be done, reconcile the value of a testimony with that of knowledge or of certitude. One will never, it is impossible and it must not be done, reduce the one to the other. Pass, 70-71/on, 31. Every text, the mystical theology of Pseudo-Dionysius no less than Hamlet, of grammatology no less than the Constitution of the United States, is inhabited by the absolute solitude of a passion without martyr, pass, 71/on, 31, that is, without a credentializing witness. There is no outside text to which we may steal away without leaving a trace behind, without a remainder. This remainder, rest, gives us no rest. And if the secret ever were revealed, all that would remain is to rest in peace. Requiescat in pace. RIP. For then there would be nothing coming, and, there being nothing to pry open the present with expectation, messianic space would collapse upon itself in instant, endless, passionless death. 113. Edifying divertisement number 2. From Elia to Elohim. The God of the same, the God of the other. The philosophically inclined reader will, I trust, excuse me if I interrupt this exposition to drop a coin in theology's collection plate, a coin minted from Derrida's apocalypticism, from his veins. And the incoming of the other. Seen from the point of view of Derrida's apocalyptic tone, the God about which deconstruction is rightly atheistic, the God to whom we can all say good riddance, the God whose death is good news and no cause for grief or mourning, the God well lost, is the God of onto theologic. That is the God who divinely, eternally precontends all things in a mind so immense that all creation is but a supplemental imago Dei, a simulacrum of the infinite and the eternal, which means infinitely and eternally the same. Deconstruction can be of service to theology in breaking the grip of this excessively Eleatic idea of God which has overrun the biblical traditions ever since Philo-Judaeus decided that Yahweh needed to square accounts with Greek ontology, the result being that Greek ontology settled the hash of Yahweh and Elohim. But if you give theology a deconstructive bent, if you read the name of God in close coordination with the deconstruction of the metaphysics of the same, then the name of God is not the name of some sort of divine sensorium, preventorium, not some infinitely preemptive precontainer or all-encompassing necessity, but rather the name of the impossible, of novelty, of the coming of the other, of the tout autre, of what is coming with the shock of an absolute surprise, with the trauma of absolute heterogeneity. Cast in a deconstructive slant, God is not the possible but the impossible, not the eternal but the futural. To call upon God, to call God's name, to pray and weep and have a passion for God, is to call for the tout autre, for something that breaks up the ho-hum homogeneity of the same and all but knocks us dead. The name of God is a name that calls for the other, that calls from the other, the name that the other calls, that calls upon us like Elijah at the door, and that calls for something new. That desire for an absolute surprise, for a justice to come that will count our every tear, is, according to the, slightly unbelievable, premise of the present study, an old prophetic passion, a dream dreamt in prophetic expectation, a call shouted by a long line of prophets. Is not the name of God hurled by the prophets like a sling against the same, flung in the face of the foreclusionary structures that convene around the different? Do the prophets not seek to reinvent invention, to shatter convention? Have they not been known to walk around nude, which is pretty unconventional, in order to let the other come? Is not 114. L'invention de l'autre just what the prophets call for? Do they not call veins, in Franco-Hebraic, for something they know not what? Do they not give passionate voice, I will even risk saying an exemplary voice, do they not exhibit an exemplary passion for a justice to come? The prophets dream of letting justice flow like water over the land, of letting justice come for all of God's children, as a very biblical, prophetic, and passionate voice put it at the foot of the Lincoln Memorial. 42. They lend their voice and their hidesto calling for a justice to come. They call upon, they call for, the tout autre, something unimaginable, impossible, for with God all things are possible, above all the impossible. So, if theology is given a deconstructive bent, is it not bent back to prophetic expectation and prophetic passion? But this bending produces a disturbing chiasmic effect. For if, in deconstruction, one has no assurance about what is an example of what, then how are we to decide whether biblical faith and prophetic passion are examples of a deconstructive bent, or whether deconstruction here acquires a biblical bent? How is one to tell the difference between what impositions the prophets and what impositions deconstruction? Does the invention of the other in deconstruction turn out to be upon analysis a little variation on Isaiah or Amos? Did Derrida not get his ears bent with all this passion, years ago, in El Bayer, so that now, in his later years, all this incoming of the other and this messianic passion, this passion for a justice to come, is coming back on him? Is that not his confession in Cir Confession? Yes, yes to two comings, two passions, the prophetic passion to let justice flow like water over the land, the deconstructive passion for the coming of the other, for a justice to come. Which comes first? If they are both first, as in any repetitio worthy of its name, which is the second first? Which is the repetition of which? Who cares? Does it matter, so long we say vines, and then, once more, yes, yes, with passion? There really is no way to decide this undecidable, to tell if all of this passion, if deconstruction itself to prepare oneself for this coming, venue, of the other is what can be called deconstruction, Sci. 53-54/RDR, 56, is not itself but a determinate case of the passion for God, which is an older and more general condition. Jacques has already circumfessed that what we will not have understood is that his passion for invention and reinvention is his passion for my God. What if at the risk of seeing my secularizing academic friends faint dead away, it must have been something they had read, giving religion a deconstructive bent turns itself around and deconstruction turns out to have a religious, a biblical, and prophetic bent, so that deconstruction is driven by a prophetic passion, having entered into an alliance with the impossible. 115. The incoming of deconstruction upon religion and theology, the advent of deconstruction in theology, turns theology around to the future, to what is coming, which returns theology to what it was meant to be all along, quid quod erat esse, before the wilderness camp of the prophets was overrun by Eleatic ontotheologians, before their prophetic, desert voices were drowned out by an excessively Hellenistic logos. But what if, in a remarkable turn of events, theology returns the favor and reinvents deconstruction so that deconstruction turns out to be just a way of translating the prophets, of giving prophetic passion a new turn? Would that be a surprise? An absolute surprise? Maybe not. Maybe we have been making ready the way for the coming of something like this. But, is this possible? Of course it is not, that is why it is the only possible invention of deconstruction. Remember the impossible rule, only write what is impossible, circum, 181/circumference, 194. This impossible, unbelievable deconstruction would be the impossible, which pushes us beyond the tiresomeness of the possible, beyond all the possible academic deconstructions, especially literary deconstruction, which have enjoyed a too considerable status. What if this impossibility is just what we need, just what is required to push us beyond, Odella, the prevailing deconstructions and let something new come, letting the nose of biblical novelty under the desert tents of deconstruction? Who could disentangle this chiasmic intertwining, prevent this event, prevent the eventuation of this invention? Who would want to undertake a prevention de l'autre? Why bother? Why would one want to? Who has been authorized to speak for the tout autre? Who has the status and standing to decide its undecidability? Who has the authority to rule out what is coming in the formless form of an absolute surprise, to suppress this vote, voix, to cut off this different voice, to disallow this translation? Indeed, after saying the other, that is what is never inventable and will never have waited for your invention, does Derrida not say are these not ipsissima verba, do they not get red beads? The other calls to come and that happens only in several voices, Sci. 61/RDR, 62. 43 is not the prophetic voice, the dream of prophetic religion, a biblical theology of the future, is that not a good voice? Might not the invention of the other turn out to be, in the final accounting, beyond all unto theology, the invention of God, the God of the invention, the expectation of the incoming of the kingdom? Watch out. I am not saying that Derrida is a crypto-theologian of the tout autre. I have never been to the crypt and I cannot decipher cryptic writing. I do not know and cannot reveal to you the absolute secret. I confess, I am, like Jacques, sans voir et sans savoir, and the absolute secret is lost on me. I am, like Jacques, a rag picker, picking up the fragments of the system that have fallen to the floor. 116. I am not coming back full circle and saying that, in the final account, Derrida is a negative theologian after all and difference is divine. I am not eating my words, not taking anything back. Nor am I saying that, in the final analysis, deconstruction is a crypto form of prophetic theology and that Jacques de la Rue Saint Augustin is a prophet after all. No, no, I am saying that, in the final account, there is no final account, no after all after all. According to the illogic of exemplarism and endless translatability, I do not know what is an example of what or how to disentwine a chiasmic mess. I do not know how to disentangle the passion of Jacques Derrida and the passion of the prophets. To be in the secret does not mean you know anything. As for me, I do not know who I am or whether I believe in God. That is not wrong, but it is a very parsimonious way to put the secret, not very passionate. 44. I do not know whether what I believe in is God or not. That is a little more upbeat, a little more grateful. Best of all, I am always looking for a way to say this in such a way as not to lose all my old friends. I do not know what I love when I love my God, quid ergo amo, cur deum meum amo, when I pray and weep over my God, when I am driven mad by a passion for God. To be in the secret does not mean you know anything, but the secret impositions and multiplies formulations. 45. Can you, like Jacques, do anything other than pass our days trying to translate my God, my passion for God? I do not know whether the passion for God is an example of the passion for justice and the absolute surprise, which is, I would guess, what Jacques guesses, but that is his business, or whether the passion for justice and for the absolute surprise are examples of the passion for God, which is, I would guess, what theology and the faithful in the determinable faiths, Soph. 86/on, 71, would guess, but that is their business. Nor do I know what other examples and translations are possible, are still to come, or are lost in the mail of the immemorial past, which is after all, in the final account, not a totally surprising thing to say about an absolute surprise. It's a secret, after all, which is what deconstruction is, or it does not exist. I am saying, too, and this is also my only concern, one of many of my only concerns, that as long as one's only concern is with what is coming, as long as one's passion is for the impossible, for a justice to come, for the incoming of the tout autre, where tout autre est tout autre, then what translation you take up, what translation has taken you over, is your business, your only concern, your passion, your religion. According to difference, it does not make much difference. Who, or what, is calling? Who, or what, is coming? It's a secret. God only knows. Come. Heads up. 117. 3. The Messianic. By 1993, Derrida himself, like Levinas before him, had begun to associate himself with the word messianic almost always by way of a reference to Walter Benjamin I, and to feel around for a general messianic structure or messianicity that he could live with, one that is cut to fit the hand of deconstruction. In the 1989 text of The Force of Law, 2 delivered in New York, Derrida said, I would hesitate to assimilate too quickly this idea of justice to a regulative idea, in the Kantian sense, to a messianic promise or to other horizons of the same type. FL, 56/DPJ, 25. Of this type there are many competing versions, viz., the Messianism of the Jewish, Christian, or Islamic type, as also of the neo-Hegelian, Marxist, or post-Marxist type. The reason for his hesitation, he says, lies in his resistance to the very idea of a horizon, for any horizon, be it that of a regulative idea or of a messianic advent, sets limits and defines expectations in advance, FL, 57/DPJ, 26. He hesitates to assimilate justice to any horizon of this type because the very type of a horizon, its very idea, is to anticipate the other, to head it off in advance. But, in the 1994 Galilee edition of this lecture, he amends his remarks as follows. I would hesitate to assimilate too quickly this idea of justice to a regulative idea in the Kantian sense, to any content whatsoever of a messianic promise. I say content and not form, for every messianic form, every messianicity, is never absent from a promise, whatever it may be, or to other horizons of the same type. FL, 56. Thus he distinguishes in 1994 between the determinate content of particular messianic promises and the messianic form of the promise itself, messianicity itself, which goes to the heart of a promise, which is the form. 118. Of any promise of something to come. Once the messianic is given determinate content, it is restricted within a determinable and determining horizon, but the very idea of the messianic, of messianicity, is to shatter horizons, to let the promise of something tout autre shock the horizon of the same and the foreseeable. Messianicity is not a horizon but the disruption or opening up of the horizon. What has intervened in between these two editions of Force of Law is the deconstructive reading of Marx' Inspectors of Marx, 1993, in which Derrida had discovered an irreducible messianic, I do not find the word messianicit in Inspectors de Marx, structure that is at work in Marx, on Marx, behind Marx's back. 3. In the Marx book Derrida gropes for a certain atheological and desert-like messianic, as opposed to the concrete biblical or philosophical messianisms. He distinguishes an undetermined, empty, abstract, and dry form of the messianic in general, a quasi-atheistic messianic as opposed to a biblical or Abrahamic messianism, SDM, 266-68/Psalm, 167-69. It will be the particular point of Part 3 to formulate this distinction more precisely, to sharpen the tip of the messianic bent in deconstruction. For, as I have all along been insisting, it is this messianic or prophetic passion that impels Zion's deconstruction, and it is in messianic or prophetic religion beyond classical negative theology that the central point of convergence and interaction between deconstruction and religion and theology is to be found. Like prophetic religion, deconstruction awaits the coming of the Just One and burns with messianic passion. We will follow the messianic first in Derrida's Marx book, 9, 10, and then in his recent delineation of the messianic as a contribution to a religion within the limits alone, FOI, 16, 18, 70, 11. 9. Of Marx and the Messiah. Hauntology, the schema of the ghost. In Spectres of Marx, the notion of the messianic is developed in the context of what Derrida calls a pure, or impure, hauntology, that is, the schema of the ghost. For the messianic is the ghost or spectre of a religion with which Marx and I will add, here, Derrida at which neither Marx nor Derrida can dispense, of an irreducible religious structure of which both make use, however much the spectre of that thought may spook deconstructions, not to mention Marx's, most loyal acolytes. I will go so far as to say, for the sake of provocation, DM, 53/GD49, this messianic structure goes to the heart of deconstruction, that is, to the heart of Derrida's religion, to the heart of the religion of Saint Jacques, to 119. Derrida's heart, which means to have a heart in a heartless world. For Derrida has all his life been praying and weeping over some coming Messiah, over something coming, something or other, I know not what, that is coming. Along with Freud and Nietzsche, Marx is the author of one of modernity's most powerful critiques of religion, of a searching criticism of the tendency of the human spirit, driven by fear or resentment or world-weariness, to turn the misty fabrications of its own imaginings into a realm of invisible beings. But of Marx and of his exorcism of these religious ghosts, Derrida says that however alive, healthy, critical, and still necessary his burst of laughter, Marx perhaps should not have chased away so many ghosts too quickly. Not all of them at once, or not so simply on the pretext that they did not exist. Of course they do not exist, so what, or that all this was or ought to remain past. SDM 277/Psalm 174. However potent and important Marx's sometimes satiric critique of religion's ghosts, and of religion's cooperation with the oppressiveness of capital, and even of the spell that religion continued to cast over young Hegelians like Feuerbach and Stirner, still, Marx acted a little too hastily. Very few things illustrate more nicely the movement from a modernist critique to a post-critical deconstruction. Here is a point where the word postmodern would have made perfect sense had it not been ground into senselessness by opportunistic overuse. Then Derrida's relationship to Marx. Inspectors of Marx, a book which clearly continues the discussion of the two genders/genres of law/le capitale in the other heading, 1991, and in Moscou aller Retour, written after his 1990 trip to Moscow. For Derrida's purpose too is move beyond critique, beyond reductionism, beyond the simple opposition of faith and reason, FOI 13, and beyond the modern, which he associates with an imperative for totalitarianism, AC 44/042. But he does all this precisely in the name of that for which critique is designed, viz., emancipation, a word which, Pace Lyotard, SDM 125-26/Psalm 75, CFFL 62-63/DPJ 28, Derrida does not want to write off, no more than he wants to write off religion. Derrida is not trying to remove the revolutionary scare that the specter of Marx's name throws into our hearts. Indeed, contrary to popular presentations of post-structuralism or postmodernism, Derrida takes deconstruction as a way to continue the project of emancipation and enlightenment, SDM 145/Psalm 88, and even of a rational and universal discourse on the subject of religion, FOI 28, but always by another means. 5 If deconstruction moves beyond critique, it does so only by first moving through it, AC 76/077, PDS 368/points 357. It proceeds by way of shaking the assured distinctions of the ontology upon which Marxist critique rests, between the real and 120. The unreal, between the effective actuality of economico-material forces and the unreal or fantastic, between full presence and absence, and, above all, in this book, between life and death, the fullness of a living present and the void of death. Of the philosophy of living presence, Derrida says, we are attempting something else, we are directing our attention to the effects or the petitions of a survival or of a return of the dead, which precede and make possible the living subject and which allow the living subject to leave traces of itself behind, beyond the living presence of its own life, not to mention the spirit of all those who are not yet born, the specter of those to come. For all these questions, and such is the hypothesis of the present reading, the work of the specter here weaves, in the shadow of a labyrinth covered with mirrors, a tenuous but indispensable guiding thread. SDM 179N1/Psalm 187-88N7. The guiding thread of the specter, Gespenst, the schema of the ghost, however strange it may seem at first, belongs among the most recurrent Derridian schemas. The specter is an undecidable which, like any undecidable worthy of the name, like ashes, or the supplement or the paragon, is neither present nor absent, is not real, so what, but is real enough to inhabit and disturb our dreams of presence. Indeed, Derrida's belief in ghost she is the author of books on soul, psyche, and spirit, de l'esprit, and ghosts, specters, is linked with the oldest Derridian haunt of all. For deconstruction opened shop by disturbing the assurances of the phenomenology of the living present. The schema of the phantom haunts the self-giving presence of phenomenality and phanesthai, the phenomenal appearance or apparition, with a spectre that is neither present nor absent, for there is something ghostly about the irreality of the noema, which makes Husserl's phenomenology a certain spectral inquiry, SDM, 215-16 n2/Psalm, 189 n6. With typical flair, Derrida describes his reading as a movement from Marxist ontology to a post-critical hauntology. In French, these are homonyms; in English, they are close, SDM, 10/Psalm, 31-32, to a logic of haunting in which the assured distinctions between being and non-being have been disturbed. A spectre has an unheimlich way of being there while not being there, a weird way of being epikenetes, SDM, 165/Psalm, 100. Having to wrestle with such undecitables is, of course, the cursed fate of Hamlet, whose famous tryst with ghosts was the scene of one of English literature's greatest ghost stories. In Hamlet, the assured logic of to be or not to be had broken down, and both the time and the being of Hamlet's Denmark were out of joint. That is why, in order to work out this hauntology, Derrida has chosen to interweave the text of Hamlet with Marx's Capital, the German ideology, and the 18th Brumaire. 121. The schema of the spectre is a post-critical, post-secular, post-enlightenment, post-phenomenological paradigm of life/death, of survivance, which means, at one and the same time, of a life that is haunted by death, bygone spirits and spirits yet to come, as also of a death that continues to live, of the power of the non-living to live on, which frames the question of tradition and heritage, and all this precisely in the name of justice. For it belongs to the hypothesis of Derrida's reading that, while justice can and must be delivered to the living, justice is not just a matter of and for the living. Rather, if there is any hope of justice, justice is due to the dead and the not yet born. For justice means responsibility, and we are responsible to the dead, to their dying and the heritage they have handed down through their death, as well as to the not yet born. The spirits of the dead constitute a flood of revenants, a revisitation of the so-called living present by the spirits of the past. But the present is disturbed no less by arrivants, by all those who are to come, and indeed by the revenant as arrivant, by what is to come as what is coming to us from the past, as repeatable. If the cause of justice is not served by chasing away so many ghosts so quickly, as Marx has done, then, by implication, and this is a spectre from which Derrida does not flee, it follows that it is not served by chasing away the religious. In Derrida's view, the religious plays a double role in Marx, one over which he has control, the other one which works behind his back. The religious for Marx is thus not just one ideological phenomenon or phantomatic production among others. On the one hand, it gives to the production of the ghost or of the ideological phantasm its originary form or its paradigm of reference, its first analogy. SDM, 264/Psalm, 166. The commodity is explained by Marx as having taken on a magical life of its own, which only the misty realm of religion helps us understand, because the relation between commodities is a phantasmagoric form of social relations of which religion provides the only possible analogy. In religion, the products of the human head are given autonomous form and take on a life of their own. That, by an analogous process, is what happens in the production of a commodity, which is what Marx calls fetishism. As soon as a product is taken to the market, it is overtaken by idealization, autonomization, and spectral incorporation. In the fetishism of the commodity and its secret in Capital, Marx descries the famous magical, mystical wooden table, which, upon becoming a commodity, takes on a life of its own, stands upright on its feet, then on its head, and spins about more marvelously than any spinning séance table. But according to Derrida, Marx is trying, unsuccessfully, to limit spectralization to commodities, to contain the spectral effect and not to let it contaminate the 122. Effective reality of use value, to which Marx attributes ontological status, a natural, uncorrupted, originary, self-identity, SDM, 253-54/Psalm, 159. That for Derrida is Marx's attempt to exorcise the ghost from jus valieven while he is being haunted by another ghost which is operating on him from behind. On the other hand, and first of all, no doubt for the same reason, the religious also informs, along with the messianic and the eschatological, be it in the necessarily undetermined, empty, abstract, and dry form that we are privileging here, that spirit of emancipatory Marxism, whose injunction we are reaffirming here, however secret and contradictory it appears. SDM, 264/Psalm, 166-67. Marxism is inspired by one of religion's ghosts, by an irreducible and powerful messianic spirit, by an irreducible religious aspiration and respiration, by the specter of a justice to come that breaks the spell of the living present and haunts our present projects. The comment echoes Derrida's reference in 1980, in of an apocalyptic tone, to that Marxist eschatology that people have too quickly, trop vite, wanted to forget these last years in France, Ton, 59/RTP, 145. This communist spirit also haunts old Europe, which is scared half to death by the specter of a coming communist justice. In a certain sense, Derrida is here, quite independently and for motives of his own and inspired by Benjamin, reinventing the will of liberation theology, at least in a post-critical form, and taking us back to authors like Roger Garaudy, where the intersection of the spirit of emancipatory Marxism and the prophetic spirit, the spirit of the Jewish prophets, Amos and Isaiah and the like, has long been recognized. 6. Instead of a purely modernist Marxist reduction of religion to economic forces, one sees Marxism as itself invoking a certain religious passion, a certain religio-messianic structure. Derrida sees that, like the prophets themselves upbraiding the Jews for idolatry, Marx denounced capitalism as theological fetishization, as gold become God. How else is one to describe Marx's opposition to the spectral ghost of money than prophetic? We know, Derrida says, that Marx loved Shakespeare's Timon of Athens and that Timon, using the very words of Ezekiel, cursed corruption like a Jewish prophet. How much Marx loves the prophetic imprecation that Shakespeare cast against this yellow slave, which can make withered widows look good, SDM, 75-78/Psalm, 41-44. Messianic time is out of joint. This discourse on the ghost, which is also a discourse with ghosts, a communing with spirits, is undertaken in the name of justice, that is, from a respect for those others who are no longer or for those others who 123 are not yet there, presently living, whether they are already dead or not yet born, SDM, 15/Psalm, 19. There is no justice without this respect and responsibility which divide the present, which knock it out of joint and unhinge it, no justice without this non-contemporaneity with itself of the living present, SDM, 16/Psalm, 19. The time that is out of joint is a messianic time, a time that does not close in upon itself, that is structurally exposed to an outside that prevents closure. Injustice is closure, juncture even as messianic justice lies in disjuncture and being out of joint. Derrida's take on out of joint is out of step with the common meaning of this expression as also with Heidegger's account of Dyke in the Anaximander fragment. Countering Heidegger's gloss of this famous fragment, Derrida takes the fug as droit and the unfug as justice. On Derrida's telling, it is only if the time is out of joint, if time is an ungathering unfug, unhinged from the gathering unity of the living present, disjointed and opened up to the specter of what is not there, that justice is possible. SDM, 44/Psalm, 19-20, 49-57/23-29, CFAC 17/0, 11, DT, 201-04N1/GT, 159-61N28, DT, 205/GT, 162. The movement of justice is a movement beyond the hinges and fixed junctures of the law to the ghost of the other, who unhinges me from my fixity in the present, whose coming before me, prevenance, comes over and dispossesses me of my self-possession, drawing me out into the excess of the disjuncture. In spectres of Marx the other has the specific sense of the non-living, who intervene upon and interrupt the identity of the living present. The other is the bygone generations, revenants, whose death and labors and heritage we need actively to take up, interiorize, and mourn, which is stricto sensu impossible. 7. The dearly departed, the community of saints, where the loss of memory, the effacement of their trace causes the greatest suffering. PDS 153/points 143-44. Mourning is an interiorization of the other, which is impossible, which cannot be completed, a fidelity to the other that always retains a trace of infidelity, because the other always retains an irreducible, inappropriable alterity. PDS 161/points 152. The impossibility of true mourning comes close to what Johannes Baptist Metz calls preserving the dangerous memory of suffering. 8. The other is also the generations to come, the most literal avenir, les arrivants, in which is lodged the specific weight of messianic hope. Hence the gift of undeconstructible justice, beyond the law, before the law, is located in the unfug, which keeps things sufficiently dislodged and open-ended as to give an opening to the singularity of the other. 9. Otherwise deconstruction would come back to the good conscience of rules kept and duty done that would close off the chance of the future. The chance of this desert-like mechanism, without content and without identifiable Messiah, of this also abyssal desert, desert in the desert, that we will talk about later, p. 167, one desert signaling toward the other. 124. In the waiting or calling for what we have nicknamed here without knowing le messianic, the coming of the other, the absolute and unpredictable singularity of the arrivant as justice. We believe this messianic remains an ineffaceable mark of Marx's legacy, and doubtless of inheriting, of the experience of inheritance in general. Otherwise one would reduce the eventness of the event, the singularity, and the alterity of the other. SDM 56/Psalm 28. This messianic is not Christian or Jewish, Marxist, or Hegelian messianism but a universal, formal structure upon which the very movement of justice, and hence of deconstruction, turns. It turns out that deconstruction, to the surprise of both its friends and its foes, believes in the ghost of a chance event, in the chance of a ghost event, in the misty realm of a religious figure, a veritably, literally, haunting messianic figure. Would it be too much to say that this messianic figure constitutes the only possible analogy for this Derrida/Marx, for this post-critical, post-secular deconstruction that is inspired by a Marxian specter, scared by a religious ghost? That formidable question is matched by another: how can deconstruction sit down to table with a universal, formal structure? How is that not simply a straightforward transcendental, or even, as Critchley muses, a foundationalist structure, as opposed to a quasi-transcendental structure? Are we to believe that Derrida is in his dotage and is becoming foundationalist and religious? We defer these formidable difficulties for the moment. 10. This disjointed, messianic time which provides the opening for the invention of the event of the other, is an effect of difference, no thanks to difference, which opens the space between a memory and a promise. So difference does not mean only deferral, delay, and procrastination, but the spacing out, the extension between memory and promise or avenir, which opens up the here-now in all of its urgency and absolute singularity, in the imminence of the instant. The call of what is coming calls for action now. There is the gauge, engagement, promise, injunction, and response to injunction, the pledge that is given in and for us before any concrete decision, the time of the promise, the response to the demands of justice, which is impatient, uncompromising, and unconditional. CFFL 57-63/DPJ 26-29. But by the here now Derrida does not mean the fullness of the living present but the passion of the appeal that is made upon us, here and now, the appeal for what is to come, for the impossible. SDM 60-62/Psalm 31-33. If, upon meeting up with him, we still ask the Messiah when he will come, he will say today, Pol. 55:1. Indeed, Spectres of Marx, as Critchley emphasizes, is itself an enactment of this engagement, a piece written in the midst of politics today, an urgent response to a pressing and present situation, in the age of the New World Order. 11. Faith and Knowledge, the contribution to the Capri Seminar, addresses the return of religion today, above all in the midst of fundamentalist via 125. Lens that is sweeping over us. Deconstruction is not meant to be a soft sighing for the future, but a way of deciding now and being impassioned in the moment. Virtual reality. The scene or stage of justice today is haunted by another ghost, by another spectral medium, viz., the media and the rapid advances of the teletechnologies. Spectral space is the space of virtual reality and virtual events, SDM, 268/Psalm 169. The odd being, time and space of instant presence, worldwide dissemination, on-the-spot reporting, of a sea of images and simulacra, of sound bites and electronic messages sailing through cyberspace, in which the simulacrum runs the show. This is a being and a time that is neither real nor unreal, but is constituted by the power of the media to produce images, simulacra, ghostly specters. Future televisions, it is reported, will even dispense with the screen, and project images directly upon the eye, the way sound is lodged directly in the ear. Advancing techniques in animation aim at animating the recorded images of real people. We could then have a sequel to Gone with the Wind that actually would, or actually would not, star Clark Gable and Vivien Leigh, a festival of films haunted by the ghosts of the most beloved dead actors and actresses of the past, historical films in which the dead would be brought back to life in the most unheimlich way. A JFK that would be positively spooky. Elvis Lives. Unlike a poor, lame ontology of presence and absence, hauntology soars through the paraontological world of virtual reality, where the phanesthai of phenomena runs wild, shaking the assured distinction between being and non-being to its root. In virtual reality, injustice runs rampant and the time is out of joint in the more conventional sense of that expression. Today, in the United States, right-wing demagogues stampede public opinion, fan popular resentment against minorities, women, homosexuals, and immigrants, appeal to greed and nationalist hatred of the other, to the most base popular instincts, all under the mask of fiscal responsibility and reform. They shout simplistic solutions into the ears of an undiscerning public, degrade the character of pubic discourse and dialogue, hurl inflammatory and searing sound bites at politicians who dare to take their stand with children and the homeless, with the poor and the defenseless. They scream invectives into the microphones of right-wing talk shows against those who would impose limits on carrying concealed firearms, and all this to the delight and profit of the wealthiest, most powerful national and international interests. Responsible and deliberative politicians are reduced to media images of themselves, hounded to the right, cowed into silence, demoralized, or simply defeated at the next election by right-wing extremists who will market an image of their opponents that will poison their 126 chance for re-election and their capacity to raise campaign funds. The media manufacture consent to everything from the Gulf War to poisoning the air and seas and the lungs of children with carcinogens in the name of economic freedom. In this virtual world, the ghosts of fundamentalist religion fly about with powerful abandon. Right-wing televangelists enlist the name of Jesus in support of all the forces that crucified Jesus and killed the prophets. Christian fundamentalism today, which is fundamentally a frenzied media event, produces appalling violence, the final madness of which is murder in the name of the right to life, CFSDM, 77-80/Psalm 129-34. 12. Derrida wants to interrupt the frenzy of this free market euphoria with what he calls a 10-word telegram on some of the most important things that are out of joint in this teletechno world, whose praises Fukuyama sings. These are, in turn, unemployment, homelessness, economic wars within the European community, economic protectionism, the foreign debt of the poorest nations, the arms industry, the spread of nuclear weapons, inter-ethnic wars, the mafia and drug cartels, and the present state of international law, SDM, 134-39/Psalm, 81-84. Beyond that, the furious wars that rage on in the Middle East between fundamentalist extremists on both sides, holy wars, if you can stomach that expression, blood spilled in the name of God, all depend upon their ability to hitch their cause to the visibility that the media provide. They do not merely spill blood, they spill blood before the cameras of CNN International. That is what Derrida analyzes in Faith and Knowledge, 14. Better than anyone in his own times, Marx understood all this, at least in principle. But he could never have imagined the contemporary scope of what Derrida calls technicity, the teletechnical and techno-scientific constellation that Heidegger called the Gestell, which in Heidegger himself served reactionary and fascist purposes. The spirit of such a Marx must never be forgotten or assimilated, never left on the shelf of the great dead white European male. This spirit of Marx must survive, live on, and be a ghost by which we must never cease to be haunted. Today Marx himself is the object of just such a media blitz, which is why Derrida and deconstruction, always loving the contretemps and contrapied, rise to his defense. Deconstruction itself arose in the generation that witnessed the end of another Marxism, Stalinism. Deconstruction is political all the way down, and its politics arise from the end of totalitarianism, of Stalinism and of the Third Reich, to the ascendancy of international capital and the hegemonic rule of the superpowers. Deconstruction means to be the delimitation of totalization in all its forms. Today, the spirit of Marx has become a specter to be exorcised with increasing intensity. 13 At the beginning of the Communist Manifesto, Marx said that old Europe, the wealthy aristocracy, the vested interests, the hierarchy of the old church, were haunted by the specter of an approaching communism. 127. Das Gespenst des Kommunismus, and that all these ancient powers conspired against that looming specter. Today, Derrida says the ghost of Marx continues to haunt Europe, not the specter of a communism to come but the specter of communism past, the fear that this specter will come back again, revenant, to haunt us if we do not take care. The return of Marx is the one specter to menace the New World Order, the one threat to establishing and maintaining the kingdom of God on earth, to the neo-evangelical good news of God's coming in the form of the Christian state or superstate, which, according to both the Pope and a good Protestant like Hegel, mirabile dictu, is the very Wesson of Europe. The Polish Pope, John Paul II, boasts of having helped bury communism so that from now on Europe will be what it should always have been according to him, a Christian Europe, SDM, 164/Psalm, 100. Of course, as with every Wesson, this leaves very little room for the inessential, for Arabs, Jews, Gastarbeiter, and other infidels and remnants, SDM, 104-05/Psalm, 60-61. The specter of a Christian Europe, of Christocentrism, is one that continually haunts Derrida, and he worries constantly over proposals like Jan Patočka's Christian Politics Examined below, 13, that argue that Europe gets to be really free and responsible, and the West gets to be the West, indeed humankind gets to be really human, only when they all become Christian. Amen. Watch. To describe this ghost, Derrida would be served just as well by Macbeth, which was Levinas's favorite Shakespearean play, where the ghost of Banquo keeps coming back to torment the murderer. Today Marx is dead and buried, over and done with. Vorbe, the ancient battle between the Western Euro-American good and the evil empire, between Locke and Rousseau, Adam Smith and Marx, has been settled in favor of the West. After long deliberation, God has taken sides with the free market and with trickle-down economics. The West has won, the Cold War is won, the end of history is at hand, God's rule on earth begins. Marx, not God, is dead. Of that good news the New World Order keeps trying to assure itself, again and again, to the point that it is obsessed and haunted by the prospect that the ghost of the dead man will return to disturb the euphoria of liberal democracy and the celebrations of the triumph of the market economy. Cf. Moscow, 35/PTC, 206. 14. Derrida then offers a delicious gloss, a careful reading of which I commend to the reader's spirit, and Fukuyama's The End of History and The Last Man. 15. Fukuyama is a right-wing Johnny-come-lately, by about 3 decades, to the end of history discourse, a ghost from the past whose book has enjoyed enviable media success considering that it defends a thesis taken from Hegel's metaphysics. Fukuyama's success is a spectral phenomenon in the sense both of a work of exorcism of Marx's ghost and of a media event fanned by teletechnologies, something like an exorcism broadcast on CNN International. The heart of Derrida's deconstruction of 128. Fukuyama is to point out the way in which Fukuyama trades on the assured, metaphysical distinction between the ideal and the real, the idea in the Kantian, and Husserlian, sense and the empirical fact, a distinction that Derrida and others have been troubling for decades now. Whenever the hideous injustices of the free market are pointed out, so that it looks as though, perhaps, the end has not yet quite arrived, these are treated as empirical shortcomings, contingent blights on the idea's relentless progress. The end has arrived, it is here, it has already come about. Well, ideally, in principle, almost. It is almost here, and the final results, as Johannes Climacus said of the Hegelian system, are due in a matter of weeks. The end has not arrived, millions of people are starving, homeless, persecuted, not only under the stars and stripes, but all over the globe, but that is but a contingent blip on the idea's relentless realization of its infinite task. Fukuyama follows an unfalsifiable logic which, in the best Hegelian spirit, assimilates and consumes every counter-evidence. But if Derrida wants to resist this holy, unholy alliance of Hegel, Kojève, the Pope, Adam Smith, and the Federal Reserve Board, this Christian Hegelian messianic eschatology, it is not by opposing every messianic structure or every thinking turned toward the future, but by way of a certain adaptation of a hope for a messianic future that alters it while repeating it, that bends it up a little in the best style of deconstruction. The determinable messianisms, the specific biblical and philosophical messianic eschatologies, are consummately dangerous. They describe a scene of violence and war, among which is to be included not only the wars that are waged over the holy city of Jerusalem, SDM 100-01/Psalm 58, but Marxism itself. For Marxism, too, has a determinable messianic content, an onto eschatology that tells us how the wheels of historical materialism are inevitably turning, and how everything that resists this progress is to be crushed, presuming of course that one could explain how anything can resist what is inevitable and irresistible. To deal with the complexities of this situation, Derrida proposes a certain epoche of the content of any particular messianism, a desertification and abstraction, in order to think the messianic in general as a thinking of the other and of the event to come, where the formal structure of promise exceeds or precedes the particular promises made in the particular, concrete covenants. The messianic in general has to do with something irreducible and undeconstructible, which Derrida describes as a certain experience of the emancipatory promise. It is perhaps even the formality of a structural messianism, a messianism without religion, even a messianic without messianism, an idea of justice which we distinguish from law or right or even human rights, and an idea of democracy which we distinguish from its current concept and from its determined predicates today. SDM 102/Psalm 59. 129. So it is not by deconstructing every passion for a promise to be kept in the future, by exorcising every messianic spirit, that Derrida deconstructs Fukuyama's double-dealing from both sides of the ideal/empirical deck. Rather, deconstruction proceeds by rethinking the very notion of an event, of something that is to come, that slips beyond the limits of the ideal/real duality. For the avenir of a justice or a democracy to come is not a future present, not a presentable, representable, utopian, or Kantian ideal, not a horizon of expectation of this type. It is the unforeseeable, the unanticipatable, the non-masterable, non-identifiable, AC 23/0, 18, so that one cannot gauge the extent to which it is being approximated or realized, even while conceding that it is consistently deferred. For that allows us to tolerate, to be patient with the most massive injustice. Because the avenir of the Messianic in general is completely open-ended, negative, or apophatic, a dry and desert-like structure that goes along with Derrida's inveterate and persistent desert-like non-essentialism, it is profoundly urgent and unable to be placidly complacent with the present. It is not, and the importance of this cannot be overestimated, the positive, presentable, regulative ideal. For that admits of gradual empirical approximation and constitutes the very essence of essentialism or idealism, of an idea in the Kantian sense, or of a Husserlian and infinite task. That is what permits Fukuyama to double deal so serenely with present injustice. Justice is not a heavenly form which we are assigned the infinite task of copying on earth, but the Messiah, dressed in rags, saying today. The idea, if that is still what it is, of democracy to come, is the pledge, gauge, that engages the gears of deconstruction to summon the very thing that will never present itself in the form of full presence. So there is always a gap between, on the one hand, an infinite promise, infinite respect for singularity and for the infinite alterity of the other, but also for the countable and calculable, and, on the other hand, what is measured against this promise. But this gap is something otherwise than an empirical or contingent shortfall. Rather, it is structurally unforeseeable, and as such urgently summons us to the possibility of the unpresentable, of an absolute surprise whose coming will shatter our horizon of expectation. For the tout autre is just what we do not expect. Setting a place at the table of expectation for Elijah does not mean his knock on the door will not come as an absolute surprise. Both the democratic promise and the communist promise must preserve this absolutely undetermined messianic hope at its heart, this eschatological relation to the to come of an event and of a singularity, of an alterity that cannot be anticipated. A waiting without horizon of the wait, awaiting what one does not expect yet or any longer, hospitality without reserve, welcoming salutation accorded in advance to the absolute surprise of the arrivant. SDM 111/Psalm 65. 130. When the tout autre knocks, when the arrivant is tout autre, we will not ungraciously and inhospitably insist on making him or her or it meet certain preconditions in order to gain admittance. The spirit of hospitality, the spectrality of welcoming power, is a messianic opening to what is coming, to what cannot be awaited or recognized in advance, for whom one leaves a completely open, empty place. The spectral arrivant does not confirm the horizon of the same. Welcoming the event of this coming spectre is the condition of the possibility of a deconstructive account of history beyond any idealist or materialist history, beyond Hegel's, Marx's, or Fukuyama's history, beyond any metaphysical conception of history. SDM 120/Psalm 70. A deconstructive history, transpiring in a messianic time, turns on the coming of an event, the arrival of something new, in short, on the passion for the impossible itself. Like this strange concept of messianism without content, of the messianic without messianism, that guides us here like the blind. But it would be just as easy to show that without this experience of the impossible, one might as well give up on both justice and the event. SDM 112/Psalm 65. It is precisely in order to screen out, cribble, the possibility of something absolutely new that ethics and the several concrete mechanisms establish multiple checkpoints and scrupulously patrol their borders in order to prevent the occurrence of just such an event, of such an arrivant. Indeed, Kojève himself, whose misleading quip that the United States, even California, how concrete can mechanism be, is the final end of history, has helped lure Fukuyama down this triumphalistic path. 16 suggests something of this messianic promise when he insists on a future beyond the end of history, an end beyond the end, an open-endedness beyond the teleology of history. History in a certain sense is closed, it has run a certain course to its end, but only in such a way as to remain open to something post-historical, something indeterminate beyond history's horizons, a pure form of the future beyond any specific content. It is, Derrida glosses, what we are nicknaming the Messianic without Messianism, SDM, 124/Psalm 73. Deconstruction is the thought of an other, messianic historicity, beyond the archaeoteleological concepts of history in Hegel, Marx, and even Heidegger's epical eschatology, a historicity that represents, as Derrida says, another opening of eventness as historicity that permitted one not to renounce, but on the contrary to open up access to an affirmative thinking of the messianic and emancipatory promise and not as onto theological or tele-eschatological program or design. SDM, 125-26/Psalm 75. That is why deconstruction, while it has never been Marxist, has always remained faithful, fidel, to a certain spirit of Marxism, to at least one of 131. Its spirits, SDM, 127/Psalm 75, cf. Moscow, 45-47/PTC, 210-11. Deconstruction keeps faith with the spirit of messianic promise, a spirit that is also religious, which is why it is a spirit that is likely to spook even deconstruction's most loyal deconstructors. The New International. Deconstruction is to be understood as having always been loyal to a certain spirit of Marx, and to a certain spirit of the Enlightenment. Now, if there is a spirit of Marxism which I will never be ready to renounce, it is not only the critical idea or the questioning stance, a consistent deconstruction must insist on them even as it also learns that this is not the last or first word. It is even more a certain emancipatory and messianic affirmation, a certain experience of the promise that one can try to liberate from any dogmatics and even from any metaphysico-religious determination, from any messianism. SDM, 146-47/Psalm 89. It must take the form of a promise to produce events, new effective forms of action, practice, organization, and so forth, SDM, 147/Psalm 89. As against certain Althusserians, who resist a Marxist messianic eschatology, and against anti-Marxist eschatologies with an onto theological content, deconstruction turns on the irreducibility of affirmation and the promise, on the unconditionality of justice. Deconstruction is a movement toward the future. The movement of an experience open to the absolute future of what is coming, that is to say, a necessarily indeterminate, abstract, desert-like experience that is confided, exposed, given up to its waiting for the other and for the event. In its pure formality, in the intermination that it requires, one may find yet another essential affinity between it and a certain messianic spirit. SDM, 148/Psalm 90. It is around this messianic promise that a new international takes shape, a community without community, which barely deserves the name of community, a community of all those who have stood against Marxist dogma and at the same time against reactionary and conservative impulses, who stand for a new enlightenment for the century to come, who want to think democracy otherwise. SDM, 148/Psalm 90, CFAC, 77/0, 79, for what has sometimes been called a non-Marxist, or post-Marxist left. The New International represents the heirs of Marx, those who owe Marx a debt, but selectively, by a reaffirmation of Marx that filters out and selects among his several spirits. That is the only responsible way to be responsible to a tradition, to be in debt to the dead, to allow oneself to be haunted by the past. Lacking an international organization, a permanent headquarters, and an executive council and secretary per 132. Perhaps it should get a home page on the internet. New International Derrida is describing looks to me like something of a mystical body or a community of saints for the spirit of a resurrected Marx. Still, a new international is nothing ephemeral, but rather a spiritual coalition of intellectuals and activists across national borders who take the state of the debt not only as a spiritual debt to Marx but also as a massive, material reality that oppresses millions of people in the nations of the Third World and Central and East Europe, and that looks forward to the open-ended possibility of something otherwise than nationalism, to living in a nation differently than in the current scene of nationalist strife. Saint Ma, R. X. Derrida then offers a fascinating gloss on the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and the discussion of Max Stirner in the German ideology, a gloss which views Marx as engaged in a competition with the young Hegelians over who has done the best job of exorcising all the ghosts of German idealism. All the young Hegelians, left or right, want to be rid of the ghosts that ultimately emanate from the paternal spirit of Hegel himself. Neither Feuerbach nor Stirner nor Marx wants to be possessed by spirits, but they disagree over the means and the strategy. They battle over who is the best exorcist, in the course of which Marx produces a scathing satire of Stirner which shows that Stirner was thoroughly spooked. According to Saint Max, Stirner, the world is teeming with spirits, J.A.E.S. Sput in der ganzen Welt, Stirner wrote. Millions of man-made spooks roam the earth and speak through the mouths of men, turning the whole world into a phantom, a process that can ultimately be traced back to the Hegelian Geist, SDM, 216-18/Psalm, 136. When he was innocent, like a child, Marx comments, Saint Max reports, God and the Emperor, the Pope, and the Fatherland hovered over him like ghosts, Gespenster, but when he came of age intellectually he learned how to dispel these spirits, to make them disappear, to undo their spectral power, and to reappropriate them into his own body. But Marx thinks Saint Max's body is but an interiorizing gathering of repatriated specters, the resubjectification of an objectification. These are only thought products to begin with, and Max misses the actual, real removal of these specters for which actual work is necessary. Saint Max manages to dispel not the actual emperor but only his ghost, whereas the point is to get rid of the real emperor, not a mental representation, SDM, 207-09/Psalm, 131-32. Both Max and Marx say they are against ghosts and that they love life. But both are spooked enough by death to deny that death is part of life, something eating away inside life. They wage a war over who is better at conjuring away ghosts. For Marx, it is a matter of knocking down oppressive practical structures and of not being content to expel mere phantasms. But that exposes Marx to 133. The risk that he is himself chasing after phantasms from which he keeps trying compulsively, obsessively, like Lady Macbeth, to cleanse himself. Marx ticks off 10 ghosts that Stirner chooses to combat instead of doing battle with the real forces of production, over the first of which we will pause just a moment. Gespenst number 1, Ghost number 1, the Supreme Being, Das Hohe Saint Wesen, God. Speaking now of Marx on Stirner, Derrida comments. Not a minute is wasted on this incredible belief, Marx notes. Neither Stirner nor Marx, moreover, stops to consider the essence of believing, here the essence of faith par excellence, which can only ever believe in the unbelievable, and would not be what it is without that, beyond any proof of the existence of God. SDM, 227/Psalm, 143. In shocking contrast with a modernist critique, a contrast that is just plain spooky, deconstruction is not out to belittle believing, the essence of believing, croire, or of faith, foi. What would ever possess it to do such a thing? For deconstruction comes down to an affirmation, an invocation, a hope in the future, and what is that if not a certain faith, indeed the passion of an extreme faith in the unbelievable, in the impossible, for to the extent that something is believable it does not require that much faith. What else is deconstruction if not a faith in something that pushes us beyond the sphere of the same, CFAC, 77/078. What is faith if not a certain deconstruction that breaks the spell of the credible, that opens us up to the incredible, to the possibility of the impossible, since, With God everything is possible, even the impossible. What else is deconstruction than faith? Deconstruction which, preceding sans savoir, sans avoir, sans voir, parags. 25, finds it necessary to believe. Jene sais pas. Il faut croire, MDA, 130/MB, 29. So unlike Stirner and Marx, deconstruction does not stand in a simple, critical opposition to religion that attempts simply to reduce belief in ghosts, but rather it takes up, repeats, alters, and bends into different shape a fundamentally religious figure, the messianic promise, and a fundamentally religious posture, faith in the impossible, structures which are for Derrida irreducible and irreducibly ingredient in deconstruction itself. Marx, on the other hand, even if he outwits Feuerbach and St. Max in a conjuring contest, shows himself all the more massively and obsessively preoccupied with ghosts and exorcisms, all the more compulsively washing away the stains of religions. Meanwhile, all the world knows that whenever St. Marx opens his mouth, generations of Jewish ghosts come streaming out, haunting the whole house of Europe, filling it with the spirits of Ezekiel and Habakkuk, Amos and Isaiah. Es Sput in der ganzen Welt. The Jewish prophet Karl, not saint, perhaps, but Rabbi Marx, denounces the handmade gods, the golden calves, of Israel, the money fetish, lamenting the falsity of the chosen people, Europe, to their 134. Truest, deepest promise, which is to make space for what is coming, for a justice to come, and to remain faithful to the revolutionary, messianic promise. Such a revolution, Marx says, is not to be draped in the costumes of the past, for Derrida, invention of the same, but is to be allowed to be truly revolutionary, as the coming of the future to come, forming a kind of Marxist invention de l'autre, SDM, 187-88/Psalm, 115. 10. Messianic Passion and the Religion of Saint Jacques. Two messianic spaces. Derrida elaborates the distinction between two messianic spaces, in the final pages of Spectres, in the context of a discussion of what is at stake in the singular configuration that today links religion and technics, SDM, 265/Psalm, 167, cf 56/28. There are, he says, two things at stake here, the first of which he describes as the return of the religious, whether fundamentalist or not, and which overdetermines all questions of nation, state, international law, human rights, Bill of Rights. SDM, 265/Psalm, 167. Such a retour would represent of course a certain revisitation of the present by a ghost from the past, a religious specter that a reductionist Enlightenment critique took to be dead and buried. Today, however, religion is alive and well, resurrected in its ugliest form in the resurgence of the fundamentalisms that spill the blood and destroy the civil liberties of people around the world, for which the struggle over Jerusalem may do emblematic or symptomatic service. We will come back to the second point, the violent return of religion, of fundamentalist religion, and its link to technoscience or teletechnology in the next section, when we take up Derrida's contribution to the 1994 seminar at Capri. 11. Derrida puts the question of this distinction as follows. If the messianic appeal belongs properly to a universal structure, that irreducible movement of the historical opening to the future, therefore to experience itself and to its language, expectation, promise, commitment to the event of what is coming, imminence, urgency, demand for salvation and for justice beyond law, pledge given to the other inasmuch as he or she is not present, presently present, or living, and so forth, how is one to think it with the figures of Abrahamic Messianism? SDM, 266/Psalm, 167. Inasmuch as Abraham is the father of us all, that is of all the religions of the book, Abrahamic Messianism here does service for all the concrete. 135. Messianisms of the historical religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. What of Marxism itself? Marxism is not the messianic structure itself, as Critchley suggests, 17, but still another concrete mechanism, since the Marxist messianic promise gives a determinable, economic content to the pure, desert-like messianic form. So Derrida appears to be posing the question of the relationship between a universal structure and the concrete realization or embodiment of that structure, between, as he says, a structure of experience and a religion. But that is a very imperfect formulation of this question on Derrida's own terms, turning as it does on the classical distinctions between form and content, FL, 56/DPJ, 25, the ideal and the real, universal and particular, essential and empirical, which Derrida vigorously deconstructs in the discussion of Fukuyama, and elsewhere. Furthermore, this formulation also seems to embrace the distinction between a universal structure and its exemplifications, which is undone by the Derridian notion of exemplarism, according to which we do not know what is an example of what. Given this formulation, Derrida poses two possibilities: is the messianic merely an abstraction, abstract desertification, derived from the concrete mechanisms, or is it their origin, originary condition? Does the abstract messianic come before or after the concrete mechanisms? Does Abrahamic mechanism serve as the source or origin from which we derive an abstract concept of the messianic? Or is the messianic a condition of possibility that antedates the concrete mechanisms which are but exemplifications of it? These questions lead to another formulation: can there be an atheological heritage of the biblical mechanisms? Can one strip the biblical mechanisms down to an atheological core? Can one, by a work of desertification and denuding, by a deconstructive ascesis, remove a biblical surface from a messianic structure? The idea is to remove the determinable content from the messianic, so that we are not waiting for the liberator of Israel, since Egypt too deserves liberation, or for the second coming of Jesus, or for a classless society in which the state withers away. That is because deconstruction means to be an absolute, as opposed to determinable, responsibility, absolute hospitality, the yes to the arrivant, the come to the future that cannot be anticipated. SDM, 266/Psalm, 168. Open, waiting for the event as justice, this hospitality is absolute only if it keeps watch over its own universality. SDM, 267/Psalm, 168. The messianic is a waiting without a horizon of determinate expectation, so that we do not know who or what we are waiting for, an absolute hospitality, absolved of determinable expectations, that is open to, that welcomes I know not what. So the question is whether the atheological messianic, the quasi-atheistic dryness of the messianic, is the condition of the biblical mechanisms. 136. If so, it would then be, paradoxically, an arid desert in which the living figures of the historical mechanisms would grow, so that the historical messiahs would be like desert flowers, a cactus flower, say, which is quite beautiful. Or should we say that the messianic in general is a distillate, an after effect, an empty structure about which we do not have the least knowledge, about which, without the historical mechanisms, we would neither know nor suspect anything? The historical mechanisms would be the only events on the basis of which we approach and first of all name the messianic in general, that other ghost which we cannot and ought not do without. The messianic in general would be a conceptual ghost, a specter of philosophy, a poor abstraction, whose sole cash value is drawn from the accounts of the religions of the book. While millions of people over the centuries have found a home in the historical religions, no one would be able to live in the rare air, the ether, or the desert, of the messianic in general. The figure of absolute hospitality would then be as inhospitable and unlivable as a desert, unheimlich, ghostly, impossible, unsure. The messianic in general, this quasi-mechanism, this quasi-transcendental mechanism, this desert-like kura, this despairing mechanism would then seem quite fragile and impoverished. On the other hand, messianic hope has to mix with despair, otherwise it is the program for a calculated future, something we can count on, and then it would be neither absolute hope nor an absolute future, but a matter of waiting for a future present to make its more or less scheduled arrival. Such a despairing mechanism would have the curious taste of death, no doubt, but then life for Derrida is life/death, not the purity of the living present. In a 1994 roundtable discussion of this point, Derrida put the question he is posing in Spectres of Marx in a particularly perspicacious manner, where, speaking in English, he speaks of messianicity rather than messianic. 18. The problem remains, and this is really a problem for me, an enigma whether the religions, say, for instance, the religions of the book, are but specific examples of this general structure, of messianicity. There is the general structure of messianicity, as a structure of experience, and on this groundless ground there have been revelations, a history which one calls Judaism or Christianity, and so on. That is one possibility, and then you would have a Heideggerian gesture, in style. You would have to go back from these religions to the fundamental ontological conditions of possibilities of religions, to describe the structure of messianicity on the ground of groundless ground on which religions have been made possible. That is one hypothesis. The other hypothesis, and I confess that I hesitate between these two possibilities, is that the events of revelation, the biblical traditions, the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, have been absolute events, irreducible events which have unveiled this messianicity. We would not know what messianicity is without Messian. 137. Ism, without these events which were Abraham, Moses, and Jesus Christ, and so on. In that case singular events would have unveiled or revealed these universal possibilities, and it is only on that condition that we can describe messianicity. Between the two possibilities I must confess I oscillate, and I think some other scheme has to be constructed to understand the two at the same time, to do justice to the two possibilities. That is why, and perhaps this is not a good reason, perhaps one day I will give up this. For the time being I keep the word messianic. Even if it is different from messianism, messianic refers to the word Messiah, it does not simply belong to a certain culture, a Jewish or Christian culture. I think that for the time being I need this word, not to teach, but to let people understand what I am trying to say when I speak of messianicity. But in doing so I still keep the singularity of a single revelation, that is Jewish, Christian revelation, with its reference to Messiah. It is a reinterpretation of this tradition of the Messiah. Either, the Messianic fits into a Heideggerian Boltzmannian schema of a demythologizing fundamental ontology in which one would strip away the existential particularities of the particular historical religions in order to unearth the universal, existential structures, the existentialia that represent the condition of possibility of ontoco-existential mechanisms. Or, the historical mechanisms have a kind of absolute anteriority without which the Messianic would be completely unknown. In fact, the two possibilities are entirely compatible and complementary approaches that arise from alternately taking two different but compatible points of view. To invoke the most venerable language of the tradition, the Messianic in general is the ontological ground or basis, the ratio essendi, of any historical mechanism. But in the order of learning or knowing, one would never have had the least idea or suspicion of the structure of the Messianic without the help of these historical revelations, which are the ratio conoscendi of the Messianic. The two standpoints complement rather than compete with each other, and it is not a matter of choosing between them. Viewed thus, Derrida would have been drawn into the old debates concerning the possibility of a Christian philosophy, debates, I think, that are being replayed today with respect to the Jewish philosophy of Levinas. The upshot of these debates is to say that there are certain things that are philosophically coherent in themselves, idealiter, that we would not have come upon, de facto, without the aid of revelation creation of the world, say, or, in Levinas, the notion of ethical substitution, of the me voici. Were one to add the messianic or messianicity to this list, the curious, very spooky and unheimlich result would be to bring deconstruction within the orbit of some sort of Jewish or even Judeo-Christian philosophy, which might be proving a little too much about Derrida and theology. 138. The problem with all this, and I include here the way that Derrida himself tends to put the question, is that the whole discussion is framed within an assured set of distinctions between fact and essence, example and exemplar, real and ideal, particular and universal, which it is the whole point of deconstruction to disturb. For deconstruction, I have been maintaining, constitutes a certain anti-essentialism or nominalism, which ought not to be drawn into any debates about whether facts precede essences or essences precede facts, or whether each precedes the other, but in different orders and in different ways. The issue gets a sharper tip if we pay closer attention to Derrida's mention of absolute events, irreducible events which have unveiled this messianicity, since by an absolute event he means something that is not a case of something more general, not a particular x subsumable under a universal f, as in fx, but an irreducible singularity. In the messianic time of singularities, historical happenings are idiosyncratic events and not moments in a larger, teleological or eschatological movement. An event is not a moment that can be taken under a more sweeping process, included as an instance or phase that is subordinate to and serves the ends of some deeper purpose. Furthermore, given the Babelianism of deconstruction and its delimitation of the traditional idea of translation, of the neutrality of a translating medium that would claim to be transparent, metalinguistic, and universal, AC 58/0, 58, Derrida can hardly put himself in the position of saying that the Messianic represents the overarching, universal metalanguage into which the various concrete mechanisms can be translated. In just the way a religious sensibility resists the translation of the God of Abraham into the God of philosophy, one ought to resist the translation of Abrahamic messianism into a universal messianic, which would in the end be just more philosophy. Among other things, there would be nothing, or hardly anything quasi about this quasi-transcendental, which would then have become indistinguishable from a straightforward transcendental. The matter is complicated in the Capri seminar when Derrida says he is in search of a universal culture of singularities, FOI 28, the universalizability of the non-universalizable, where every other is wholly other. But what sort of universality can that possibly mean? Were it the case, and I think it must be, that the historical mechanisms are to be treated as irreducible singularities, and were that point adhered to in a sufficiently steadfast way, then it would be impossible to say that the messianic in general is a universal, essential structure under which the historical mechanisms may be subsumed, for that is exactly what is excluded by treating an event as a singularity as opposed to a particular subsumable under a universal. So, the first option, of treating the concrete mechanisms as instances of an abstract form, would be cut off, and the way would likewise be blocked to saying that together the two possibly. 139. Ties are complementary approaches, since they would not be related to each other as particular and universal, fact and essence. The difficulty is not so much that we do not know what the messianic means, since Derrida is clear enough, even quite eloquent, about the yes to the arrivant, the come to the future that cannot be anticipated, SDM 266/Psalm 168. The difficulty is that we are at a loss to describe the status of this undeterminability, this interminable messianic, without specific content, which cannot be a true or conventional or garden variety universal. A number of mechanisms. I think that help in this matter is forthcoming from the young Heidegger's notion of a formal indication, an idea forged in the midst of Heidegger's own attempt to extract existential structures from the experience of factical life in the early Christian communities. Unlike the traditional concept or category that purports to seize or comprehend its object, the formal indication is but a projective sketch that traces out in advance certain salient formal features of an entity or region of entities. Instead of a conceptual mastery of its material that reduces the individual to an instance of the general, the formal indication is related to the factical region as the imperfect to the perfect, as a schema or anticipatory sketch to the idiomatic fullness of concrete life. The formal indication is not a universal that contains particulars underneath it, but a signand. We recall that in Spector's Derrida asks which signals, fate signa, to the other, SDM 266/Psalm 168, pointing at a region where it itself cannot enter. Fully to understand the factical would require a certain act or engagement, engagement, or praxis, giving oneself over to the factical matter at hand, which would no longer be the business of philosophy. That is where philosophy excuses itself and politely takes its leave, leaving life to face the worst. Heidegger identified two such pre-philosophical sources as particularly important to his project, the early Christian experience of time and the ethical experience of the Greek polis. To be sure, access to these revolutionary experiences could be gained only by means of the most traditional texts, the New Testament and the Nicomachean Ethics. Accordingly, such texts could not be approached by conventional academic reconstructions but required a new, more radical method Heidegger called destruction. A destruction does not destroy but breaks through to the originary factical experiences from which the text arises, the term having been suggested to him by Luther's notion of a destructio through the crust of scholasticism to the life of the New Testament. Lecturing on the phenomenology of religion, Heidegger analyzes the temporality of the parousia in Paul's letters to the Thessalonians. The second coming of Christ is 140. Not a when to be calculated but a how to be lived, not a matter of reckoning a definite time in the future, but of being ready, existentially transformed and radically open to an indefinite possibility that must be preserved in its indefiniteness. Recast in terms of a relationship to one's own death, this analysis became a centerpiece of being and time. Heidegger thinks that philosophy is nourished, enriched, and renewed by its pre-philosophical sources and, at least in the first Freiburg period, he numbers the biblical experiences inscribed in the scriptures as central pre-philosophical experiences. But Heidegger shows a distrust of the university and of the universality of its discourse, and he insists on questioning and rethinking the traditional conceptuality. That is why Heidegger does not propose a project of translating the categories of the New Testament into philosophical terms, for that seems unduly to trust philosophy and the discourse to which factical life will be handed over, unduly to trust the Greeks, who on the young Heidegger's view reduced being and time to static presence. Rather, Heidegger wants to forge a new, let us say, a quasi-conceptuality, formed of formal indications which are related to the singularity of existence, to factical life, as imperfect sketches or anticipatory foreshadowings of a prior and irreducible excess, an excess that can only be engaged or entered into existentially, not grasped conceptually. For this, there are no formal rules but only formal schemata or indexes of a kingdom of complexities, ambiguities, and undecidabilities that are resolved only in the doing. The central move that Heidegger makes that can help Derrida out is this. In a formal indication, the individual, the singularity, is not taken as an instance or example of the universal, does not become a subsumable case or a casus that falls off the pedestal of Greek universality, a temporal specimen of an unchanging species. Rather, the singular is affirmed in all of its singularity, respected in all of the richness of its idiosyncratic haesitas, thisness. The singular is thought not as a particular under a universal but as an unrepeatable, irreplaceable individual. What better embodiment of such a kingdom of singularities than the biblical kingdom itself, where God has counted every tear, and numbered every hair on our heads, where God knows every secret nestled in someone's heart, where every least little nobody in the kingdom is precious beyond measure. In short, where every other is wholly other. A formal indication provides as much as it is possible, or desirable, to conceptualize of such a world. A concept on Heidegger's accounting is not a universal but a sketch, not a universal concapera or begriffen that comprehends the particular roundabout, not an essence that turns the individual into a contingent fact, but a finger, index, pointing at the moon. By the same token, the singular is not a fall, casus, from universality whose feet are soaked by the particularity of matter or potency, but an excess that cannot be contained. A concept, on that account, is but a certain precursive indicator. 141. Or precept, a light sketch of a region that can only be entered, engaged, existed, leaving philosophy and its conceptuality back home in the security of its academic chairs. The hermeneutics of facticity is not a project of translation, for the latter is exposed to a naive conception of language as some kind of relatively neutral or non-corrosive container, and assumes the possibility of shipping or transporting the contents of one discourse into another without suffering any major losses to one's cargo. A formal indication does not translate from one self-contained discourse to another, from a concrete discourse into an overarching meta-discourse, but rather moves from factical life but always through texts, like the letters to the Thessalonians to a delimited, desert-like discursive structure. It tries to bring the factical life embedded in excessively rich texts, like biblical texts, for example, to a certain pale formal structure which remains beholden to life, which remains but a handmaiden to life, which at most, at best, issues an invitation to live life and to keep thinking in its place. Heidegger thinks that for the most part philosophers have merely rearranged the furniture on their academic deck without returning to sources. They keep operating with a more or less finished conceptuality, first handed down by the Greeks, which has taken on a life of its own, which has acquired an unquestioned authority, and which they at most reconfigure, modify, or from time to time touch up, but which they never radically question and expose to trembling. Philosophy requires the trauma of revisiting its sources, and a new humility about its own conceptuality, which needs both to be reforged on the basis of its exposure to factical existence and to be distrusted in terms of the extent of its reach, a reach which is never transcendental but at best quasi-transcendental. On such a reading, the messianic in general would be a formal indication of the concrete mechanisms that are to be found in the religions of the book. But a formal indication, on Heidegger's accounting, has the status of an empty schema which lacks existential engagement, whereas Derrida's messianic is the very structure of urgency and engagement. The messianic goes to the heart of deconstruction and of deconstruction's passion and deconstruction's religion, its affirmation of and engagement in the world, in events, in what is happening, in traditions, and what is to come, in life/death, survivance, surviving today. The messianic, I am arguing all along, is deconstruction's passion, and deconstruction is impassioned by this impossible. That is why I think, in accord with the fundamental gesture of deconstruction, that there cannot be a clean-cut and well-maintained border between the two messianic spaces. Derrida has always insisted that the borders between our most important distinctions are porous, and that applies as well to the distinction between the messianic and the messianisms. Derrida's desert-like and arid, and choral, atheological messianic enjoys a great deal of the life of the historical. 142. Messianisms, of their historical hope, of their religious affirmation of something freeing that is to come, a great deal of the energy of engagement. The whole idea of abstracting from the concrete messiahs is to intensify the urgency of the messianic. So rather than taking Derrida's messianic as in any way overarching the three historical messianisms of the religions of the book, or the 3+1, if you include Marx's messianism, I would say that Derrida's is a fifth, or if you include Benjamin's a sixth, or even a certain later Heidegger's, a seventh, that is to say, one more messianism, but one with a deconstructive twist, one that deconstruction has bent to its own purposes, so that the idea of a true messianic in general, or a true universal, is a mistake, even if you take it as a formal indication, for that implies some kind of general validity. Messianisms multiply across the surface of the earth in disseminative plurality, and they never quite succumb to a general messianic. The issue is not to feel about for their general essence or invariant structure, but to invent something new, to repeat and alter all hitherto existing messianisms, to bend them up until a fourth is wrung from the first three, and a fifth from that, in a number of messianisms. Indeed, I would say that a true messianic in general, if there is one, would have the form of absolute inhospitality, of uninhabitability. We live where we are, in the concrete, in a historico-political world, so that every messianic structure takes the form of some sort of messianism. After all, the Derridian messianic does have certain determinable features, some of which its being turned to the Avenirite has borrowed from the prophetic tradition, and some of which are Derrida's own invention. For Derrida's messianic is through and through an ethico-political idea, having to do all the way down with justice and a democracy to come, and organized under the idea of the new international. Having begun, like everyone else, and just as he himself predicts, where one is, DLG, 233/OG, 162, Derrida's messianic has emerged under determinate historical conditions and takes a determinate form. Deconstruction first arose at the end of the totalitarianisms of the left and the right, of fascism and Stalinism, which was when deconstruction was first being forged. Deconstruction has assumed its most recent form as a witness to the surprising collapse of the Soviet Union. Oh, that it has happened. Sovietologists will descend on the scene and explain that it was inevitable, and its East European bloc in the last decade, by the consequent resurgence of nationalism and neoconservatism, and by the alarming rise of fundamentalism. So Derrida's empty, desert-like messianic is determinately situated at the end of the century and is turned toward an absolute surprise and the possibility of the impossible that does, after all, what would not, reflect certain determinate circumstances, even as it conceives itself as a radicalization. In the tradition of a certain Marxism, SDM, 151/Psalm, 92. The New International, Derrida's passion for the impossible, is Derrida's dream, his 143. Quasi-Marxist Messianism, his passion for a post-critical Marx and a post-capitalist democracy, of a post-triumphalistic New World Order where our discourses have been sensitized to his 10 grievances with the New World Order, what he calls these plagues of the New World Order. All the grievances ticked off in this 10-word telegram on the disasters of postmodernity turn on suffering itself, a suffering that suffers still more, and more obscurely, for having lost its habitual models and language once it no longer recognizes itself in old words like unemployment or class conflicts. SDM, 134/35/Psalm, 81. 19. The scene of deconstruction, the present scene, the time that is out of joint, today, is a scene that is utterly transfixed by the spectral phenomenon of technicity, by a world in which doubtless everything which today links religion and technics in a singular configuration captured quite well in the neologism televangelists is at stake. SDM, 265/Psalm, 167. The second part of this unheimlich link, the teletechnical part, Derrida describes as the differential deployment of techne, of technoscience or teletechnology. The virtualization of space and time that is produced by the teletechnologies has effected a dislocation of space that, for better or worse, constitutes another space for democracy. For democracy to come and thus for justice. The question is, as it always is for Derrida, how to make this place habitable without closing off the future. The messianic trembles on the edge of this event, but this trembling, this messianic hesitation, is not an experience of paralysis but rather constitutes the very condition of decision and affirmation and responsibility. SDM, 268-69/Psalm, 167. I will return to this point in 14. Derrida Seance, es Sput. Marx is both for and against ghosts. He both exorcises them and believes in them, since an exorcist is someone who believes in ghosts, who takes them seriously but without quite being able to monitor these operations. Marx is in a double bind. On the one hand, he exorcises the ghost of the commodity, the spectral table that stands up on its feet and discourses with other commodities. He reduces that spectre back to the artifactual, technical body that is constituted by labor. But, on the other hand, he founds this exorcism of the ghost on a pre-deconstructive critique, on an ontology of the presence of what is really real that aims at dissipating this phantom into thin air, conjuring it away, inasmuch as the real forces of production have no more to do with these fantastic beings than does a railway with Hegelian philosophy. A deconstruction of this critique does not jettison it but opens it up to questions that the critique itself tends to close off, questions that are actually more radical than critique or ontology. Indeed, Derrida adds, these questions are practical events, seismic events. 144. These seismic events come from the future, they are given from out of the unstable, chaotic, and dislocated ground of the times. A disjointed or disadjusted time without which there would be neither history, nor event, nor promise of justice. SDM 270/Psalm 170. The essence of religion for Marx is to take a mental representation, Vorstellung, and turn it into an alien world, that is, to attribute external reality to it by forgetting its real genealogy. But it will not do to trace the genealogy of these spectral objects back to our own thoughts and imaginings, as Feuerbach and Stirner have done, but to see their genesis in the existing modes of production. Things ought not to be too heady, Marx says. It is not enough to stuff these heady imaginings back into the head, we need to see that there is something more to life than the head. Now what Marx knows and does not know, what he knows but acts as if he does not want to know it, is that everything depends upon the survival of these ghosts outside the head, and the irreducibility of the religio-messianic structure everything, including Marx's own critique. Stirner, a pseudonym suggesting it's all in your head, Stern, said to the folks who are taken in by religious fantasies, Mensch, es sput in deinem Kopfe. Oh, humankind, it's all in your head. Marx thought it enough to revisit this same critique upon Saint Max, reminding him that his remedies are all in his head, and that Stirner has done nothing until he has unseated the real emperor, not the simulacrum of the emperor in his head. But for Derrida nothing can stop this critique of Saint Max from recoiling upon itself, from generating a Saint Marx, and so how far can we be from Saint Jacques, that is, from revisiting the ghost of this revenant upon Marx himself, from saying, Marx, es sput in deinem Kopfe. But what is this es sput that is going on behind Marx's back, or outside his head, this invisible ghost that is not in his line of vision? As an impersonal verb, the expression reminds us of Heidegger's es gibt, which Heidegger deployed to find a way to name or signal something that is neither an entity nor the being of an entity, a more or less middle voice operation that avoids supposing some subject that gives, and also of Nietzsche's es Blitz, which describes the discharging of the forces without succumbing to the trick of grammar which makes us posit some doer separable from the deed. The expression does not mean a ghost exists or there is a ghost, as if it were identifying an entity, but that something ghostly is happening. The most literal way to translate it, which is also closest to its spirit, is it ghosts, ca spectre, ca apparition. Where is this all happening? Where does it ghost? In the head. But head here means for Derrida. At this point Derrida's reading is very strong, very deconstructive, and he is writing heavily in Marx's margins not a subject or consciousness but a passive movement of an apprehension, of an apprehensive movement ready to welcome the possibility. 145. Of such an experience, the very indefiniteness of the es sput, SDM 272-73/Psalm 172. So the head becomes for Derrida an air of weirdness, an indefinite air, an ambient sphere of apprehensiveness about something strange going on, a realm of apprehensive welcoming, a welcoming that is a little uneasy about what is to come, a little spooked. For welcoming is unnerving. Welcoming is really welcoming when it welcomes the stranger, when it does so truly, without falling back into a domestic hospitality which tries to force the stranger to conform to domestic standards and remain within the closed communal circle of the same. Welcoming must practice an absolute hospitality, welcoming the stranger without preconditions. That is a movement fraught with anxiety, since it involves the operation of taking into one's home the unheimlich, the one who is not part of the home, the stranger, and that is the source of considerable apprehension and anxiety, involving a very uncanny, unheimlich, operation. 20. The messianic figure is a little terrifying and unnerving. For it belongs to the very structure of the messianic event that the Messiah is always coming, so that even if we meet him at the gates of Rome we will want to know when he is coming, for the arrival of the Messiah is l'ipotella, the step not beyond, the step that can never be taken. Do not pretend that the last word has been spoken, time completed, the Messiah come at last, Blancot, SNB, 108. But the messianic event, the coming of the other, also fills us with dread. We do not want what we want. We hope for his coming, but then again we are also hoping that he never shows up. We prefer to keep talking, to keep saying Viens zero, which is preferable to his actual arrival, which would mean that we would then have to stop talking and deal with him. That is why the welcome extended to the other is so spooky, and why we are liable to fall back into assimilating the tout autre into the same, into not accepting his arrival. Point 21. The es sput is the ghosting, the scene of spectral apparitioning, the appearing without quite appearing of the stranger, the trace or spectre of the stranger, the uncertain, indefinite, undecidable outline of someone or something coming, something I know not what. The es sput announces the coming of the tout autre. Enter the ghost. Spectre then ought to be understood as part of a long line of Derridian marks or graphemes like supplement, pharmakon, hymen, margin, syndermion to signal the intervention upon or contravention of simple presence/absence schemas, which opens up the invention of something tout autre. About this, ca. Cella, this coming spectral figure, this messianic figure, we can hardly say a thing. We are reduced to apophatic utterances, for the tout autre slams against our thought and language, shatters our horizons of expectations, as a being that leaves us groping for words and puts whatever we mean to say to rout. This is not of the order of savoir, vouloir, or vouloir dire, this returns, in urgency. 146. WL, this comes back, this returns, this insists in urgency, and this gives one to think, but this, which is each time irresistible enough, singular enough to engender as much anguish as do the future and death. SDM, 273/Psalm, 172-73. But this revenance, this ghost that keeps coming back to haunt us, is not a blind repetition compulsion, not the blind automatism of compulsive repetition described by Freud, or Shakespeare, whose Lady Macbeth keeps trying compulsively to wash out the damned spot. Rather this gives us to think all this, tout cella, the holy other, tout autre, from which the repetition compulsion itself arises, viz., that every other is wholly other, tout autre est autre, SDM, 273/Psalm, 173. The ghost, the revenant, is the ever-recurrent spectre, the messianic prospect of the tout autre who haunts our self-presence, our self-sufficiency, who disturbs the order of the same, who comes to us as the voice of the dead to whom we bear a responsibility, and as the voice of the one still to come, as those others, other than the living present, who lay claim to us. That coming, that avenir, that coming messianic figure, is the religious automatism that Marx knew but did not know, that he would not let himself know, the spectre with a life and operation all its own. Marx too prays and weeps, citing and reciting the Viens at the end of the Book of Revelation. That is the spectral recurrence that haunts all of Marx's work, the spectre of Marx by which his work is animated, the desire, the dream of something to come, praying and weeping over something other, something tout autre. The tout autre is the spectre of Marx in which Derrida fully believes, and tout autre est tout autre is the first unprinciple of this Marxist Derridian in economics. Freud said in Das Unheimlich that he should have made his point of departure the es sput, which is the best example of uncanniness he can imagine, the question being whether it is just a good example or whether it is the thing itself, la chose même. Freud really should have begun there, and Marx should have, too. Perhaps they did not, Derrida says, because it is so scary, and it would disturb the serenity of a scientific study, and both Freud and Marx took themselves to be men of science. For after all, the most unheimlich thing imaginable is a dead body come back to life, although no respectable man of science would be caught dead entertaining the ideas of spooks and haunted houses. Ein Haus in dem es sput, CFSDM, 274-75 N1/Psalm, 195 and 38. Marx should have started with the uncanny, unheimlich, power of es sput, with the spooky power of das Unheimlich, of the one who does not make his or her home Heimat, here, the stranger, the other, the tout autre. Even as Marx remains a stranger to us, Marx is unheimlich, the stranger whom we wish to domesticate, to assimilate to our existing boor. 147. Ders, within the horizon of the same, so as to stop being frightened half to death by him. So Marx chased away one ghost too many. It was hardly an objection that these ghosts do not exist, of course they do not exist, so what? SDM, 277/Psalm, 174. We cannot, must not, should not chase away the ghost of what is to come, the spectre of the stranger, nor can we let the dead bury the dead. Only mortals, only the living who are not living gods can bury the dead. And apart from ghosts, only mortals can watch over them, and can watch, period, SDM, 277/Psalm, 174-75. The dead cannot bury the dead. That is impossible, but it is an impossible that can nevertheless take place, that is alas, always possible. Here is another Derridian impossible, not one of which we dream but an impossible of which we live in dread, that we will forget the dead, that the dead will have died in vain. The most terrifying death of all is to die forgotten and to disappear without a trace, without a ghost, without a revenance, a recurrence which comes back to the living to disturb the self-complacency of their self-presence. Indeed, that self-presence and self-enclosure constitutes, for Derrida, the very definition of absolute evil, which is it not, absolute life, fully present life, the one that does not know death and does not want to hear about it. SDM, 278/Psalm, 175. One must always remember that it is on the terrible possibility of this impossible that justice is desirable, through but also beyond right and law. SDM, 278/Psalm, 175. So it is in the interests of avoiding evil and out of a concern for justice, that Derrida recommends exorcism, the sort that is bent not on chasing the spirits of the past away but on conjuring them up. So it is more a mediumistic seance than an exorcism to let them come back alive, as revenants, and more, beyond that, as other arrivants to whom a hospitable memory or promise must offer welcome. SDM, 277/Psalm, 175. So we must learn to live with the ghost of the tout autre, learn to live by learning how to talk with the ghost, like Hamlet in the castle at Elsinore. Learn how to talk with him, with her, how to let them speak or how to give them back speech, even if it is in oneself, in the other, in oneself. They are always there, specters, even if they do not exist, even if they are no longer, even if they are not yet. They give us to rethink the there as soon as we open our mouths. SDM, 279/Psalm, 176. The religion of Saint Jacques. The same spectralization effect that Marx applies to Saint Max, and that Derrida applies to Marx, applies no less to Derrida himself. That is said not as a criticism of Derrida, nor as an attempt to outsmart and out. 148. Deconstruct Derrida, but by way of indicating the obvious point of specters of Marx. The difference between a post-critical deconstruction and a pre-deconstructive and reductionist critique is that deconstruction does not undertake rigorously, religiously, to reduce, exclude, and emancipate itself from every religious spirit, does not take religion to be the devil itself, does not think there is a clean break between the sigh of the oppressed masses 22 and messianic longing. Deconstruction does not try, in critical fashion, to police the borders between political economy and religion, and by a rigorous epicure to reduce the fantastic to the real, the spectral to the actual, the religious to the rational. It does no good in deconstruction to say that something does not exist, that it is no more than a phantom or a ghost. On the contrary, deconstruction defines itself as a certain spirit seeing, as a dream, as a passion for the impossible, as a certain faith in the possibility of this impossible and unbelievable, as an apocalypse without apocalypse, and even as a certain messianic hope. Unlike reductionistic critique, or transformational criticism. 23. Deconstruction first identifies the way in which Marx himself unwittingly borrows the irreducible resources of religion and depends upon them, and then makes it plain that such borrowing is self-consciously true of deconstruction itself, whose kinship with negative theology was spotted early on. Derrida's idea of a democracy to come, of an avenir, the very idea of dreaming itself, dreaming of the future, or of the holy other, the very idea of the holy other, sounds and is, by a certain analogy, religious, turning as it does on a quasi-religious, negative messianic hope, constituting the prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida. While it goes too far to say what Marx says of the commodity fetish, that religion supplies the only possible analogy for understanding deconstruction, the temptation to say just that is a good measure of the extent to which Derrida opens up deconstruction to religious infiltration and contamination, the extent to which he allows deconstruction to be haunted by religion, by a certain religion, by a prophetic religion, a choral, and choralite and desertifying religion. As a non-essentialist, he would never say that theology or religion always and essentially means bad news, the ancien regime, a reactionary, world-negating, and fear-driven pathology, a disguised way of longing for one's mommy. That is the way religion is portrayed by a certain enlightenment which exercises critical vigilance lest religion return, FOI, 40-41, by religion's dogmatic academic critics, including many pre-deconstructive deconstructionists. Woldhawk they would otherwise number themselves among the non-essentialists in this account practice a reductionistic, 19th century, pre-deconstructive critique. They are not a little haunted themselves, not a little afraid of ghosts, not a little spooked. They keep washing their hands of the damned spot of religion, while Derrida says he does not trust anything that is not contaminated by negative theology. 24. 149. Deconstruction talks with, s'entretenir avec, ghosts, with a spectral messianic figure, a figure of the impossible, of a tout autre whose comings we can only invoke but cannot foresee. This spectral figure is uncanny, which is an excellent Anglo-Saxon word which we do not need to treat only as a poor translation of unheimlich, which is also an excellent word. Uncanny means something of which we have no ken, no kennen, connaître, or savoir, something unnerving that does not conform to the horizons of present knowledge. Eye has not seen nor has ear heard what is coming. The uncanny coming of the tout autre is beyond our ken. This is what Derrida means by messianic. This post-critical deconstructive messianic, what he is perfectly willing to call religion within the limits of reason alone, c. 11, is oriented by the hope of what has no present substance, and is itself the substance, the stuff, and the testimony, of things that appear not, of what is utterly heterogeneous with the present or current state of things. The famous Pauline formulae for faith seeing enigmatically in a mirror image, ICOR 13:12, through a glass darkly, and in Hebrews 11:1, as the hypostasis, the real stuff of what is not real yet but only hoped for, as the substance of things that have no substance yet, and as the elan chas, the proof positive of what cannot be calculatively proven, strike a deep chord in deconstruction. What better way to describe the tout autre than as the spectral image of something that cannot be seen or calculated, that is beyond the horizons of appearance and calculation, beyond proof and perception, FOI, 49, and what better way to describe Derrida's veins than as a certain faith, as the substance and the testimony of what does not appear? Gene sais pas. Il faut croire. Deconstruction is a certain faith. Indeed, what is not? When I speak to you that exchange transpires in the magical, miraculous, FOI, 83-84, medium of our mutual faith, that I am trying to tell the truth as I see it, believe me, and you are trying to understand me, a faith that of course is never self-identical, that is always already disturbed from within by bad faith. The stock market crashes when investors, widely taken to be a tough-minded lot who are not given to religious fantasies or betting on miracles, get spooked and lose their faith, in the American dollar, in the ability of the Congress to limit deficits, in the Federal Reserve Board, in 1,000 other, sometimes intangible and ghostly things. Novices preparing for the holy orders of science train religiously around the faith they put in certain paradigms and scientific practices. What is not faith or does not turn on faith? What is language, money, commerce, science, institutional structure, the rule of law, society itself, if not a certain faith that we trade in a currency that will be accepted? Deconstruction takes the form of a certain religious responsibility to what is coming, to what does not exist. Deconstruction turns on a certain pledging of itself to the future, on a certain religio that religiously 150 observes its covenant with the revenant and arrivant, to what is coming back from the past, and to what is arriving from the past as the future. Deconstruction is, in that sense, a messianic religion within the limits of reason alone, that is, it is inhabited and structured in a messianic religious way. But deconstruction is as critical as it is possible to devise, with a post-critical deconstruction of fundamentalist religions, of the fundamentalist versions of the religions of the book, of the way they spill the blood of those who dissent from their faith, put out contracts like common gangsters on the life of novelists, and crush the civil liberties of the other wherever they take root. By the same token, deconstruction keeps a safe distance from any determinable faith, even if it is not fundamentalist or even religious in the conventional form, for example, Orthodox Marxism. It keeps a safe distance from ever letting its faith be a faith in a determinate thing or person, from ever contracting the tout autre within the horizons of the same. Deconstruction conducts its business in the desert, and Saint Jacques, if there is one, is a desert father, an anchorite, an anchorite in an atmosphere of apophatic renunciation, in a purely apophatic anchoral void or chara of the tout autre, of a negative messianic, an atheological messianic, which is not and cannot be, which must offer absolute resistance to becoming Christian or Jewish or Islamic or Marxist. That is not because it represents the overarching, trans-historical, transcendental, universal essence of these concrete historical mechanisms, but because, beginning where he is, Derrida has bent and altered, repeated with a difference, certain religious and messianic resources which have been handed down to him by the books he has read and the life he has led, bent it all into the service of justice, into a passion for justice. The question of Derrida and religion, the question of the religion of Saint Jacques, turns on the spectralization of deconstruction, which involves the twin questions, the two ghosts, both of the deconstructive resources of religion, above all, I am arguing, of prophetic religion, and of the religious resources of deconstruction, above all, I am arguing, of its messianic makeup. Cornel West's expression prophetic postmodernism is a good spectral image for this convergence. It may be that life/death in such an absolute desert is unlivable, and that the messianic hope cannot live apart from the determinable faiths, or even that deconstruction, which is marked by the gauge or engagement of a determinable faith, is something like a certain mechanism. For the believer in the conventional sense, the believing Jew or Christian, for example, deconstruction provides a saving apophatics, a certain salutary purgation of the positivity of belief, which reminds us all that we do not know what is coming, what is tout autre. Although deconstruction 151 is not far removed from a certain religious faith, although it is constituted through and through by a believing affirmation of the impossible, it reminds us that we do not know what God is, or whether we believe in God or not, or whether what we believe in is God or not, or what we love when we love our God. For deconstruction, it would be enough, rather a lot really, to be impassioned by the impossible, to pray and weep over a spectral figure of a justice to come, of which we must learn how not to speak. The prayers and tears of Jacques Derrida are trying to cite a man who knows a thing or two about spectral space and messianic aspiration to keep hope alive. Viennes. 11. Religion within the limits of reason alone, almost. One of the questions I will not avoid, to cite the text of Genet which Derrida appends in 1995 to his presentation at a seminar on the Isle of Capri, is that of religion, FOI, 86. The question keeps returning. When first asked to suggest a topic for the 1994 seminar, he responded, almost without a moment's hesitation, almost automatically, as if the words were dictated to him by who knows what, this ancient name coming back to him from afar, resonating across thousands of years of Judaism, la religion, FOI, 52. He cannot avoid it, he does not know how to avoid it, how not to speak of it. It remains one of his most elemental resources, religion, the religion that keeps returning on him. La religion. Ma religion, Circin, 146/circumference, 154. The Capri lecture was entitled Faith and Knowledge, the two sources of religion within the limits of reason alone, a slightly whimsical stitching together of three famous essays on religion by Hegel, Bergson, and Kant. Here Derrida raises the question of the return of religion and its link with the world of cyberspace first mentioned in Spectres, SDM, 265 ff/Psalm, 167. He addresses the question of religion itself, El-Meme, but no less of religion today, of the massive and worldwide resurgence of fundamentalism today. But he also used the occasion to address again the commencing and recommencing of his desert-like, and choral, messianic religion without religion, the return of another religion, after a certain enlightenment. This messianic religion, he says, in a startling formulation, alone permits a rational and universal discourse on the subject of religion, FOI, 28. How are we to believe that? 152. Faith and knowledge. Just when the Aufklärers thought the old God was dead and buried, demythologized, psychoanalyzed, and transformationally criticized into the grave by the light of what they called pure reason alone, the old God returned with a fury, in a veritable resurrection, making a surprising counterattack that flattened the forces of rationalization and scattered the troops of secularization. Even the Sensdenkers, no friends of the Aufklärers, gathered, Legain, together in solemn assembly, gathered unto seen selbst, if it has a self, their heads cowled, reverently chanting, a cappella, of course, Das Erinnus Erignet, have long been mourning the flight of God and the gods. Meanwhile, the rest of world, which has electricity, turns on its TV or links up with the World Wide Web to behold the most massive overrunning of the globe by, gasp, religion. While Heidegger thinks that the globe-engulfing Gestel has driven off Das Heilige, maybe for good, Derrida points out that, to the contrary, religion has hitched its wagon to the Gestel and has returned with a vengeance more massively than ever. Of course, to speak of return is already to presuppose a previous absence, as if religion were ever absent from any place other than the godless groves and tenured tracts of academia. It is that return, today, all over the world, of religion, even and especially fundamentalist religion, for better or worse, especially for worse, that Derrida proposed as a topic for reflection for some white European males, no women, no Muslims invited, FOI, 13, speaking in Western European tongues. Of course, even by agreeing on the very word religion, they, like the rest of the world, all agreed to speak Latin, before anyone opened his mouth, FOI, 39. Dr. Derrida here gives us his analysis of fundamentalist religion, of the resurgence of fundamentalism. He admits to being a little psychoanalytic, to stretching fundamentalism out on his couch, FOI, 71-72. He offers a certain hermeneutics of fundamentalism, which deciphers what is encrypted within its shell, so that the fundamentalist resurgence, the explosion of these shells, literally, the minefield it makes of certain sites around the world, represents the return of the repressed, FOI, 36. The strings of religion today have been drawn tight by an explosive tension. A traditional faith finds itself locked in an embrace with the uprooting, delocalizing, decorporealizing, detraditionalizing forces of teletechnological science. Religion is in the simultaneous condition both of reactive antagonism, it hates this new technology and the modern world it brings along with it, and of reaffirming outbidding, it also loves it, and tries to outdo everyone else in making use of it, FOI, 10. To employ a category of Dr. Vigilius Hofniensis, another acute psychological observer of the present age, religion today generally, and fundamentalist religion particularly, is in a state of sympathetic antipathy, of a dizzying repulsion/attraction, which Vigilius called anxiety. Religion today is very ill at ease, and it 153 has developed a symptomatic twitch or two that demands immediate attention. The anxiety is no surprise. People who have let it get into their heads that the world is 6,000 years old make use of powerful and sophisticated telecommunicational technologies whose scientific presuppositions flatly contradict the mythological cosmologies in which they, literally, believe. Bible-thumping televangelists make use of a satellite technology that reduces to absurdity their geocentric, flat earth fundamentalism. People who actually believe that the human race goes back to Adam and Eve use advanced digital systems to address a world in which the completion of the Human Genome Project can be foreseen. Closed religious cultures are assaulted daily by images of the modem world that dart across cyberspace into television sets in little villages. That has to cause a reaction, a bit of a pathological tic, a spasmodic jerk, in fundamentalist religion which cannot easily digest what it has managed somehow to swallow, or, to use the trope that Derrida uses, which is having trouble suppressing its defenses against the techno-scientific transplant. Think of the biblical believer as endowed with a certain immunity to the modern world. Like Father Damien at Molokai, he spends his life working in the leper colony of modernity without ever contracting the disease. The believer ad literam watches jet planes fly high overhead and disappear from the horizon, reads about carbon dating, watches men walk on the moon, is treated by modem medicines, and yet never contracts the disease of techno-moderno rationalization, never falls ill with the fever of secularization. That is faith's natural immunity to modernity. It's a miracle. But religion today is more complicated than that, more involuted than the simple antagonism between urban modernity and rural faith in which a certain enlightenment has always believed. For today is the day of the televangelist and Christian television networks, of right-wing extremist Christian radio talk shows, of a charismatic and photogenic pope who travels around the world by jet and knows how to charm journalists and the media, of fundamentalists who know how to magnify the effects of their terror worldwide on CNN International. So religion today has received an artificial organ, it has been given a transplant of teletechnology into its mystical body. Hence its immune system, which naturally rejects technoscience, must be suppressed, repressed, so that it can tolerate this foreign substance. Religion must embrace the terrifying but fatal logic of autoimmunity. If the immune system protects the organism by producing antibodies that combat foreign antigens, autoimmunity consists in protecting the body against its own protective powers, in suppressing/repressing the natural immune system that would otherwise reject the transplant, so that the body may tolerate the graft. FOI 58-59, 59 and 23. That is dangerous, and it produces explosive, pathological, spasmodic side effects, the return of the repressed, of which we today are the hoary. 154. Fide witness. The fanaticism, terrorism, and oppression of women in fundamentalism today, the denial of the most elemental civil liberties, all represent a brutal immunary and indemnifying reactivity. FOI 60 and 29, like a raging fever in a patient having a bad reaction to an immunity suppressant drug. Religion returns with a vengeance, it rages in its most violent virulent form. For religion is nurtured on historical tradition, on home and people and nation, on the bodily cycle of birth and marriage and death, on native language and idiom. In short, religion is nourished by its place, Lu. So it reacts all the more violently, indeed it declares war on that which confers on it this new power only by dislodging it from all its proper places, in truth from place itself, from the taking place of its truth. FOI 62. It is not only time that is out of joint, he said inspectors, in these religio-ethnic archaism and the wars that stem from the primal phantasm of native land, but also space and place. SDM 137/Psalm 82-83. That is why, Derrida thinks, fundamentalist violence assumes such particularly brutal forms, particularly in Islam, which witnesses the world historical process of the Latinization and Romanization of the globe, a world Latinization, mondial Latinization, in which everybody, philosopher or Christian, speaks Christian Latin, FOI, 20. The slaughters and atrocities, the mutilations, sexual brutalities, decapitations, for example, in Algeria today, between combatants, both of whom speak in the name of Islam, represent the vengeance of the corps propre against technoscience, which delocalizes and expropriates in the midst of militaro-capitalistic world Latinization, FOI, 70. Anchoral religion, within the limits of reason alone. But this is not to say that there is no place for religion, that religion is in every sense out of place, today. On the contrary, in the spirit of a new, postmodern modernity, of a new enlightenment, Derrida means to mime and mimic the Enlightenment's desire for a universal, transnational, neo-international, purely rational religion, by proposing a certain desertification of religion, but without entirely deserting it and without excluding faith. Rather than a local place, the sort of place over which blood is spilled, the place that displaces and makes the stranger out of place, Derrida, as we have seen, has set out for a desert place, a little like a left bank anchorite, FOI, 11, or anchorite, a postmodern desert father. The desert is more an anarchic and anarchival place, FOI, 26, more an austere, abstract, barren place than a lovely isle, Capri, or the milk and honey of the promised land, or a Schwarzwald peak. His desert is a kind of placeless, displacing place, or a place for the displaced that gets us past the politics of place and the wars over place, not a heimat but an open place, without borders or immigration laws, a kind of post-geographical meta-country. 25. The desertifying abstraction upon which he is intent is 155. The stuff of what he does not hesitate to call a universal religion, FOI, 23, a religion that can be thought within reason alone, not a local or a national religion but a religion for all and everywhere, a place for the displaced. But that requires that we do not imagine that reason stands alone, without faith, like a garden variety aufklärer trying to cut religion la religion, as if there were only one down to the one-size-fits-all of what a certain enlightenment called reason. Relative to the desert Gothite of negative theology, this desert is the desert in the desert, an extreme of abstraction, where there grows the desert flower of a religion which is older than any known religion. This desert religion is older than any religious bond, than religiare, the suspect etymology of the bond, ligare, that ties men to God, or than religier, the bond which gathers us back together, or than the bond that holds back, Verhaltenheit, as a discreet reserve before the mystery. Because this desert gives place to conditions and opens up what it withdraws from, its trait is retreat, abstraction, and subtraction, FOI, 26-27. Although it is not historical, Derrida says, we press upon it two historical names, which are like the traces of invisible tracks left in the desert, the Messianic and Kura. Its first name is the Messianic, or Messianicity without Messianism, which means opening to the future, the coming of the other as the advent of justice, but without the horizon of waiting and prophetic prefiguration, exposure to the absolute surprise, under the phenomenal form of peace or justice, none of which can be confined within Abrahamic religion, even though it bears an Abrahamic name, FOI, 27-28. But such an invincible desire for justice is shot through from the start with an experience of faith which permits us to hope in a universal culture of singularities. That universalization of singularity, of what cannot be treated as a universal, this kingdom of singularities, let us say, is the stuff of a new enlightenment, the key to what Derrida is willing to describe as deconstruction's version of religion within the limits of reason alone. The universalizable culture of this faith alone permits a rational and universal discourse on the subject of religion, FOI, 28, one which, in the spirit of this Neo-Aufklärung, means to defuse the murderous wars among the historical religions. Religion as a universal messianicity despoiled of all messianism, as a faith without dogma advancing in the risk of absolute night, is the foundation of the law of the law, the origin of institution and constitution, the performative event which does not belong to the whole that it founds or inaugurates, which Derrida elsewhere called the mystical force of law, FL. There where this foundation founds by collapsing, s'effondrant, there where it slips away under the earth of what it founds, in the instant where, losing itself in the desert, it loses the trace of itself and the memory. 156. Of a secret, religion is only able to commence and recommence, quasi-automatically, mechanically, mechanismically, spontaneously. FOI, 29. Spont sua, by its own accord, unaided and automatic, for better or worse, without anthropotheological assurance or horizon. Without this desert in the desert, there would be no act of faith or promise or future. The chance of this desert in the desert is to uproot the tradition which bears it, to atheologize it, without denying faith. This abstraction frees a universal rationality and a political democracy which is indissociable from it. FOI, 29. As the most barren, desert-like atheologization of the concrete mechanisms, with no ties, ligaire, to the determinable faiths, as their most extreme abstraction, this religion returns, again and again, as postmodern faith and hope, as postmodern reason and universality, the heart of a justice and a democracy to come in a heartless world. Its second name is Kara, the placeless place of absolute spacing, which is more without being than any Platonic or Christian Neoplatonic epikena tesousias, older than any Greco-Abrahamic synthesis of Yahweh with theosia of the unmoved mover. Kara is neither being nor nothing, God, nor man, nature nor history, matter, nor spirit, but a place of an infinite resistance, of an infinitely impassible remainder, a tout autre without face. FOI, 31. More desert-like than of the more familiar deserts than the nothing that gives Dacian anxiety, the mystical Gothite, or the death of God Khora is the desert in the desert, inappropriable, immemorial. Kara is the stuff of a new tolerance, not of familiar Christian or Enlightenment tolerance, which are disguised ways of keeping the same in place, but of a tolerance that would respect the distance of the infinite alterity of singularity would respect justice as the disjuncture, SDM, 49/Psalm, 23, of the differend. Such respect would be religio as a respectful reserve before the tout autre, the religion of an anchorite, that would perhaps relieve the violence by which the concrete mechanisms are consumed. The return of this religion would spell the end of religion's ever-recurring wars, of religion's return with a vengeance, of religion as a recurrent cycle of revenge. The two sources of religion. Such a desertifying, messianic, and choral religion is very closely bound up with testifying and testimony. Religion is response, FOI, 39, the return of religion takes the form of religion's return response to the address of the other. When I am addressed by the other, I respond, I swear, I/swear, I pledge my troth, I give the other my word, I am speaking. 157. The truth, believe me, have faith and trust in my good faith, I promise you the truth. That structure is in place even and especially when I am lying through my teeth. For then above all I am counting on, relying upon, the trust and faith that sustains and supports the address to the other. If no one ever believed a word I say, I would never be able to lie at all. Historically, testifying has been paradigmatically conducted before God. I swear to you before God, in front of God, who is my witness, testis is terstis, the third one. Testimony functions within a mathematical formula, within deconstruction's well-formed formula, n+1. Deconstruction is never monism, never oneism, but n+1ism, at least two, and then more. It always raises the stakes and outbids monism. Archive, 142-43/AF, 57. When n equals the respondent, the I who answers to the one, n+1 is 2, A2, the response always implicated in pairs. But 2 leads to the third, For I address myself to you before the one, God, for example. For this desert, choral religion does not necessarily involve God, and while it certainly involves faith, faith is not necessarily faith in the God of the great monotheisms. To give testimony is to promise to speak the truth, to keep on speaking it, to stick with one's word, again and again, to repeat, to reiterate, to confirm that I am speaking the truth, we. No faith without repetition, and no repetition without the risk of technical, wooden, automatic, rote repetition, which ruins the faith and sinks down into a mere repetition mechanism. So testimonial faith runs the risk of radical evil, which is a topic Kant too took up in his famous essay, which for Derrida is false testimony, bad faith, FOI, 63. Testimony is a good example, maybe the exemplary one, of how what Derrida is calling, in this paper, miming Bergson, the two sources of religion run together. Religion, be it that of the concrete mechanisms or of abstract messianicity, arises from two sources, two separable traits or chains: 1. Faith, the family of fidelity, the fiduciary, credence, credibility, and credit; 2. The sacrosanct, the hale and whole and holy, the intact, indemne, not being damned or damaged, the safe and sound, sane et sauf, the saintly, saint, in a sense which includes both saint and saker, the holiness of the other and the sacredness of the earth. In virtue of the second structure, religion is often given over to a problematics of respect for the sanctity of life, as in John Paul II's Evangelium Vitae, with its wholesale condemnation of abortion, birth control, and artificial insemination. This respect can be very violent. It has never been extended to all life, since it is very carnovoracious, nor even to all human life, having once included human sacrifice and never excluded just wars, and it can take a very ugly turn, when abortion doctors are murdered by right-to-life supporters. The great monotheisms have valued life only by valuing something more than life, FOI, 67-68. 158. In Derrida's more desertifying choral religion, the experience of testimony is an exemplary case of the confluence of these two sources, of faith and the holy. I promise you the truth, beyond any proof or perceptual intuition. Believe me, believe in my good faith. Believe what I am saying the way one believes in a miracle, FOI, 83. Believe me the way you would believe that Lazarus was raised from the dead or the loaves and the fish were multiplied, if you believe that, leaving no chance for disenchantment. Testimony is a marvel, a miracle, which walks on the water or the air of interpersonal space, in which I promise and you believe. Without this miracle of faith, everything, the most quotidian and ordinary transactions of daily life would come crashing down, FOI, 84. That is why Heidegger is so wrong-headed in so rigorously, so scrupulously, so religiously excluding faith from thinking, and above all from the Zusage, in which I pledge my word to and put my faith in the Sprechen of Sprach, FOI, 77-82. Not only ordinary life, or Heideggerian Denken, but science and philosophy too draw upon this faith, and society, and monetary systems. Where would we be without faith, without this elemental believe me? But it is just insofar as faith, croyance, is the ether of the address and of the relation to the tout autre, the air they breathe, their respiration, that we can, following Levinas and Blancot, have also the experience of non-relation or of absolute interruption, FOI, 84-85, of distance, ALTERITY, of the secret removal of the other to whom I must pledge my word or whose word I take. The relation to the other is a relation without relation, punctuated by distance and respect. Such hypersanctification would pass through desacralization, through a certain atheism, through a negative theology and beyond, toward what can be called in Hebrew Kiddush, Levinas's notion of holiness, sainthood. In testimony, good faith is required and elicited by the distance, the holiness, which opens up the space of faith, even as the distance, the interruption, the untimeliness is affirmed and sustained by the faith. Disenchantment, the risk of disenchantment, is the very resource of the religious, the first and last resource of the two sources. So the aufklärers should be very careful in speaking of our times as an era of secularization or disenchantment, for that will only precipitate more faith. This desert, choral, and choral religion stands or falls with radical evil, which Derrida characterizes as perjury, lying, telecommanded murder, commanded at a distance even when it violates and kills with the naked hand, FOI, 86. Violence always crosses the distance of the other who commands a halt, violates the space of the other, whether it is carried out with smart missiles or handmade tools. The messianic is destroyed, violated, by radical evil, even as it is instituted, called into being by the other who calls for respect. 159. Of the choral, desert place of this religion without religion, of this desertified, atheistic Messian city without Messianism, of this ground without ground, Derrida writes in conclusion. This place is unique. It is the one without name. It gives rise to, Dunlu, perhaps, but without the least generosity, neither divine nor human. Not even the dispersion of cinders is promised there, nor given death. FOI, 86. What did you expect to find when you went out to the desert? 160. 4. The gift. The gift, one might say, is how things come, how the impossible happens. The gift is an event, evenir, something that really happens, something we deeply desire, just because it escapes the closed circle of checks and balances, the calculus which accounts for everything, in which every equation is balanced. The circle prevents the event, blocks the incoming of the new, tethers the tout autre to the horizon of the same. The tighter the circle is drawn, the less there is of gift. For when a gift produces a debt of gratitude, and when does it not, it puts the beneficiary in the debt of the benefactor, who thus, by giving, takes and so gains credit. Hence, there is no gift, and what gifts there are, if there are any, turn to poison, gift. Of the pure gift we may say what we say of justice and the absolute secret, it is nowhere to be found. The gift is of a kind, of an unkind, with the secret. The gift pure and simple does not make an appearance, never presents itself in the order of presence, like a Messiah who is never going to show up. The gift, if there is any, does not give itself to be seen, even as the absolute secret is that there is no secret to be learned. But that is why the gift impositions, like justice and the secret and the absolute future, igniting a passionate desire for the impossible. The secret and the gift are equally unphenomenalizable, equally desirable, co-equally the impossible. That is why they arouse so much passion. The aporia of the gift goes to the heart of Derrida's religion without religion, as well as to his hyperethics, DM, 70/GD, 71, or ultra-ethics. 1. For there can be no question of simply voiding or avoiding the circle, no question of occupying a site that is simply exterior to the circle, but only of learning, pace Heidegger, how to leave the circle in the right way. There is no question of wiping away narcissism without a trace, but only of degrees or economies of narcissism, so that W hat is called non-narcissism is in general but the economy of a much more welcoming, hospitable narcissism, one that is open to the experience of the other as other, PDS, 212-13/points, 199. Even the relation to the other, which affirms and 161. Welcomes and loves the tout autre, preserves a trace of reappropriation. To welcome the other, to be as hospitable as possible, still involves remaining master of one's house. 2. When I love the good of the other, I am doing what I love and I will not brook interference. It is never a question of simply stepping outside the circle, but of keeping the circle as loose as possible so as to let the impossible come. Giving means giving the other some slack, with more and more hospitality. Uninterrupted narcissism, on the other hand, draws the circle of the self ever tighter, turning the gift to poison. In Part 4, I begin with given time, Donner Le Temps, an earlier work that goes back to the 1970s, in which the aporia of the gift is developed in some detail. 12. Then I turn to the gift of death, Donner la Mort, 1992, a more recent work in which Derrida discusses Kierkegaard's fear and trembling and the fearsome gift that Abraham makes of Isaac on Moriah. 13, followed by the Christian account of the counterfeit coin of Pharisaical giving in Matthew, 14. Along the way, there will be an edifying interlude or two, little religious intermissions with a word from the sponsor of us all, or, if you will, a hymn or two and a bit of organ music in between the readings. 12. The time of giving and forgiving. The time of the gift. Comenkins parl impossible, let us begin by the impossible, not with the impossible, as with some initial object of inquiry or interrogation judged to be impossible, but by the impossible, jolted or shocked by it into action. Let us allow ourselves to be engaged, impassioned by the impossible, set in motion by something that shatters the assured horizons of possibility and jars us off dead center. To that end, we must ask, what is the time of giving, the time that befits the gift? How does it relate to what we called above messianic time? Certain times are gift times, on birthdays and Christmas, for example, presents are exchanged, mutually presented, among circles of friends, on the spot, right away. If you exchange presents on birthdays with someone, with people in certain circles, and it is the other's birthday, then you are willing to wait for your birthday to roll around, for the year is a circle or a cycle and your time will come, and so will your present. Whether immediately or with a little deferral, presents move in a circle of time, forming a circulation, a circular economy of exchange, like the cula described by Marcel Mauss, in which gifts make their way around a circle of islands. Indeed, the subtitle of Mauss's The Gift, which gets this whole discussion going in French letters, into which Derrida too is now putting. 162. His 2 cents, is the form and reason for exchange in archaic societies. 3 presents always come home, right away or after some time, like Ulysses, circling back economically to the oikos, as opposed to Father Abraham who left the land of his fathers, never to return again. But would not the gift, if there is any, le don, silyna, be something that breaks the circle of time and interrupts the schedule of departing and arriving presents? Would it not defy the symmetry of reciprocity or return so that it would be in the end an economic, dt, 18/gt, 7. It is perhaps in the sense that the gift is the impossible. Not impossible but the impossible. The very figure of the impossible, dt, 19/gt, 7. But how can we escape this circle? Why would we even want to? Who wants to give up Christmas or birthday presents? Is Derrida the Grinch? Does not Heidegger say that the issue is not to escape the circle but to learn how to enter it in the right way? But who are we to believe, in whom are we to put our trust, Abraham or Heidegger? Is it a question of choosing between these two patriarchs? If time is a circle, if it always has been a circle from time immemorial, from Aristotle to Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger, then the gift, if there is any, must belong to an eccentric time, an exorbitant, an economic moment in which the circle is torn up. It would take place in a moment of madness, like a paradoxical Augenblick in which Abraham, for example, visited by the law of the tout autre, tore time up. When Abraham raised the dagger and resolved